Both the regular and special meetings of the Santa Monica City Council, please turn your phone off or onto vibrate so as not to interrupt the meeting. Councilmember Raskin, would you like to, you made eye contact first. Would you like to do the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm going to call the roll now. Councilmember Negrete.
Here.
Councilmember Hall.
Present.
Councilmember Raskin.
Here.
Councilmember Snell.
Here.
Councilmember Zerniskaya.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick.
Here.
And Mayor Terosis.
Here. Councilmember Zerniskaya, will you please do the land acknowledgement?
I would be happy to. The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of the Tovangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrielino Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curavanga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrielino descendants who are part of the Gabrielino Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers and Kuyam guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The City of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrielino Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk?
I want to ask, do any council members have any, will any council members be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act? Nope, hearing none.
Great. In terms of just moving on for agenda management, I would call for a motion to move the CMO report / pet of the week. And is there a pet of the week? I don't see one yet. Yes, and the mayor's highlight before general public input. So that would be now. And then to hear part of the closed session not heard. So we're going to hear closed session for an hour. And then any part of the closed session not heard after an hour, move that to the end of the meeting. And to continue all of the appointments except the Landmarks Commission appointment.
So moved.
I'll second it.
We can do this by voice vote.
Great. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I don't see any opposed or abstentions, so we will move forward. Great. So, City Manager, do you want to give your City Manager report and pet of the week?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much. We have a brief update tonight that we wanted to share. First, everyone is hopefully enjoying the weather. It's officially spring, and what a terrific time to be in Santa Monica. As we get ready for this weekend, we're planning on wrapping up Women's History Month with the Making Her Story Mayor Panel, with 2 members of our current council participating. That'll happen this Saturday at the main library. We're also going to be transitioning into Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month and National Poetry Month as we hit April. There's some terrific programming happening right here in our city. We hope everyone takes advantage of these opportunities. One thing we want to let the council and community know also as we come up on this pending weekend, we are aware there's going to be an additional No Kings demonstration happening on Saturday. Wanted to let everyone know that our public safety teams are plugged into everything that's happening. The event is planned to start at 11 a.m. at Palisades Park. It'll run till 1 p.m. Our public safety teams will be deployed. Our public works team will be available. We'll make sure that everyone is able to exercise their First Amendment rights in a way that's safe right here in town. Now, the part that, Madam Mayor, you were asking about, one of our new favorite parts of the council meeting, we have been bringing up for everyone to meet an adoptable pet of the week. Who have we got this week? This week, we have our friend Bartok. Bartok is
Bartok here?
Bartok is supposed to be here.
Do we need to delay until Bartok
Bartok.
arrives? Because I did actually see this on Instagram yesterday, and I was
Yes.
hoping that Bartok was
No,
coming.
Bartok is supposed to be here. I am looking for Bartok's coming. Bartok is running around right now. As we wait for Bartok's entrance, we wanted to share Bartok is a 5-year-old Yorkie Terrier. Bartok was brought to the shelter. At that time, he was timid, desperate need of a haircut, but he's slowly coming around and now is getting excited when folks come up to his kennel. He would certainly do well in a home with patient owners who are willing to gain his trust. He enjoys wet food, comfy beds, and stuffies. So as we search for Bartok, he is adorable. We have a picture of him up on the screen. We hope that you will contact the animal shelter if you're interested in meeting him. And as always, you can visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website to make a donation or shop the Chewy wish list. as we're looking for staff, maybe we'll,
Yeah, maybe we can do the other items and maybe
first.
Bartok will arrive. Great. And I also wanted to announce, I neglected to announce for anyone who's here on items 4B and 4K, those items have been pulled from the agenda. So I just wanted to let everyone know that. Great. So we will move on to the mayor's highlight. For today, we're going to call forward the Virginia Avenue Park team. And just for those of you who don't know, we've been, once a month trying to acknowledge the great work that our staff has done so that those in the community can hear about it and understand the inner workings of what's happening at City Hall and how all of our amazing team members make the city run and run well. So we are bringing forward Housing and Human Services, Virginia Avenue Park. Amy, are they here? They're going to, okay, great. You can stand at the podium if you'd like, but so the support and services provided by Housing and Human Services staff in collaboration, oh wow, okay, there's a lot of you, I love it. In collaboration with local partners at Virginia Avenue Park has long made Virginia Avenue Park, one of Santa Monica's most valued community assets. VAP serves as a welcoming community hub that provides equitable, free access to a wide variety of social services and resources that support the well-being of people in the neighborhood. Offerings include affordable after-school programs, employment help, healthy living tools, and community engagement. 2025 was extremely challenging for some of the most vulnerable members of our community who faced food insecurity and continue to, quite frankly, aggressive immigration tactics and economic hardship. In the face of these challenges, members of the Pico neighborhood leaned on VAP for support and as a safe harbor of community trust and strength. HHS staff stepped up efforts in the following ways to meet community need. VAP weekly food pantry, so critical. Housing and Human Services increased funding to the Westside Food Bank to support households during last year's federal shutdown to help low-income residents whose CalFresh, otherwise known as SNAP, benefits were not renewed. In addition, we worked with the food bank to purchase grocery gift cards for distribution at the weekly VAP pantry for Thanksgiving. Oh, great. I didn't even see those. Beautiful. Emergency financial assistance to households impacted by ICE enforcement. Housing and Human Services increased funding to Haven Services for an emergency relief fund, which provides direct cash aid to Santa Monica residents and workers directly affected by the ICE raids. Know Your Rights educational workshops. In partnership with VAP's Familias Latinas Unidas FLU community group, regional advocates, local community organizers, and immigration attorneys, staff has brought a series of Know Your Rights workshops to VAP aimed at providing timely policy updates, safety guidance, and practical information to households navigating challenging circumstances. Free legal consults. Free monthly appointments are available for 20-minute consultations with an immigration attorney contracted through Housing and Human Services every second and fourth Saturday of the month. So great for the community to know that as well. Consultations are provided at no cost to individuals who live or work in Santa Monica. Mental health support. VAP staff worked with local mental health provider SUI to provide a workshop for teens focused on well-being and practical strategies for managing stress and anxiety caused by federal immigration policy. The workshop also included information from a local attorney on safety and their rights. Sorry, you're just doing so much. We have to talk about all of it. Immigration-related assistance website and phone line. Housing and Human Services staff have created a dedicated line for community members to speak to city staff to understand resources available. If anyone is interested in calling that number, it's 310-569-7461. In addition, the community can visit the city's Safe at Home webpage at santamonica.gov/safe-at-home, which provides residents for local families and allies. The staff at VAP reflect our core values in their work every day. The team's motivation drives them and addresses some of our community's toughest challenges, from food insecurity to aggressive immigration tactics. So just thank you all so very much for the care that you bring every day to our community. The programming in your park, in our park, really meets people where they are. The offered programs are rooted in integrity, ensuring equitable access to those who need assistance, consistently working to do more. Our staff demonstrates humility by putting community members and their needs above all else. So with that being said, I'm going to come down, but maybe one of my colleagues would like to read out. Would you like to read out all of the names this is a kind of a shared endeavor here. Yeah, and so we're going to read out everyone's names as we start, coming forward with all of your certificates. But I think on behalf of all of us, we are so, so thankful. Go ahead, yeah.
All right, I'll go ahead and just read the names here. Brenda De La Cerda.
Yeah, wave when your name is called so everyone knows who you are. Okay.
Brenda? All right, Dolores Romo.
Yay!
Edgar Miguel Martinez. Edgar Miguel Martinez. Emma Vitas. Erica Turner Rogers. Ignacio Mendoza Lopez. Francis Rodriguez. Janet Gondo. Janet Gondo. Kimberly Sue. Lena Duty. Liz Barron. Lucas Salmagi. Michael Jackson. Monique Maldonado. Pamela Gutierrez Torres. Sarah Zapeta. Charlena Duty. Okay. Snow Dietrich. And Tania Bryant. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you guys so much. Are you okay to take a picture? Great. And maybe you guys can squeeze in a little bit. Maybe each tall lady in the back. Who you more? I got you. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We're all going through it, but thank you guys. Jesse, thank you. Do you want to read the transgender, Dave? Okay, great. Okay, so we will now be proclaiming Transgender Day of Visibility, and we are going to call forward Robert Graves, if Robert Graves is here, or anyone else, yay, who's here for Transgender Day of Visibility. And we're going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Zwick to read the proclamation, and then Robert, I think you're going to introduce, I'm sorry, Edward is going to read the proclamation. My apologies, you're not reading it. Okay, come forward, Mr. Robert Graves, yes.
Thank you. They're running to get Edward. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and those in attendance today. It is my honor to introduce the author, Edward Underhill, who will read today's proclamation for Trans Day of Visibility. But before I do that, I'd like to share a bit about myself. My name is Robert Graves, and I'm a librarian at the Santa Monica Public Library, where I've worked with extreme pride for the last 20 years.
Woo!
December 19th. I am proud that I work in a community, workplace, and for a city government that values and understands the need to commit our efforts to protect and celebrate the trans community, who I would like to remind everyone here are members of our family. They are our parents, grandparents, siblings, aunts and uncles, nieces and nephews, cousins, and children, and friends as well, whether biological or logical family. And they are as deserving of our love and care as any other family member. They are also one of the most vulnerable communities worldwide and face unwarranted and hysterical attack from virtually every direction, and it's heartbreaking for an ally like myself to witness. We only need to look at today's headlines to see how much adversity they face, as the president is currently demanding that Congress pass the SAVE Act, a voter bill that superfluously attacks trans youth and their access to life-saving health care and their ability to participate in kids' sports like every other child their age. In my 40-year career in librarianship, I am often asked why I became a librarian, and I will often tell this story. Besides growing up in a neighborhood library, which felt like a safe space for me, I was a latchkey kid of a single mother. I grew to love books and their ability to provide either a mirror to see myself reflected back or a window into worlds I did not yet experience on my own. In my teens, I went to that neighborhood library, questioning myself and my identity, and shyly asked the librarian for books on homosexuality. The librarian gave me the Dewey Decimal Number, and I went to the shelves to explore on my own, and unfortunately found a very dismal and dispiriting selection to guide me on my path. But a few minutes later, that same librarian approached me and handed me a book and said, "This is all you need." That book was Armistead Maupin's Tales of the City, and that book changed my life. It depicted a group of friends who lived together in a house in San Francisco and included people from every walk of life who created their own found family. At the center of that family was a character named Anna Madrigal, a mother figure to all of them, who in the course of several sequels was revealed to be, spoiler alert, a trans woman. Reading about that woman and her capacity to change the lives of everyone around her for the better informed my own understanding of how to treat those around myself. In my role as a librarian, I developed an affinity for programming and service to teens, and that led my co-founding of the Y'all West Book Festival, which was born in Santa Monica in my office 13 years ago at the Santa Monica Public Library, with the guidance of local authors Melissa De La Cruz and Margaret Stoll, who was herself a mother of a trans child. Since the first festival in 2014, Y'all West has featured nearly 20 trans authors because we understand that every young reader deserves to see a story that reflects the reality of their own lives. That leads me to Edward Underhill, who I was first introduced 3 years ago when he appeared at the library's Y'all West preview event, Fierce Friday. A trans male author, Edward was appearing in support of his gorgeous, romantic, and magical YA novel, Always the Almost. Sorry. Magical is a fitting way to describe Edward's work, which consistently centers trans and queer characters, showing that life is full of possibility. His other works include the YA novels In Case You Read This, This Day Changes Everything, and the adult novels The In-Between Bookstore and the upcoming The House of Now and Then, which releases this May. Edward is also a fierce advocate against book bans, further cementing him in my heart and mind as the perfect person to read out this year's proclamation celebrating Trans Day of Visibility here in Santa Monica. Would you please join me in welcoming Edward Underhill.
Hello, my name is Edward Underhill. I am a trans man, an author, and a testament to the power and the vulnerability that comes with being visible. Today, we gather to affirm that visible or not, we belong here. Whereas trans, gender nonconforming, and intersex, TGI people have existed here long before this place was called the city of Santa Monica. We acknowledge that we stand on unceded Tongva land, where Indigenous peoples held and still hold space for two-spirit and gender-expansive individuals. And whereas visibility is not just about being seen, but also about being heard, it is about the freedom to tell one's own story, for that story to be recognized and celebrated, because the stories we tell about ourselves now will one day remind tomorrow's children that they belong just as we do. And whereas across the United States, the increased visibility of trans people has led to both greater care for us and greater harm, including a rise of legislation aimed at censoring our stories, restricting our access to healthcare, taking away our bodily autonomy, and even our ability to name ourselves. And whereas Santa Monica has and will continue to support access to all stories, including by hosting the Y'all West Book Festival for teen readers and supporting its fearless librarians at the Santa Monica Public Library as they participate annually in Banned Books Week, thereby celebrating the trans and queer stories that make up a disproportionate number of the books currently being censored across the United States. And whereas we recommit to honoring the TGI people who have lived, are living, and will continue to live in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is coming down to Proclamation. We'd love to take a photo with anyone who's here for Trans Day of Visibility. Beautiful. Thank you all so much. We will now move on to general public input and comment on this, on special agenda items. We have, I'm just looking, we have exactly 25 commenters, I believe. So City Attorney, what's the rule? And we have 25? Is it more than 25 or 25? 23 plus 2 on the phone.
Plus 2 on the phone. Right.
Okay, so everyone will have 1 minute. Does anyone want to make a motion? No.
To move that we extend the minutes to 2 minutes.
I'll second that.
Who seconded it, Snell?
Yeah.
Mayor, are we gonna have any discussion?
Sure. Go. My thing is not on, but I don't see. Okay, Councilmember Hall.
So our timed agenda has us going until 3 a.m. tonight. If we do 2 minutes for input on items that are not on the agenda tonight, that will be an extra hour of time. And I will be voting no on this for that reason.
Okay. Yes, we do have several comments. We have lots of comments on the next items as well. Yeah. Thanks.
I must apologize. I just checked. It is if more than 25 speakers are registered. I apologize.
Okay. Well, as we've stated multiple times, we accept meetings, written comment, all kinds of comment in advance of the meeting. Okay. So we will call up our speakers then. Naomi Maurice, Andrew Hoyer, Bill Davids, Andrew Gledhill, Lizzie Moore.
Is it 1 or 2 minutes?
It's 2 minutes.
Am I good to go? Okay, I'll try and keep this brief. Good evening, everyone here. So nice to meet you all. My name is Naomi Maurice, and I'm a water quality data analyst at Hilda Bay. And I'm here to talk to you all about some of the water quality issues that we've been seeing at the Santa Monica Pier. So many of you all might be aware, but the bacteria levels at the Santa Monica Pier are very high and oftentimes make it unsafe for folks to swim at this site. The pier has been on Hilda Bay's beach bummer list for 14 out of the last 20 years. So it's been one of the top 10 most polluted beaches pretty chronically in the state of California. So we're really focused on trying to solve this issue and just wanted to bring to your attention that we're partnering with the Office of Sustainability and the Environment from the city of Santa Monica to really try and address this issue. We're bringing together folks from the city as well as local stakeholders, academic researchers, things like that, to go out and actually take some additional samples and try and figure out what is causing this pollution. So just wanted to let you all know that we'll be headed out to the sand in the next couple of weeks. We're going to go take some additional samples, try and figure out some of the sources, and then come back with some results. So in the future, if there's time, would love the opportunity to speak to you all about some of the results and the recommendations that we have. So thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer, and I am the Vice Chair of the Urban Forest Task Force. We are very thankful for the efforts that have been taken to increase the number of trees planted in our downtown core. However, we are still in a significant planting deficit trend that has continued since the pandemic. The current budget is $150,000 versus a pre-COVID budget of $450,000. Factor in all the inflation that has occurred since then, and you can assume that Santa Monica is at risk of losing more trees than it can replace. To prevent a complete loss of our urban canopy, tree replacement should exceed tree removals. To grow the actual size of the canopy and its benefits, carbon sink, shade, habitat, etc., replacement should be double the removal rate. We are currently under our removal rate. If our city has started to finally recover economically, as will be reported later tonight, I can see no better use for some of those new monies than to plant more trees. Please adjust Public Works budget accordingly. Mother Earth will thank you.
Good evening, all. I'm Andrew Gledhill, Ocean Park resident and chair of the Urban Forest Task Force. Now that Vice Chair Hoyer has done the pitch for more money, I'm here with public service announcements. So Santa Monica's Arbor Day planting is April 30, 9 a.m. Jocelyn Park. The Tree Care Day, taking care of some previous plantings from previous years, May the 7th, 9 a.m. in Hotchkiss Park, and it's a lovely place to spend a morning. Our next Urban Forest Task Force meeting is May the 13th, 6 p.m. at the main library, and all are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Mr. Davids and then Lizzie Moore, Karen Shiloh, sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, Richard Weens, and Brian Neville.
I've been trying to raise concerns about Santa Monica Code 4.36.080. I have had 3 emails go to Deputy City Attorney Romy Ganschow. No response. I've requested twice at 2 different times a meeting with our city manager. No response. Essentially, I've been a resident of 220 San Vicente this is the beginning of my 36th year there. We have gone through construction issues, as our mayor knows, from the rent control board days. We went through massive construction hearings. This time out, though, we are dealing with the city code, which basically is holding us in captivity. We are having massive disruptions, massive upheavals to tenants' lives in the building. Tenants are moving out because of this code, because of the way it's being manipulated and authorized. We are now down in a 90-unit building to 45% occupancy. 3 or 4 more tenants have indicated that they're going to move. That's 40% occupancy on a rent-controlled building. The construction began in February of 2025. We have passed the first anniversary date. It's projected to continue until probably a year and a half, if estimates are correct. We are overwhelmed. There are seniors who are desperately being impacted. We are being shuffled around like packages in an Amazon distribution center. I'm a youngster in terms of seniority in that building. There are who are 84, 85, 86 years old who are being moved around like
Thank you. We're not permitted to respond, but staff, can we make sure that we're urgently responding to this? I believe the Rent Control Board is already looking into this. All right, Lizzie Moore. Thank you, Mr. Davids.
Good evening, Honorable Trosas, Mayor Trosas, and council members. It's a pleasure to be here before all of you. 1 year ago or so, I stood before you receiving the beautiful commendation for the work that we did to support our community with fire relief on behalf of Santa Monica College Foundation. And I just want to say that one of the things that was so special about that date was while we were sitting here waiting for the commendation to happen, the comments that were before you were from the Santa Monica Trapeze School, and they were trying to plead with you to help them find a new home. 48 hours ago, my phone blew up in my role as the president of Santa Monica College Foundation because my neighbors saw a sign that said the Santa Monica Trapeze School was going to be moving to our backyard. And when I say our backyard, I mean directly, if you look over my fence, it's my backyard. A small plot of land that is adjacent to where the ceramic studio is. And while I am all for flying high and trying to figure out how to support this amazing organization, if you could imagine a 40-foot tower raised right in your backyard, no matter what that looks like, with the lights that will be shining, with the hours that it's going to be operating, the safety hazards that accompany the telephone pole wires, and just a myriad of things, I don't know that the consideration was actually there. And I would just invite you to please come see the space. We found out 2 days ago. We were never notified. And we listened to the Santa Monica Airport Commission's meeting from the 23rd of September, 2024, where it's noticing the neighbors. So I just ask for your partnership, as always, in helping us try and figure this out.
Thank you. Karen Shiloh.
Good afternoon, all. As a city planner and one who has worked on the planning of small airports, the first and foremost foundation of every city is preserving the historic value and critical identity of the city. City Planning 101, which might sound familiar. Santa Monica Airport is an enormous part of this identity. Not only were Douglas World War II planes, as well as commercial and cargo planes, developed here, but courageously fought in World War II to give us the freedom and values that we have today. This is not the case for any other city in the U.S. And most airports I have seen on the East Coast, where I come from, do not compare to the beauty of the Santa Monica Airport. And yet, they are still kept open with noise mitigation because of their significant role. Santa Monica Airport provides something that no other development can, which is the training of pilots in the service of emergency rescues, cargo shipments, passenger services, wildfire fighting, surveillance, and support to agricultural crops, police safety surveillance, and so much more that is important to our community. Not only does Santa Monica already have a park, but a new and costly park could not come even close to what Santa Monica Airport and its surrounding local businesses have and will contribute to our society in the future. To conclude, imagine this new case study in city planning textbooks, that a 107-year-old beautiful airport was demolished at a tremendous cost to make a park of which one already existed, or instead, that it was kept open for the growing local businesses in Santa Monica.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Richard Weens, Brian Neville, Jonathan Foster, Sean Besser, John Prindle.
Hi, good evening. My name is Richard Weens. I'm new to the community here, and I'm actually following up to show support for Santa Monica Airport as well. I'm a fellow pilot that moved from the East Coast to do my flight training here. And although it's quite obvious for the aviation community, why Santa Monica Airport is so iconic, there's so much history here. I want to talk also, just enlighten a little bit for people that are not aware about the non-flying community benefits that this airport does provide. Just from my point of view, airports like Santa Monica, all these small airports, general aviation airports, they provide a level of safety for the hub and spoke system, for the transportation infrastructure, for our national airspace system. If we have an emergency, we need to do an emergency descent, we need to help passengers out, we need to be able to descend to an airport that's close by, and airports like Santa Monica Airport provide that. Obviously, there's an economic development for the workforce development for the community, for engineers, for maintenance technicians, instructors, dispatchers, hangar storage services, air traffic controllers. Those are all part of the Santa Monica Airport ecosystem. I don't want to remind myself of what happened here just last year over the LA fires and what logistics hubs their airport provided in emergency preparedness and disaster relief. I'm also a volunteer pilot of transporting patients that bring back to volunteer organizations like Angel Flight West. In Santa Monica, there's a lot of patients that do come to Santa Monica, and Santa Monica Airport services these people. I'm one of those volunteer pilots. And lastly, search and rescue efforts like the Civil Air Patrol, they're also housed at Santa Monica. So all these services are kind of ancillary to the main mission of that airport. So just to conclude, it's not just a place for hobby flying. It's it's part of the transportation infrastructure, emergency asset, economic catalyst.
Thank you. Brian Neville? And then Jonathan Foster, you're right after that.
Good evening, Council. It's a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you all for serving the community. We appreciate that. I would like to also talk about the future of the airport. I live next door to the airport, and I think that it's a huge swath of land that the majority of the community is not using. I think a lot of people are like, we're not using this, we could turn it into a park. Very few people that actually live in Santa Monica, I think, are actually pilots. What I think people aren't looking at, we're not looking into the future. We're on the edge of a renaissance, or maybe a golden age, I should say, of aviation, electric aviation. In 2028, Archer Aviation is going to be providing air taxi services for the Olympics at rates about the price of an Uber Black. And so what that looks like for people that live here is that you could get to LAX in 8 minutes for maybe $50, $100. This is a revolution. And if we take away the airport, we're not going to be able to capitalize on that new wave of technology. And I think it's important that we keep it open for all the reasons that they just mentioned. But I think the vast majority of the community is not pilots, and maybe they don't appreciate that. But if it was accessible and it was useful to a lot of us, and we could just hop on a taxi and be downtown in 8 minutes for a relatively low price, as opposed to, it just being used for private jets, which is fair. I think that would be a great benefit to keep it open. So anyway, my time is short, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. 1981, do you remember that? On September 11th, 1981, first time New World Order was used by Vice President George H.W. Bush on the floor of a valid open session of Congress in D.C. said there is going to be a New World Order. And that was in September. A few months before this, Dick Cheney, who was Secretary of Defense under Reagan, sat down with Oded, O-D-E-D, Yinon, Y-I-N-O-N, at Camp David in April of 81. What we are seeing today was decided in April of 1981. What we are seeing, what Oded said, he said to Dick Cheney, Dick asks, what do you need? And Oded said, well, Israel is from the river to the sea, something that's never been realized yet. In the New Testament, Jesus already knows what they're doing. Jesus said, should it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Mark, Matthew, and Luke. So Dick said yes, of course. And then on September 11th, 2001, we all know what happened. And all of this is a worldwide Nakba. That's what's going on. The IDF number one killer is suicide. It's a Nakba all over Santa Monica, too, by the way. Separation of church and state prevents U.S. money from being spent on religion. But the AIPAC, Los Angeles Jewish Federation, and all of that has America putting the Old Testament together for them. And the biggest problem is how many died without salvation in the Lord Jesus Christ, and they will pay for this with their lives. I, Jonathan, don't want to be used as a part of harming Christians, which is what they're doing. They're harming Christians. They would shut down the Christian church in America if they could.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Sean Besser, John Prindle, Robbie Lear, Hunter Hall.
Good evening, all. Sean Besser here. I am a vice chair of DTSM and the OPA Executive Board. I'm here tonight to share strong support of the expansion of the entertainment zone, both in downtown Santa Monica and crucially,
Sorry, but that is not a general public comment. That's an agendized item that will be coming up later on the agenda.
Okay.
Unless you're just speaking generally, but I believe city attorney, if you want to opine.
Yes, that is correct. If you would like to speak directly to item 11C, that comes up after closed session for all the remaining items left on the agenda.
Okay, so I have to limit it to then?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. John Prindle, you're also, okay.
I think we'll take the party back there.
Yeah, so sorry. It just has to be properly agendized on the proper agenda item. I mean, Sean Besser, John Prindle, Robbie Lear, Hunter Hall, Daisy the Venice Healer, Doug Trussler, Morgan Hunter Gross. Are any of you here? Feel free to come on up. We then also have Claire Thomas, Karen Mellick, Denise Barton, etc. And you can feel free to come up if I've called your name, just in the spirit of expediency. Thank you.
I have a video to play. I didn't make the video, but I have a video to play. Okay. My name's Morgan Hunter Gross.
Did you submit it to the clerk's office?
Correct, before 12 o'clock, 11:30. They said it could play. I didn't have to download it and send it MP4. In the meantime.
Is it the airplanes?
Yeah, it's about airplanes, exactly.
Okay.
It's about airplanes.
Is this
My special interest is about airplanes. You kidding me? I'm supposed to be talking about
The
aerospace.
FAA has released a blueprint for
It's not
future
playing,
air
but we're
taxi
listening to audio.
operations in the nation's airspace.
Oh, there we go.
At first, air taxis
You
will
want to start the
operate
timer?
using existing routes and helipads used by helicopters today, following the same rules as other aircraft. As operations increase, the air taxis could fly in designated corridors. Initially, pilots will be on board and actively fly the aircraft. Pilots see and avoid other aircraft and coordinate with air traffic controllers. Air taxis likely will operate one way only within the established corridors set first. But as air taxis increase in number and complexity, strategies for two-way traffic could be introduced. In these corridors, operators could be responsible for keeping aircraft safely separated using industry-developed technologies and FAA-approved rules. This blueprint is a key step in the FAA's work to safely usher in this next era of aviation.
Thank you. So right outside City Hall, even the rosemary bush has a little bit of foam nests on it. Juvenile insects using the plant is both food source and shelter. It reminds me that not every visible irregularity is a crisis, and that good governance means understanding the system before we rush to poison it, erase it, or call it a problem. I'm going to name some companies: Joby, Archer, Beta, Whisk, Electra, Ampere, Regent, Pika, Lyft, and Pivotal. I'm going to give you some words. AAM, Advanced Air Mobility. UAM, Urban Air Mobility. Powered Lift. Vertiport. A vertiport is a landing facility with VTOL. Okay. EB 105, which is brand new from the FAA. That was an FAA video, by the way, everyone. Okay. The Engineering Brief 105 is FAA's current vertiport design documents, giving us eVTOL, which stands for Electric Vertical Takeoff and Landing. The new Mosaic is brand new. It's a modernization of Special Airworthy certification of FAA's modern modernization of light sport, which is what we've been flying at Santa Monica Airport for a while, those piston-powered. Well, avgas is going away, and a bunch of good stuff. I want to thank you guys for your time, and you guys stay here late, which is really impressive. And I don't...
Thank you. I don't know if any of you are Daisy the Venice Healer, Doug Trussler, Claire Thomas, Karen Mellick, but feel free to come up if I called your name.
Yeah.
Great.
Can you say your name when you do come up, please?
Hey, superheroes. I go by Daisy the Venice Healer. I consider myself the friendly local neighborhood superhero. I'm here to speak on the airport, and also I'm here to talk to you guys about my biodiversification project. So Right now it's kind of small, and I have 4 gardens. 2 are in Santa Monica. 1 is in front of the courthouse, right next door. And there's fruit trees and veggies and flowers, and it's gorgeous and delicious and beautiful. And we wouldn't eat from these gardens because they're next to the road. The other one is in front of Step Up on 2nd. You know, the trees, how it's just dirt and it's ugly. Imagine if they had a beautiful little garden around it. So that's what brings me to the airport. I believe that our ecosystem is a part of us, and we want to be in a state of interbeingness with all of life. And I honor the Tongva people and the nation and the land, but we are not honoring the land because we're over trimming the trees and we're not attuning to nature, but we could be. So I propose that we create the airport into a national food forest, ecosystem, whatever you want to call it, national park. Also, eVTOLs. We don't need an airport for that. They can both drive on the road and fly. And it's not true about these air taxi and having to need an airport. We don't need that. What we need are ecosystems. We want to be more like the aliens and less like the humans, because we're going to be like superheroes or some aliens. I don't know what you're going to call us, but we got to be something different. Holy cow, I have 28 seconds. That's basically all I want to say. You're so lovable, Doobadoodles. I'm going to be running for city council. So we're going to twerk. We're going to start all the meetings by twerking, moving our body, and we're going to be splashing. We're going to have watering holes. We're going to hair flip. Can't wait to be on city council. It's a popularity contest, so of course I'm going to be the mayor. Then I'm going to rename myself the queen. So it's good to see you, queen. I love you, Janice. Yeah.
Good to see you, queen. Okay. Doug Trussler, Claire Thomas, Karen Mellick.
Good evening. Thanks. Good evening. Thanks for having me. I'm not used to being on the clock, but I can see the need for it. 6 months ago, the city disclosed fiscal distress and a negative credit rating watch. In response, the city's realignment plan projected $60 million in deficit spending. To me, this isn't a plan. Here's what a plan looks like. 2 cities to our north.
So sorry, but the realignment plan is not this item.
I won't be talking about realignment.
Great.
2 cities to our north, San Jose and San Francisco, are actively dismantling failed policies and incenting businesses to come back. San Jose is on track to reduce homelessness by 30% or more. San Francisco is moving in the direction few thought possible. Santa Monica can adopt these same strategies. The fiscal dividend alone could exceed $100 million, enough to address affordability, create world-class infrastructure, more public safety, and yes, ambitiously help renters become homeowners in Santa Monica. 5 years ago, standing here would not have crossed my mind. I love my work, and I had no intention of stepping into local politics. But after watching Santa Monica for over 20 years, a city that I love, it's impossible to ignore. Tonight, before you vote, ask yourself, what could Santa Monica look like if it returns to fiscal health? The answer, everything that made this city great becomes possible again. Thank you.
Great. I would say tune in, because that is what that agenda item is about. Claire Thomas, Karen Mellick, Denise Barton, Lawrence Cohen.
Good evening. My name is Claire Thomas, and I'm here as president of the Friends of Sunset Park Neighborhood Organization. I appreciate that Mayor Terosis and council members Hall and Raskin are now aware the new guidelines for the neighborhood organization grants do not align with the unanimous decision of the City Council last September.
Madam City Attorney, sorry.
Right. So that item is actually a 16 item for the special meeting agenda, and the public comment on that will be heard after closed session with all the remaining items on the agenda.
So no.
No, not,
okay.
We're not hearing that right
Do
now.
I need to go back out and sign back in, or can I be moved to?
I think our clerk will.
I was directed to sign in for this.
No. Can you go back out in the lobby and ask him to move you around? That's all.
To item 16?
Yeah, it's to items being heard.
To the 16 item. The special meeting will be heard with the 16 items.
Yes.
If
I had understood it would be first, and so the gentleman downstairs told me to sign in for one. So that's
apologies. Do you have any general public comment you'd like to deliver?
Generally about the neighborhood organizations, sure, but I'll wait on that.
I would defer to the city attorney on whether that's proper.
No, I'll wait.
Right. If it's
I'm
not
good
on
with
the
that.
agenda, speaking generally about the, it's fine without that, as long as it doesn't relate to the agenda item. The agenda item that you're looking for is agenda item number 6.
Correct. So that's what I would be real.
When you go speak to the clerk's
Sure.
office, it's agenda item number
Fine.
6.
Thank you. I'll be back.
Thank you so much. Claire Tom, yeah.
Good evening. I'm Karen Mielek, and I'm speaking for myself tonight. The joint use agreement for middle and elementary schools has been in place for 24 years, providing parks and programming to Santa Monica residents. The Crest Child Care program was crucial for me. There are currently 141 classes in the ActiveNet going on at these locations. This all goes away if the city lets the joint use agreement expire in 27. The city needs to negotiate a new agreement to keep these programs going. The proposed parcel tax of $4.95 by the citizens is to replace the city's $12 million joint use agreement payment to the district. This transfers the city's commitment onto Santa Monica's residents and makes housing less affordable. The city's financial are improving. It's glad to see in the actuals that the general fund had an excess of revenues less expenses of $2.5 million for 2025. And this is before the new revenues from the realignment plan. The school district is in an even better position, averaging $14 million in surpluses the last 5 years, $9 million when you take out the pandemic funding. And they have a record high of $84 million in reserves. And yet enrollment is down 19%. So a reduction of funding would not cause teachers to be let go for fiscal reasons. There was a large increase in property taxes this year due to the school bonds. The new parcel tax would almost double the existing parcel tax payment. Renters are affected as district taxes can be passed through. Parcel taxes put a disproportionate burden on lower income residents. This new tax will literally take food off the table. Please do not support the parcel tax and work with the district to continue joint use.
Thank you. Denise Barton, Lawrence Cohen, Jerry Rubin, John Medlin.
Good evening. Since at the last meeting, my meme and the audio was cut. Let's try this again. My meme was a questioning raptor with 3 screaming guinea pigs at the bottom, titled, "Are they using us as guinea pigs?" with the top saying, if high concentrations of human metapneumovirus, or HMPV, have been detected in the wastewater of communities of Northern California, according to the data from the wastewater dashboard, continue at the bottom with, is California and other states that recycle wastewater for the watering of crops and adding it to clean water sources, using the residents as guinea pigs. It's also being found in Los Angeles, and there's no vaccine or treatment. Leaving me to ask, has your water treatment found out how to remove all pharmaceuticals yet? Because it doesn't seem to be eliminating disease. I mean, since this is the strategy chosen by our city council to overdevelop the city, not what's in the best interest of the residents. Now I'd like to make some points again from the April 26, 2022 City Council meeting regarding City Clerk Denise Anderson Warren. Ms. Anderson Warren is commonly known to be serving the interests of the lobbying group Santa Monica Forward and not being a neutral public official, which is concerning because she's in charge of the elections. She's also interfered with and lied about a submission by a group opposing a ballot measure, which she was never disciplined for, as well as having HR complaints whitewashed. Hopefully you can see my questioning bringing Ms. Anderson Warren back for another election, unless all of these reasons are why you brought her back. Thank you.
Lawrence Cohen.
My name is Lawrence Cohen, and this is our new image, which is now going to be on my car between now and April 12th. So much has changed since I first spoke to you a couple of months ago.
So sorry. This is actually a 16 item as well. So I think you would be looking for agenda item number 6 to speak on this as well.
Oh.
There's a 16 item to actually fund
When
the
did that
data run this
happen?
evening. Yes. So since it's on the agenda, speaking under item number 6 would be the proper place for you to speak.
And that'll be after.
Yes. So the clerk's office can help you, but it'll be after closed
Should I
session.
go out and have something to eat?
Sure.
We're trying to keep closed session short this evening. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we
Well,
will.
I'm glad Bartok didn't interrupt me. That was
Yes,
we're
maybe
very concerned
Bartok
about
will
it.
show up at some point here. Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Jerry Rubin, John Medlin, John Cyrus Smith, Harvey Eder.
Thank you very much, Jerry Rubin with the Urban Forest Task Force, but just speaking for myself. I was here yesterday when the Airport Commission voted to support an LC-compliant creation of a great park. I want to thank Amber Ricane and her design team and all the people that are supporting this, including the council and everybody. So much to be said for how everyone is respectfully preserving the history of the airport, but you understand you could enhance safety through helicopter access, not just at the airport, but throughout the city. Anyhow, what I really wanted to talk about today also is gratitude, because Earth Day is coming up, and I still remember how the city was so supportive of planting the tree of gratitude in memory of my late wife, Marissa. We're going to hold a public gathering there, just a short gathering, 5 o'clock on Wednesday, April 22nd, at the Tree of Gratitude that was planted on Earth Day 3 years ago. And also its sister tree, the Children's Tree of Life, that was planted on Earth Day back in 1983. I do want to thank my wife for her behind-the-scenes help to create the Urban Forest Task Force. And I want to thank the former mayor, Gleam Davis, for the proclamation she gave in support of the Tree of Gratitude. I want to thank our former city manager, David White, and our urban forest people that helped to get that, Matthew Wells, Robert Castaneda. I agree with the chair and the vice chair of the Urban Forest Task Force, hopefully to become a standalone commission, that we need a budget increase. We need some more support for the trees.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Yes, I think we have fond memories of the planting. Yes, we do happy hands here, so sorry. John Medlin, John Cyrus Smith, Harvey Eder.
Yes, I'm now in my 30th year of being a consecutive years in living in Santa Monica, California. Great place to live. By the way, what's the number one priority of all governments? Public safety. How important is it? Ask the people in Tel Aviv tonight. Ask the people in Tehran tonight. Here's some data published by the Santa Monica Police Department, also filed with the California Department of Justice and the FBI. The violent crimes in this city peaked in 2018 at 797. Then they went down to 664, 539, and then in 2020 went up 607, up in 2022 to 677, and up in 2023 to 692. And oh my gosh, in 2024 they went down. And what did we do with the chief of police then? Well, he had differences of opinion and priorities, so he's no longer with us. And yet, I think we have an orange guy. Okay, I'll be inappropriate. We have a president, I call him the orange guy, who has a thing called misinformation and MAGA. From the Santa Monica Daily Press, and also stated by Councilmember Negretti on one of her websites, says, Part 1 crime, which tracks violent offenses and burglary, declined 12.5%, falling from 4,793 incidents in 2024 to 4,194 in 2025. It's nowhere on the Santa Monica Police Department's website. Today is It's March the 24th. 83 days have passed since the year ended. We have still not filed and reported the public crimes in the city for 2025. The city of Los Angeles on the 8th of.
Thank you, Mr. Medlin. Great shirt. John C. Smith.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I have a point of order to ask. Since we have an agenda, the neighborhood grant item is its own special agenda item. It's a special agenda, correct?
If you have questions about the order of the agenda, you can talk to the clerk or the city attorney, but we're not having a question and answer.
Okay. I'm John Cyrus Smith, Parks Commissioner and board member of Wilmot. I just want to remind some of the previous speakers that the airport was a park paid for with a parks bond long before it ever became an airport. I brought a little thing. This is the 4 agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. Be impeccable with your word, never take anything personally, never assume, always do your best. When it comes to the neighborhood grant program, the city and some council members, I believe, have not been impeccable with their word.
This is not in order at this time.
I understand. That's what I was trying to make. Since there's an agenda item and then the special meeting is its own, the grant is its own agenda, shouldn't that be that means that special, I can talk about this item in this context, but I only have to wait till the 16 item until later. What do you think?
So standard practices, right? So it's a 16 item. It would be heard with the other 16 items on the special agenda. So you are looking for agenda item number 6 when you go out and speak with if I understand the question correctly?
Well, I thought there were there's 2 different meetings. There's the special meeting just dealing with the grant program.
We haven't called that yet.
I understand. But if that item is not on this agenda.
If you want to make general comments, not about an agenda
Right.
item, go ahead.
Yes, that item will be heard with when agenda management happened earlier this evening, so the 16 item that you are speaking about will be heard at the same time as the 16 item for the regular agenda. So you will be commenting during the number 6, which is where they hear all of the public comment for the remaining items on the agenda.
I understand that, but I just thought that since that item is not on this agenda, that I might get a chance to talk about it now and then maybe as part of the next agenda later, but maybe I'm mistaken. All right, sorry. So how much time do I have? 1:10? So let's update the Memorial Park expansion. You guys, at the beginning of this year, I came to the council and I said, I challenged you guys, let's finally get these shovels in the ground. Memorial Park expansion approved in 2019, Airport Park expansion approved in 2017. Nothing's been done on either. It was a money issue. We have the 18 million from the Santa Monica College bond. And now the school district says they're ready to chip in the $5 million that they promised back in 2019. And since we've shaved $17 million off the price, that brings it to $23 million. We finally have enough money to go forward on this plan. And I just seek your help in trying to get that going. Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe.
We have one late shit. Before
Oh,
this-
okay,
before this-
move to hear the late shit. Does anyone?
I'll second.
And this is before the speaker on the phone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Etter.
Thank you. My name is Harvey Etter. I'm speaking for myself, Public Solar Power Coalition, etc. I wish I had less than a minute, but I gave you 5 pages circulated to you in the city council and city manager's office, and it referred to the 9 pages that we gave half a year ago that everybody lost, and sort of the clerk and manager, and that's pretty outrageous. It was a notice of litigation, affidavit declaration, and statement of facts, which is the nut of a lawsuit. And we've been going to justice to Attorney Rick, suing 114 million step up and the place up in Hollywood. Okay, and that was 2 years ago. In October, there were 40 million going after their executives for fraud and waste and all this, and it's being investigated. Okay, and there were 3 pages also when it refers to 1102. This is retaliation for truth-telling. That's against state and federal law. And we filed also a lawsuit here with the city about.
Thank you. Mike Montgomery and Gerald Baker are on the phone.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I don't know what happened, but apparently this gentleman here registered to speak.
Oh, okay.
And didn't register, so he should get the 2 minutes.
Before the time?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And I'm
What?
sorry, can you give your name is Frank?
Absolutely. My name is Frank Melee. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The mic, yeah.
I am a resident of Dewey Street in Mar Vista with a back wall that borders Santa Monica directly adjacent to the southern edge of the airport. We recently, just through happenstance 2 days ago, learned of this proposed relocation of the Santa Monica Trapeze School at 2800 Airport Avenue, immediately behind our homes. I think that everyone's familiar with what the school does and is. In reviewing the Airport Commission meeting from September 23rd of 2024, it appears that the project was approved before any outreach to adjacent residents had occurred, and neighborhood notification was described on the agenda as a to-do list, on the to-do list. But 18 months later, it's only through the start of the construction process that we're seeing that the surrounding neighborhood has been alerted to the development. So we have just as of yesterday started to request permits, impact studies, any details about how the operation would function, what considerations were made for local residents, who the Airport Commission Board or Commission Board Commissioner in the notes of the meeting clearly knew would be affected. The site has historically been a low-intensity parking lot or staging area that's been controlled by Santa Monica College, and the this proposal represents a significant change in use directly next to residential homes. So we're not here to oppose the use outright. We simply are asking for a pause to allow for transparency, proper review, and meaningful engagement with the residents most affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mele. Mike Montgomery, Gerald Baker, and I'll defer to Madam Clerk to pull them up.
Mitchell, we're ready for the caller.
All right, Mike Montgomery is not present, so we will go to Mr. Baker.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, Council. So, 9 days ago on a Sunday night, families were at our pier. Kids were playing in the arcade. People were enjoying one of the most iconic spots in all of California. And then, terrifyingly, there were gunshots. People ran. A child was scooped up mid-game by a terrified adult. 2 human beings were shot. For hours, our pier was a crime scene. A suspect was arrested. The pier reopened the next morning, and then silence. People in our city do not feel safe. That is not an opinion. It's what residents, business owners, and visitors are saying every single day. I want to acknowledge Councilmember Lana Negrete. You've been present, accessible, and genuinely engaged with this community. Your constituents see it, and we appreciate it. But Mayor Terrosis, you are 8 weeks into this job. This shooting happened on your watch and the most visible landmark in this city. We need to hear from you. Not a press release, not a statement about equity and inclusion, a concrete public safety plan for the pier. More officers, better lighting, real crowd management on weekend nights. The pier is the front door of Santa Monica. When gunfire breaks out there on a busy Sunday night, that is a governance failure. And this council needs to own it. Santa Monica is worth fighting for, so please fight for it. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Moving on to consent calendar. Actually, my apologies. Public input on items under the consent calendar in closed session only. We have one commenter, Morgan Hunter Gross.
Yes, okay.
Hello, I'm here to talk about item 4G, which is the Emergency Homeless Proclamation. Okay, so what I wanted to, we're in those, is tell you about some pictures I took while you guys were on break last week. I walked down to Tongva Park and the sun was setting and those big metal things
I have it framed with the sunset. I came around and I saw a homeless man. He was standing looking at the sunset, really enjoying his time. A Porsche 911 Targa pulls in front of the Santa Monica sign. A man walking on the pier holding a portable television in a bathrobe and a hat, wearing sandals. He was interesting. But the showers are fascinating. I wanted to take a picture of showers, but I had to wait a while because there were some kids showering. I didn't want to take pictures of kids showering, obviously. So I'm starting to take pictures of other people to document the showers, the cold showers. And this woman's just trying to, and her boob pops out. I'm like, okay, I'm done taking pictures here. So then at the same time, people are, playing volleyball. There's some kids smoking some weed by the corner who had traveled because they have a camera. So they traveled all the way from wherever they came from, the middle of the country, to promote whatever thing because they're cool in Santa Monica, because Santa Monica is cool. Okay, then I get back, starting to head back to Tongva Park. A man is sleeping in front of the Tongva Park sign. I walk a little farther, more towards the entrance where people are coming off of the train, and there's now a police, an unmarked police now drove up onto the sidewalk, and there's another homeless man who's now walking away on his bike, blaring colored lights. He was just about to fall asleep. The sun's going down. He must have just gotten off the train. He found a nice spot, but he can't sleep there, obviously, which is an interesting concept that you can't sleep on the floor. Okay, I'll move on. I don't know the laws on that one. But what I believe was interesting the first time I ever saw was the elevator for the pier. It was the first time I ever saw it. It's only open when the restaurant is open.
Thank you. We are now moving on to the consent calendar. All items are going to be considered and approved in one motion unless someone.
I apologize. I wanted to ask the question before we move forward. If there's anyone who wanted to report on travel. I know that's out of order, but.
Oh, my apologies. Okay. Did anyone want to report on that?
Councilmember Snell and I traveled to the National League of Cities in Washington, D.C. a week ago. We met with our Congressman Ted Lieu, Senator Adam Schiff, and Senator Alex Padilla. We attended alongside our lobbyist in independent meetings lobbying for, thanking for the funding we have received, and also trying to secure future funding, unfortunately, during a time when we have no budget set. Nonetheless, we were there present representing Santa Monica, everything from a new bus stop on PCH to affordable housing. And we also attended alongside the League of California Cities to also support the larger California interest in continuation of funding for much needed infrastructure programming.
Great. And I see Councilmember Zernitskaya, you're in the queue. Okay, Councilmember Snell.
Councilman Negretti made most of my statement, but it was interesting to meet with our congressional leaders and to discuss the issues of funding during a time period when the federal government's budget was frozen. It was difficult for me to be there knowing that our TSA workers were not being paid. Fortunately enough, we both got out safely and got in a timely manner, but it really was an eye-opening event for our federal government as to how there really isn't any answers with respect to where the funding is going to go to. So that's all my comment.
Just a question, was there any advocacy around HR 1 backfill for full scope Medi-Cal for people who need their health insurance? I just am curious.
There wasn't specific to that, but there was a lot of questions from the League of California on healthcare back funding. I think right now, unfortunately, there was blank stares and there'll be a race to submit funding. The question was, is this scalable? You're asking for $4 million. What if you get 200,000? Can you still use it? So being able to think quick on our feet, I think what put Santa Monica at an advantage is we have proof of the work done. We were able to come with the Virginia Avenue project photos. We were able to show that we know how to use the money responsibly. And so at the end of the day, I think it's very important that we are present in those rooms at that time to stick up for Santa Monica.
Congressman Lieu was very receptive, gave us 30 minutes to talk with, and has made a commitment to come to us on April for our Blue Bus effect.
Oh, great. April 9th. You heard it here first. That's so exciting.
So that was also a positive note on our.
We said we put his face on the flyer, so now he has to come.
I hope Mr. Gupta heard that. And we can send our condolences to him. I think his father just passed away. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
So I just wanted to report that I was very lucky to be able to attend the annual Civic Well Conference in beautiful Yosemite National Park. It took place over the course of 4 days from Thursday through Sunday, and the theme this year was climate resiliency. Last year was kind of, emergency preparedness in light of the fires, and we got to learn a lot from folks who had been through those types of events, and I think brought back lessons. And this year got to learn a lot about climate resiliency and a lot of pro-environmental policies. And a lot of folks were pretty jealous of a lot of the stuff we're doing and we have done here in Santa Monica.
Fantastic. Thank you all for being such great representatives. Now, is anyone trying to recuse themselves from anything on the consent calendar? Staff has pulled 4B and 4K as a reminder.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I will be recusing from 4H and 4I out of an abundance of caution because Kaiser Permanente and Cummins are clients of my employer. Thanks.
And I believe that you would like to pull item 4C?
Correct.
Okay, so why don't we entertain a motion?
Just before you do that, I also have to disclose that I'm also recusing from 4H because my law firm, Hanson Bridget LLP, also represents Kaiser Permanente in unrelated matters. Neither I nor my firm have any financial interest in this.
Great. Does anyone want to make a motion, or should I do that?
I'd like to move that we move the balance of the consent calendar with the exception of 4H. What was it? 4I
and C.
And 4C.
And then 4B and 4K have been pulled. Yeah.
I'll second it.
Great.
Okay. Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick? I'm sorry. Excuse me. Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zerneskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Terosis?
Yes. Phenomenal. I would propose that we hear 4C first, since you pulled it for a discussion, and then the recusals can leave as we vote on those. Is there a staff report?
Oscar Santiago, Finance Director, here to answer any questions.
Is there a staff report or anything? Or
No, not a staff report.
Thank you. So I just have a couple of questions because for folks who don't know, the annual comprehensive financial report is one of the most important financial documents and report card of our financial and fiscal health. So I think it was worth having our director here to share some thoughts on it. So Director Santiago, I'll just ask the question that's on everyone's mind. Is Santa Monica going broke?
No, we're not going broke. But we would be in trouble if we hadn't taken decisive action or if the broader economy takes a downturn. So simply, in a simple way, the way I see it is the city holds $168.1 million in general fund balance reserves. We still have AAA ratings with our rating agencies, and we have about $851.6 million in total cash and investments. The city's fiscal report shows a government under fiscal pressure, just like other government agencies, but not one that's on the brink of collapse. So no.
And the report also talks about our rainy day fund. Can you tell us what that is and what shape it's in?
Sure. The rainy day fund, it's the city's general fund main emergency insurance account. It is the money that we set aside to help us through things like the pandemic, a drop in revenues, or any natural disasters that may come across, made across the city. We keep this fund strong because it helps us to protect our credit rating as well and keep it lowers our borrowing costs basically. As of June 2025, our rainy day fund sits at $63.2 million, which is 14% of the adjusted general fund budget. And our city's goal is to have a reserve of 15% for our rainy day fund, and we're building that at 0.5% each year to reach 15% by 2027. So in other words, the rainy day fund is close to reaching its goal, and we're on track to reach that goal of 50%.
That's great. And it's probably obvious to everyone, but can you just walk us through very briefly the numbers on like why tourism matters so much to our city finances?
Sure. Sales tax and transient occupancy tax, which is hotel tax, make up about 30% of our 24-25 revenues. When you account for parking revenues and parking facility tax, that number goes up to 40%, or about 181.3 million of the city's revenues. So why does tourism matter? Well, hotel tax is the tax that guests pay when they stay at Santa Monica hotels, right? Sales tax and parking revenues rise and fall based on how many people come to Santa Monica, eat at our restaurants, shop at our stores, and visit our attractions. So when tourism is strong, these revenues grow. And then when visitors stay away because of concerns over public safety, fires, economic shutdowns, or travel trends, these revenues drop. So again, because they make up 40% of our general fund revenues, tourism is important to us and visitor activity.
No, thank you. The report also talks about our pension plans, and it says that they're 80% funded. What does that mean?
Okay, so I have a daughter in college, so I like to kind of think about it in a different way. So a simple analogy is if your child's future college costs are about $100,000, right, your total, which is not, but if it was $100,000 and you saved $80,000, then you're about 80% funded. But you still have a gap. But if you're steadily paying into that, to that fund and your personal investment assumptions hold, then you'll eventually reach 100%. So pensions work in a similar way, but they have just more complex factors at play that can fluctuate from year over year. The factors that are at play are life expectancy, inflation, payroll growth, and investment returns. But the basic idea is straightforward. We saved a lot of what we need, but we're paying down the rest, and the plan is designed to reach full funding over time. One thing that I want to note here is that our CalPERS, they just announced their preliminary returns for fiscal year 24-25, which was 11.6%. That's a return on their investments. That is well above the return that they expected, which was 6.8%. We'll see those results in our next ACFR report.
Okay. And in theory, we could see years where our investments are not as well, and we would see that funding amount go down. So it's a moving target.
It's a moving target based on the criteria, so like mortality rates, the payroll, all that stuff.
Okay. So we still maintain a AAA rating from Moody's and Fitch, but they did give us a negative outlook this year. What does that actually mean for residents?
So, again, we still maintain a AAA rating, which is important to us. And there's a major distinction between a rating change and also an outlook change, right? Or a downgrade or an outlook change. And so an outlook signals that a condition could lead to rating change if things worsen. It doesn't mean that the rating has changed. And like I mentioned to you, we have maintained our highest credit rating from the two agencies. So the negative outlook that they issued reflect Moody's and Fitch's assessment of two forward-looking things that we're addressing right now. One is the city's ongoing exposure to AB 218, which is the sexual abuse litigation, as well as the projected general fund deficits that we had during our 2 fiscal years that could further erode our reserves. Luckily for us, our realignment plan is designed precisely to address these issues, and so we're addressing this. Again, a negative outlook doesn't change anything about the taxes that our residents pay or the services that the city provides. Trash will be picked up, parks will stay open, police and fire services will continue as usual.
Okay. And what is the GFOA Certificate of Achievement?
So it's the gold standard for financial reporting. The GFOA recognizes governments for producing exceptional, clear, thorough, and transparent financial reports. If an agency receives it, it basically signifies that the financial reports meet high professional standards. They are easy for the public to understand. And it also shows a strong commitment to accountability and good financial management. We've received this award now for 41 consecutive years.
That's impressive. Nice work to you, your team, and all of your predecessors. Last 2 questions. First being, this ACFR was for year-end June 30, 2025. So everything that the realignment plan has done will come through next year's ACFR, as you just mentioned. But would you agree that the actions that we are taking now and we'll be discussing later tonight in 11C the realignment plan update reduce the likelihood that the city will have to make sudden cuts to services or staff in the future?
Yes, the actions taken through the realignment plan, they'll strengthen our long-term fiscal footing. And so it makes it far less likely that the city will need to make sudden cuts to services or staff. So by acting early and proactively, I think we're doing what it takes to build stability and instead of reacting to crisis.
Awesome. And last question, do you think we're in the clear?
Well, I would say that we made important progress, right? And that we're not fully in the clear. And one of the things to keep in mind is that we still need to be disciplined on our investments. We need to continue to protect our infrastructure, support our local businesses, and continue to work hard to deliver services so that we can keep Santa Monica clean and safe. So staying prudent now will keep us stable in the long run. And another thing to point out is that the structural deficit is being addressed through a lot of stuff that we're doing through the realignment plan, including the implementation of new revenues, the ambulance operator program, which is revenues, parking rate updates, digital signage revenues, and user fee adjustments, and of course our expenditure control measures that we're taking. So these, again, the results of these initiatives will be seen in our fiscal year 25-26 ACFR when we next report to you.
Okay. Thank you, Director Santo. Unless anyone else has.
Councilmember Zerhinskaya.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add, we heard this item during the audit subcommittee meeting in much greater depth. But for folks who might not understand what this means, it's said that the city of Santa Monica has received an unqualified/unmodified audit opinion. So could you please clarify for folks who might not be CPAs or stare at financial statements all day what that means?
Yeah, our audit is as clear as it gets, right? We have an unmodified opinion from our financial statements with 0 material weaknesses, 0 significant deficiencies, 0 compliance findings, 0 misstatements, and 0 disagreements with management. So overall, we're operating at a good place.
Great.
So,
thank you very much.
Oh, Councilmember Snell.
And can you just tell us how long the city has had an audit letter like that?
How long we've had the...
Many years.
41 years.
Thank you.
And it has a lot to do with our management, our predecessors and all that, and my stellar accounting team that's here with me. So thank you.
Great. Councilmember Hall, do you want to make a motion? Thank you.
I'll move the item
I'll second.
with gratitude to our finance staff.
Thank you.
Much gratitude.
Councilmember Zerhinskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
And Mayor Torosis.
Yes. Fantastic. We will now be asking, well, let's see, how do we want to do this? Yeah, I mean, so Hall is recusing on, okay, they're leaving. Yeah, we just have to do H because that was what Hall and Raskin were recusing. And then Raskin, you'll come back for 4I. Great. Do we need to hear a staff report or does someone want to move the item?
I'll make a motion to move 4H, is it?
Yep, second. You can give it to Negrete.
Okay. Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall is absent. Councilmember Raskin is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Swick.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zerhinskaya.
Yes.
And Mayor Torosis.
Yes. Great. Maybe Councilmember Raskin can return. Councilmember Raskin? Okay, 4I is authorizing our city manager to enter an agreement with Cummins for overhaul, replacement, and repair of our engines and battery electric propulsion systems for DOT. Great. I will move that item.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zerniskaya.
Yes.
And Mayor Terosis.
Yes. Great. We will now move on to closed session, and I'll ask the clerk to read that.
Tell me when council.
Can Councilman Hall come back? Oh, he's coming.
Okay. For closed session, we have, what time is it? 7:04. Okay. We have closed session items. We have existing litigation. This is the John Doe's. 5B, we have conference with legal counsel. It's existing litigation. And this is the city versus ICSOP. Then we have 5C, another existing litigation, the city of Santa Monica versus Waymo. 5D is another existing litigation, city of Santa Monica EV Holdings LLC versus the city of Santa Monica. Again, we have another one, 5E is existing litigation, and this is Waymo LLC versus the city of Santa Monica. And then finally, we have conference, and this is for real estate. And the property is Santa Monica Air Center, 3021 Airport, 3025 Airport. And the city negotiator is Oliver Chi, the city of Santa Monica city manager. And the persons to negotiate is with Judy Barker. And this is Santa Monica Air Center. And that's your closed session.
And Madam City Attorney, when will we be back?
In 1 hour, consistent with council's agenda management, and to the extent it is not completed, we will hear the remainder of the closed session at the end of the agenda.
Great, so we will be back no earlier than 8:07.
Shh.
Uh-oh. Okay, it's 8:07. We have no city manager, but we're starting anyway. I guess he'll be coming in 1 second. Okay. Madam City Clerk, can you just explain how the public comment is going to happen now for the remaining agenda items, just because there's some confusion about that?
So the remainder of the agenda, so public comment is on the remainder of the regular agenda, and then the 116 item on the special agenda.
So do we need a motion to take those together, or can we just take them all at the same time?
If you want to do a motion, you can, but you call the meeting to order.
Okay.
You called it a combined meeting, so.
Okay. So I would move that we call a combined,
I think it was just confusion with, I had a new staff person training.
no problem.
So.
We're all trying our best. It's already combined. Okay, so we're combining the special meeting and the regular meeting, and we are going to hear public comment on the remaining agenda items, both special meeting and regular meeting.
And I had a question, do we have a report out, or is it going to be at the end?
Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
All items were heard with no reportable action taken. We do not need to reconvene.
We're just so efficient today, everyone. Thank you. Madam City Attorney, I apologize. I did not, and this is officially our full-time permanent city attorney, so we're very proud of her. Yes, not to put you on the spot. Okay, so I'm going to call the first two names. We have Andrew Hoyer, Claire Thomas, Andrew Hoyer again, Cindy Pfeiffer, Luke Kane, David Newberg. And just come up and state your name. You don't have to be in that exact order.
Yes, this,
Do you want to do your two while you're up there?
since I wrote them together and put them in 1 minute, sure. Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer, and I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. I'd love to talk about the realignment plan, but was only informed that it was on the agenda late Thursday night, and I already had plans for the weekend. So why wasn't it on the agenda when it first came out on Tuesday? This seems to be an ongoing trend here where the agenda comes out and then like Friday, everything shows up on it. In regards to the grant program revisions, number one, you all owe Josh Kerpies a sincere apology. Number two, from the first day I got involved with Mid-City Neighbors, our purpose has always been to inform the residents of our territory about what was going on in the city and provide a forum for them to interact with city staff and their elected officials. I've been giving that spiel for 15 years now. I'm not sure who came up with this concept of community building, but that was never in our mission statement. Number three, if you limit us to sending mailers only to our members, you are inferring that you do not want all the residents in our territory to know that our meetings even exist. Is that your intention? If you just added the word community in front of members, that would solve the problem. And my 60 seconds are up. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Yes.
Hi, take two. So Hollywood. Good evening. My name's Claire Thomas. I'm president of the Friends of Sunset Park Neighborhood Organization, but I'm here speaking for myself. And again, I appreciate that Mayor Terosis and council members Hall and Raskin are now aware of the new guidelines for the neighborhood organization grants do not align with the unanimous decision of City Council last September, and that they have issued some clarifications. However, some questions still remain. Neighborhood organizations have been in existence for more than 50 years. The parameters for being recognized by the city included having an annual meeting, having at least 50 members, holding elections, and sending out a yearly newsletter. Help from the city followed with, among other things, the use of Xerox and fax machines here at City Hall. Then the city took on the annual mailing of the newsletters and memberships. This then morphed into offering neighborhood organizations a grant of $7,000 a year. To qualify, there was an application for requesting the funds prior to and proof after that the money was spent as requested. Nowhere was the recognition by the city as an official neighborhood organization tied to receiving grant money. Some of our neighborhood organizations did not apply for the grant money every year, and they were not then denied recognition by the city. Nowhere in the September City Council discussion of the neighborhood organization grants were they tied to city recognition. When did that change? As implied in item 7, only neighborhood organizations who apply for and get the grant will be recognized in Seascape and on the city website. All recognized neighborhood organizations should appear on the city website and in Seascape. We are functioning within the parameters of a 501c4 organization. We are being punished for not asking for funds that currently come with requirements that we do not accept by being denied recognition by the city and removal from future Seascape editions and city website.
Thank you. John C. Smith. That's okay. You just feel free to, Cindy Pfeiffer, yeah, come on down.
Okay. Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Cindy Pfeiffer, Executive Director of the Santa Monica Pier Lessees, businesses that collectively contribute millions of dollars annually to the city through base rent and percentage rent tied directly to our sales, as well as common area maintenance fees that we do pay. Well, we support the city's vision for the activated pier and beach, both with major events and through the entertainment zone. These events create real and measurable hardships for our businesses. Ocean views, a primary reason our customers visit, are being blocked for extended periods by staging structures and equipment. Load in and out operations disrupt daily business access and create safety and operational challenges. Amplified music and speaker systems alter the ambiance our guests expect, and most critically, event attendees are occupying limited parking, often without patronizing pier businesses at all. The result is lost foot traffic, lost sales, and ultimately lost percentage revenue for the city itself. We are asking the council and city staff for one thing: a meaningful seat at the table. From the earliest stages of event planning and the entertainment zone management plan through execution. We are on the ground every day. We understand the rhythms of this pier. That experience is an asset the city should be leveraging, not overlooking. Our goal is not to hinder progress, but to strengthen it in a partnership. By working as a team from the beginning, we can help ensure events are structured in ways that complement existing businesses, protect the customer experience, and safeguard the rental revenue streams the city depends on. We are ready and eager to be that partner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. John C. Smith, my apologies, I called you out of order, but you're still up. You don't need to go next. I'm just saying Luke Kane, David Newberg, and then John C. Smith. John C. Smith, you'll be after that. It doesn't, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Dave Newberg. I will be representing Santa Monica Pier Corporation tonight while Jim Harris is in Chicago handling some Route 66 activities. I will be speaking on item 11C regarding the entertainment zone for events on Santa Monica Pier. Dear Mayor and members of the City Council, at its February 9th, 2026 meeting, the Santa Monica Pier Corporation Board of Directors received a presentation from Santa Monica City staff regarding the city's plans to establish an entertainment zones on the Santa Monica Pier, parking deck, and west end venues as part of special events. The Pier Corporation Board of Directors unanimously voted to support this proposal. In May 2025, the SMPC adopted a resolution regarding efforts to support economic recovery in the Santa Monica community, which included our support for designating the Santa Monica Pier as an entertainment zone pursuant to SB 969, with the geographic extent, hours of operation, and other parameters to be determined in consultation with pier tenants, stakeholders, and the city. We look forward to working with city staff on implementing the entertainment zones during special events in a way that enhances the pier experience for visitors tenants, stakeholders, and the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Luke Kane, then John C. Smith, Denise Barton, Matt Goldenberg, Brad Ewing.
Good to go. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city manager. I want to address the concern I know you have. If we reduce the water mitigation fee, are we setting up a precedent that weakens the city's financial position? The answer is no. In fact, the opposite is true. Right now, Santa Monica is the only city in the Hyperion service area that charges a per-seat water mitigation fee. Los Angeles doesn't, Beverly Hills doesn't, Culver City doesn't. Every other city uses standard capacity fees that are predictable, lower, and not tied to restaurant seating. So the question isn't whether we're lowering a fee. The real question is, why are we the only city charging a fee structure that actively discourages the very businesses we say we want? At your proposed reduced rate of $400 per seat, a small 49-seat restaurant would need to pay nearly $20,000 up front. Then they face rising wastewater rates, plan check fees, health department fees, and months of carrying costs. The cumulative effect is not theoretical. It is stopping operators from choosing Santa Monica. Keeping the fee high does not generate revenue. It prevents projects from happening at all. A fee that blocks investment produces $0. A reasonable fee produces both revenue and activation. This is not about giving anyone a break. This is about aligning our policies with stated goals. More restaurants, more foot traffic, more safety through activation, more long-term revenue for the city. Reducing the water mitigation fee is not a giveaway. It is a correction, bringing Santa Monica back in line with every other city in the region and removing a barrier that has no measurable benefit but very real economic consequences. If we want the promenade to recover, we have to remove the obstacles we created. This is one of the most immediate, high-impact steps that you can take to support small businesses, increase activation, and strengthen the city's long-term fiscal health. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, folks. John Cyrus Smith, Recreation and Parks Commissioner, Wilmot.org board member. I got to tell you, I'm talking about the neighborhood grant program, and this has not been your finest hour. And, you know, and you've kind of, your actions have kind of hurt a lot of people that I count amongst as my friends. And I don't know if it was intentional, but I do know this. It's real easy for a city council to be punitive. I think real leadership sometimes calls for a lighter touch, and that was not used in this respect. You could have simply agreed months ago that any group endorsing candidates cannot get a grant. Then we'd be done. But no, first you tried to kill the program, 49,000. Somehow we resurrected it and got a 4-3 vote to save it. And then you started putting all these new restrictions like banning mailers and postcards. You know, the Wilmot P.O. box fills up with postcards from the city trying to inform residents about what's going on in their neighborhood. Here's one about the green bin compost program. If you guys can spend money sending out postcards to inform residents about issues in the neighborhood, why can't we? So, look, I feel like you have punished all 7 groups for the actions of 1 or 2. Some on the council have insinuated that groups somehow misspent money, even though we submitted accurate, closeout reports for decades. Another person wants us to collect personal information about our groups when he has a blatant conflict of interest. In closing, I just want to say, when you work in news, people tell you things all the time. And I've been asking myself, why does this council want to rush this item to this dais tonight? And I'm trying to figure out the answer. Well, I think I know it, and I don't like the answer. And, I'll be sharing more of it when I have more time in another venue.
Okay, I would just refer to my email on why. Denise Barton, Matt Goldenberg, Brad Ewing, Jerry Rubin.
Good evening. On the realignment plan, I would like to take you back to 2017 when Khalib, who hid in between the time he was booked and played at the Twilight concert series, which resulted in up to 60,000 people attending. With the police chief commenting afterward, I'm concerned this has gone way beyond the capacity of the Santa Monica Police Department, its law enforcement partners, and the EMS partners. Other concerns I have about the parking rates being raised, as you know, this has to go through the Coastal Commission. than on allowing sidewalk dining. You know, when the promenade did this, there were a lot of ADA compliance issues. I also still have a problem with tax dollars going to the city's portion of the wastewater fee, as well as turning retail into restaurants, because the tax dollars could be put to better use, like more police, instead of making taxpayers responsible for conversion and operational business costs that the taxpayers will never see a return from. I agree with bringing all staff back to City Hall and for 3 days as a start, but I question the amount of a year of pay for those who choose to leave the city. I also have to question your housing first model due to it previously being found not to work well for the homeless and mentally ill. If you're putting the police on the Metro platform, isn't that taking officers away from the community? Also, isn't the promenade supposed to have 14 officers? Then how could I not mention how financially irresponsible to leave the city with a negative balance for 2 years? And finally, if the residents wanted your emergency overdevelopment to be permanent, don't you think the residents would say so? Aren't you supposed to be representing the residents? Because that's not what the majority of us want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldenberg.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Matt Goldenberg, co-chair of NOMA, speaking on item 11C, the Montana Entertainment Zone. We're not speaking in favor or against, but we are urging thoughtfulness and community engagement on that item. NOMA sent a letter today flagging some concerns about the proposed zone's expansion on Montana from 6th Street to 17th Street, particularly because Roosevelt Elementary School sits directly within this footprint. As written, the staff report appears to authorize open containers of alcohol 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. NOMA would like to be included in these discussions if possible going forward for those kinds of reasons. I want to acknowledge I spoke with City Manager Oliver Chi this afternoon, and NOMA is grateful to hear his clarification that the zone is intended to be an event-based rather than permanent full-time authorization, and we're encouraged that staff is actively working to address some of these concerns. That said, I want to share the concerns briefly so they're on the record with you as the full council. First, we urge any activations maintain a meaningful buffer around Roosevelt Elementary School, given that its playground serves as one of the only green and open spaces for families in our part of our city. Second, we ask that the management plan address additional police presence along the corridor and measures to prevent impaired individuals from driving out and otherwise negatively impacting our residential streets to the north and south of Montana Avenue. NOMA is grateful for your focus on public safety and neighborhood safety, and we look forward to continuing the conversation with you going forward. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Brad Ewing, Jerry Rubin, Robert Price, Carol Lemline.
Good evening, Mayor Trosa, City Council. My name is Brad Ewing, co-chair of Santa Monica Forward, here to speak in support of the realignment plan. Very pleased to see the initial results, particularly around safety, that were in the initial staff report. It is a delight to see more than a doubling in traffic citations. As someone whose primary way of getting around Santa Monica is on foot, I feel that very deeply in my heart and on my feet. So thank you for that. And I want to emphasize that, to not lose sight of of improving mobility along with the realignment plan, because I think the one thing that's flagging that's been flagging the report of the realignment is we're still lagging a bit on the economic recovery. And I think that places that are safe streets, that are safe to walk around in, to kind of spend some time in, are naturally more appealing to residents and to people who want to visit our city. So we talked about it a little bit in our letter that we submitted earlier, but I would strongly support the appointment of a Vision Zero czar within the city manager's office who could kind of work across departments and ensure that that remains a priority as the realignment plan progresses. And then just in my personal capacity, I really want to see an extension of the entertainment zone. I live along Montana Avenue. Please bring it to Montana Avenue. Please bring it to Main Street. Bring it to more blocks within downtown Santa Monica. The free concerts have been an absolute pleasure. I've run into friends and neighbors at them. Councilmember Hall, we ran into each other at the most recent one. And it is bringing people back to Santa Monica. I see people of all ages. I see families enjoying what our city has to offer. And I think we can continue to do so much more. So thank you very much, and keep it going.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, and can I speak on the Landmark Commission appointment?
You may.
And the Denim Run, real brief.
Yeah.
First of all, I can't think of any person in the city who would be more qualified to serve on our Landmark Commission than Carol Lemline, who honorably headed up our wonderful Santa Monica Conservancy for so long. And she's willing to put in the time. I hope that you appoint her. Now, as far as the denim run in April, I know Lawrence Cohen for years. If you haven't met him, he's one of the best organizers of good causes anywhere. And this is such a good cause. And I just want to say thank you to you personally, Mayor Terosas, and you personally, Councilmember Zenitskaya, for putting this on the agenda and contributing to this good cause. And I hope the city will help publicize it. It should be a really wonderful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Price, Carol Lemline, Joe DeRosa, Sean Besser.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Robert Price, and I'm here tonight to speak in further support of my application to the Santa Monica Landmarks Commission. Although I'm not an architect, a local historian, an architectural historian, and I don't have a real estate license, I am, however, a resident of Santa Monica and one that cares deeply about architecture, art history, our built environment, and I have also been a practicing art conservator for the past 10 years. I'm currently working at the J. Paul Getty Museum, and before that I worked for many years at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. As a resident of Santa Monica living on 16th Street and before on 20th Street, I truly love my neighborhood, and I enjoy taking long walks to enjoy the streets and buildings. I love the way that craftsmen's Spanish revivals, mid-century modern buildings all mix to create a unique landscape that we call home. As a conservator, I've been trained in the principles that guide decision-making for both movable and immovable heritage. And I'm a member of both the American Alliance for Museums and the American Institute of Conservation. Because of my training, I'm keenly aware of conservation and preservation ethics and strongly believe in the goal of the Landmarks Commission to safeguard the city's historic, aesthetic, and cultural heritage and promote the use of landmarks and historic districts for the education, pleasure, and welfare of the people. With the rapid changes taking place in the city, the country, and the world, this mission has never been more important. And although I strongly believe in the need to preserve the connections to our shared past, I also believe that there's a balance that can be achieved in between this goal and the needs of cities and neighborhoods to change and develop. And for these reasons, I believe I would make a good addition to the Landmarks Commission, and thank the council for the time to speak.
Thank you.
Mayor Terosas and commissioners, as an applicant for the Landmarks Commission, there seem to be a number of us here tonight, I'd like to bring your attention to my longstanding involvement in city land use policy development, going back to the land use and circulation element, and also in the specific of local and national historic and cultural preservation policies as they have evolved significantly in recent years. I have worked with local owners, architects, and developers to enlarge the housing supply by combining new construction with locally significant structures. And finally, I am a longstanding member of the California Preservation Foundation and the National Trust for Historic Preservation. This predates many of you, but we brought the California Preservation Conference to Santa Monica in 2011 and had one of the highest attendance rates in recent years for the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe DeRosa.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. My name is Joe DeRosa, and I'm here to speak for my candidacy for the Landmarks Commission. I'm a licensed real estate agent. Sorry, 1 second here. I'm a licensed real estate agent. I've been previously licensed in Pennsylvania and New York. I also hold an NMLS license for mortgages in California. Many of you know me from a couple of my proposals, namely for the Sears building, which is a landmarked and adaptive reuse into Los Angeles Artist Series. I've also proposed one for the Dogtown Coffee building, another adaptive reuse, turning it into a museum and a skate shop and a restaurant on the roof to try and do events and birthday parties and stuff like that, and to keep the heritage as a surf and skate shop. If elected to the Landmarks Commission, I believe I can preserve the heritage of Santa Monica while helping potential adaptive reuse into locations that will increase local and international tourism. I'm also a professional Wikipedia editor. I've worked on the nav bar for Santa Monica, so I'm familiar with almost all the landmarks. I've done a number of the pages to try and increase travel and tourism here for people who come visiting the city for events like the World Cup and the Olympics. If elected, thank you, Mayor and Council members, for your consideration for the candidacy for Landmarks Commission. My name is Joe DeRosa. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Besser, as you're coming up, John Prindle, Robbie Lear, Hunter Hall, Jonathan Foster.
I think you can remove Robbie from the list.
Okay, we can remove Robbie Lear.
Hello again. Sean Besser here, and I'm speaking to item 11C, the entertainment zone expansion. I am a vice chair of DTSM board and the OPA executive board. I am here tonight to share strong support by both organizations of the expansion of the entertainment zone, both in downtown Santa Monica and its extension into Ocean Park. I am, as someone that's deeply invested in the community, in the economic health and vibrancy of our neighborhoods, I've seen firsthand how pilot program downtown has successfully breathed new life into the promenade. By allowing patrons to enjoy a beverage while enjoying the vibe we are curating, we aren't just permitting alcohol. We are creating a cohesive, walkable experience that encourages people to linger, explore, and support multiple local vendors and experiences in one evening. The DTSM board is supportive of having another tool in our tool belt to continue to reinvigorate the area that defines our great city. We have a number of new businesses opening and signature events on the horizon, such as the World Cup and Beachcella. And it would be valuable to be able to utilize the expanded EZ rules to showcase how DTSM is undergoing a renaissance. However, the benefits of this opportunity shouldn't be restricted to DTSM. Ocean Park is a unique and historic corridor with its own incredible mix of independent businesses that deserve the same opportunity. We are home to many of the city's signature events, including the 4th of July parade, summer solstice, and Day of the Dog. And extending the zone to Ocean Park will help take these events to the next level while also supporting small local businesses, enhancing community vibrancy, and drive revenue. Let's build on the success of the downtown pilot and ensure both these faces of our city have the tools they need to thrive. I urge you to vote in favor of both of these expansions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Prindle.
So I'm here to ask that you vote yes on item 11, especially part 6. We in Ocean Park are looking forward to a future as part of the EZ zone and joining with downtown LA and the pier to help drive lingering visitors to Santa Monica. Your yes vote will also give OPA, which I'm here on behalf of OPA today, a chance to self-fund and help us drive a sense of wellness with our residents. We look forward to closing Main Street again. After all, the safest street is a street with no cars. But to the 7 council members, I say this. Santa Monica's future necessitates thinking beyond the neighborhood boundaries we inherited from the redlining era. When you think of Santa Monica's economic rebirth, I ask you to think of downtown, Main Street, the beaches, and the pier as part of the same ecosystem. These areas are tied together by 5-minute walks, and it's already how visitors see our city. I also, on a different note, would like to support Mr. Cohn for the Landmarks Commission. So thank you.
Thank you. So Robbie Lear's not here, Hunter Hall, and then Jonathan Foster. I would also just say Lawrence Cohen, Bob Adams, and Joseph Cohen May are next.
Good evening, Council. I did not prepare anything. I'm winging it as usual. I am just here to express another layer of positivity for the entertainment zones. Obviously, we want them on Main Street. I don't think there's been anything since the Alfresco program that we launched when COVID hit that has had pretty universal support in the business community. We are committed to working with OPA to making sure that it's done safely and responsibly, just like our closed street events are now. And we look forward to proving that this can be done well and that it can be done in a way that will benefit everyone citywide, because I agree with what John just said. It should be an entire citywide thing. That's it. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. Jonathan Foster?
Hello, council. Everybody knows I'm not in for this. They don't want discussion, by the way. They just want to do whatever they want to do. So it was Ocean to 4th, Montana 6th to 7th in the Pier. So this is why I'm not in the music business, because I don't want to play for people that drink and smoke cigarettes and pot and vape and I'm snorting coke and LSD. I don't want to be I don't want to play for those people. And you all have me playing for drunks now. You people are in danger. Very good. Very good. Isaiah 5:11-12. Woe to those who rise early in the morning to pursue strong drink, like 8 in the morning, right? Who linger into the evening to be inflamed by wine. Yeah, woe to those. Habakkuk 2:15. Declare woe on those who make neighbors drunk to exploit them. And it has an emphasis on accountability of the leaders. See, God will not be mocked. And he pre-knew there was going to be a sexual assault in Santa Monica and you were going to pay. And Santa Monica is going to keep paying. As long as you do this, you make people pay. Stay away from me, by the way. I already told you that. Promotion of what didn't get us here, right? Goodness that existed in Santa Monica is gone in this program. The reason Santa Monica used to be great is because it got here sober. Santa Monica became great because it wasn't promoting public intoxication. You have no right to do this to me. And Santa Monica is going to keep paying. You are going to pay. You are never going to pay the bill here. You might pay one bill and you're going to get another bill. It's going to keep adding up. You are never going to pay this off doing this. This place is going to go down into the dirt. You think it's funny. I'm not stupid.
We have Lawrence Cohen, then Bob Adams. Lawrence Cohen, Bob Adams, Joseph Cohen May. If you're, I don't know. It's okay if it's not in order, but.
Before I start, I have a question because I was told I may have up to 4 minutes. Is that possible?
How many items are you talking on?
Edgar said I had up to 4 minutes, so I just want to clarify how much time I have before I jump on board.
How many items are you speaking? You have 2 minutes for each item, up to 6 minutes.
Okay, I have 2 minutes? Yes. Then, thank you. When I first spoke to you a couple of months ago, I could not believe I'd be standing here when world events have made our event more relevant. When Dolores Huerta commented on why she stayed silent for 60 years, it's because of shame and stigma. Our event is about taking the shame and stigma out of this, celebrating people's resilience, their courage, helping them to find their voice. We have at the start line Epstein survivors. We have Weinstein survivors. We have high-profile honorary people that are taking the chance to have a voice now. So my request, well, first I'm very grateful to stay, for you giving me reason to stay up past my bedtime and speak with you. And I know you're considering some funding for our event, and I absolutely in my heart am deeply, deeply grateful for it. Our event's going to be spectacular. It's going to be the first of its kind. April 1st is the beginning of Sexual Assault Awareness Month. April 12th is our event, and I'm here to tell you it's going to be a flagship event. It's not one and done. We're going to come back. It'll get bigger, and with your support, I can't tell you how grateful I am. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jerry wants me to do this. I'm sorry, I'll be there.
Okay. Other way. It's upside down.
My arms don't go that high this late.
Isn't it upside down? Am I hallucinating? Oh, just kidding. It looks upside
Take
down.
good care of everybody.
Okay, just kidding. Don't listen to me. Bob Adams, Joseph Cohen, May, Nina Fresco, Elizabeth Vandenberg.
Hello?
Bob Adams is signed up twice, by the way. And Bob Adams was supposed to go first, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm speaking on 16B. My name is Joseph May, better known as Joe Cohen. I'm asking you to consider my application to the Landmarks Commission. As all of you probably know, I'm a housing nerd. I didn't see Dave or Paul in this room, so I probably know more about California housing development laws than anyone else here. But I am not, however, a historic preservation nerd. My love for historic preservation is something that's much more casual and personal. I simply love old buildings, and I think preserving them enhances our quality of life and makes Santa Monica a more beautiful and vibrant city. Despite not having the formal background in preservation, however, I believe my expertise in land use will make it easy to learn and quickly get to speed for I would need to be an effective member of the commission. I also, because my background in housing and my activism space, want to make it abundantly clear that not applying to be some sort of Trojan horse to oppose any preservation is something I legitimately care deeply about. And I believe there are plenty of places in the cities to build housing that doesn't require demolishing landmarks or doing anything that would hurt preservation. I want to end this with just some fun facts related about myself. My favorite modernist architect is Irving Gill. I've lived in 2 different buildings designed by John Parkinson, one in college, then one a couple years ago in downtown LA. When I lived in Wisconsin, I owned a house built in 1905. And as much as I love the building we're in now, my favorite Southern California City Hall and Council Chambers architecturally is Culver City's, which I think is one of the finest examples of postmodern civic architecture in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Bob Adams.
My apologies, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Bob Adams. I'm speaking on behalf of the city's management team, ASME Local 4819, and speaking on item 11C. Now, we appreciate the work that has gone into the realignment plan and the city's efforts to stabilize operations and improve service delivery. We also support the citywide class and compensation study and concur it is a critical step going forward. However, we have significant concerns about moving forward with the proposed equity compensation and benefit adjustments in attachments K, L prior to the completion of the study. As currently proposed, the adjustments provide new and enhanced benefits, including cost of living increases, full paid medical longevity pay, educational incentives, and expanded executive compensation to selected groups, while other bargaining groups receive no comparable considerations. This creates the perception of inequity across the organization at a time when the city is emphasizing shared values and the unity as one SAMO. We are also hearing concerns from members of broader aspects of these proposals that include long-term fiscal sustainability and also operational impacts, especially in departments that require minimum staffing levels and to maintain public safety and essential services. Additionally, we welcome, although welcomed by some, proposals such as expanded leaves incentives may unintentionally increase work pressures, contribute to staffing instability, and result in loss of institutional knowledge at a critical time for the city. Equity cannot mean improving compensation for some groups while leaving others behind. We respectfully request a pause in implementation of the compensation-related changes and instead align them with the class and comp study. This would allow a more comprehensive, equitable, and fiscally responsible approach.
Thank you. Nina Fresco, Elizabeth Vandenberg, Tara Baraskis. Bob Adams is here again, but he just spoke.
I want to say that you are so lucky because Carol Lemline now wants to serve the city of Santa Monica as a landmarks commissioner, and you could not do better. Carol has she has expertise in every aspect of historic preservation, from understanding the laws. She's read every report ever on city landmarks. She knows the history because of her deep involvement for so many years. There's a seat out there that is imprinted with her because she's been at every Landmarks Commission meeting for about 20 years. She really, nobody knows this business like Carol. And it's not an accident. I've recently inherited a lot of her role, which I will never live up to, at the Santa Monica Conservancy. And in that process, I've been going through our files. And the biggest part of our database is all of the reports and studies and conference notes that she attended over the last 20 years to learn more about preservation on the local, state, and national level. You just can't match her, and you'd be nuts not to appoint her. So please do. Thank you.
Great. Elizabeth Vandenberg.
Can I speak to two items at this point?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Council members, Elizabeth Vandenberg, Wilmont Chair. I'm speaking on the city grant. There has been an implication that neighborhood organizations have improperly used city funds and therefore require additional oversight. This implication is incorrect. Wilmont submits a final report every year, as do all neighborhood organizations, and these expenditures are audited by the city. Our bylaws are publicly posted, and we elect our board every 2 years. City funds are used exclusively for advocacy, education, outreach. Wilmont also collects membership dues in addition to the city grant. Accountability already exists. It is transparent and available to the public. Now to the policy. First, the March 23rd, 2026 motion guidance that I received yesterday via email from our mayor, Section 3B, states the use of funds for communications, including mailers to inform members about meetings, events, and programming is permissible. Mailers should be allowed to be sent to all residents, not just members. Neighborhood organizations play an active role in the civic life, and we cannot expand participation if we are limited to people already on our lists. But also the city has decided to allocate funds by residents. For example, Wilmont has 12,707 residences. OPA has 8,035 residences. Why do we allocate the money by residents unless we can send to all the residents, members or not? If you are not allowing mailers to residents that I would recommend, then I would recommend that you change the formula back to a standard 7,000 across the 7 neighborhoods. Second, again, the March 23rd motion guidance, Section 3E, states any requests for demographic information for participating organizations or their members are strictly voluntary. We are a voluntary organization. Our members join voluntarily, and our board serves voluntarily. We want to volunteer to not collect demographic data. Would anyone on this dais provide their age and income to a neighborhood group? Thank you. I'd like to move on to the realignment plan. I want to focus on 2 issues, accountability and transparency. The realignment plan makes major commitments, new spending, new staffing, new revenue assumptions, even hopefully cost reductions and significant policy changes. And it promises big outcomes, safer neighborhoods, economic recovery, and a balanced budget by 2027. But here's the problem. There's no required reporting. No public dashboard, no defined metrics, no timeline for updates, no requirement to show whether the plan is actually working. So we're being asked to approve a game plan without any way to track the score. That's not good government. If this plan is going to move forward, it should include quarterly public reporting, clear performance metrics, and actual versus projected financial tracking. Because without that, there's no accountability, no way for the public or this council to know if these decisions are delivering results. If this is truly a realignment, then we need transparency to match it. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay tuned for the presentation. Tara Baraskis, that's it. That's all we got.
Good evening, Mayor Terosis and members of the City Council. My name is Tara Baraskis. I'm the Executive Director of Community Corp of Santa Monica. I'm here today regarding the recommended item to study creating a nonprofit entity to build and operate affordable housing. We're here to offer our organization as a thought leader, a source of experience and expertise to support you in this effort, and a continuing partner in housing production. We've spent more than 4 decades building affordable housing in Santa Monica. During this time, we've built over 2,000 affordable homes in over 95 buildings in the city, and we've gained long experience and insights into the opportunities and challenges related to producing affordable housing. Community Corp has been a committed partner of the cities and has helped with innovations such as the first zero net energy building retrofit at 1616 Ocean, as well as the first modular affordable housing building, Berkeley Station, which will be cutting the ribbon on Friday. We believe that the city, by working together with community-based nonprofits, can expand its offering of services to its residents. We hope the city sees value in that the long-standing nonprofits such as ourselves provide, and we hope we can be a resource and partner of the cities for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, that concludes our comments on these items. We will now ask the clerk to call the roll for 11A.
Okay, this is a special meeting. Sorry. This is a special meeting of the Redevelopment Successor Agency. When I call your name, please respond. Agency Member Negrete.
Here.
Agency Member Hall.
Present.
Agency Member Raskin.
Here.
Agency Member Snell.
Here.
Agency Member Zarnaskaya.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Zwick.
Here.
And Chair Terosis.
Here.
Okay, the first item is approval of minutes of the Redevelopment Successor Agency. This is 11A. And I just want to note that staff has pulled the February 11th minutes. So you will just be voting on approving the January 13, 2026 minutes.
I move that we approve the minutes.
Second.
Okay. Agency Member Negrete.
Yes.
Agency Member Hall.
Yes.
Agency Member Raskin.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Zwick.
Yes.
Agency Member Snell.
Yes.
Agency Member Zarnaskaya.
Yes.
And Chair Terosis.
Yes.
Passes. Next, we have adoption resolution approving the form, a preliminary official statement, and continuing disclosure certificate for tax allocation, refunding bonds 2026.
And I think our finance director will give us a staff report. Great.
So good evening, Council, Mayor. So tonight we're asking you to approve the preliminary official statement and continuing disclosure certificate for the 2026 tax allocation refunding bonds. We're also seeking your authorization of related actions needed to move towards pricing and sale of the bonds. This is the final approval required by the successor agency before we go to market with the bonds and price the transaction. By way of background, on January 13, 2026, the successor agency authorized us to issue and sell the 2026 bonds for refunding prior year bonds, 2006, 2011 tax allocation bonds. This transaction will reduce long-term debt service for us and increase our property taxes as well as other taxing agencies. The savings to the city is about, or the additional revenue, it's about $117,000. That's $11,000 more than when we came to you in January. And so we're seeking your approval for this. The POS serves as an offering document for investors that must be deemed to contain all material information required under SCE rule. And the continuing disclosure certificate outlines the successor agency's ongoing reporting obligations after the bonds are issued. The next step here is if you approve the documents, then we'll continue and take them to market for pricing. That's my report.
Councilor Zarnaskaya.
Thank you. I just had a quick question, and I'm not sure if you would know the answer to this, but it looks like for the 2006 and 2011 bonds, the coupon rate is between 4.5% for some of them up to 5.8725%. I was wondering, do you have an idea based on maybe the current interest rates, what the 2026 bond interest rates might be or the coupon rate?
Yes, we can get that for you.
I probably had way too much fun on the municipal bond lookup site.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Sarah Brown. I'm with the firm Stifel Nicholas. We're the municipal bond underwriter for the transaction. You ask a really good question. Obviously, the market has experienced a little bit of volatility and sell-off given the outbreak of hostilities in Iran. So these are still a moving target, but right now we're anticipating a borrowing cost of around 3.5%.
That's great.
Wow, that's incredible. So that's at least 1% below some of our bonds and more than 2% below others.
That's right. That what I provided to you is sort of the average borrowing cost, weighted average borrowing cost for the anticipated bond sale.
And I assume would these be issued kind of different tranches, and so they might potentially have slightly different coupon rates?
Yep, that's exactly right. We serialize them out a yield curve to try to we offer the bonds to different types of investors and maintain a debt service profile that is proportional to the existing debt service.
Okay, great. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do I want to entertain a motion?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
Great.
Agency member Zerneskaya,
Yes.
agency member Snell,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Swick,
Yes.
agency member Raskin,
Yes.
agency member Hall,
Yes.
agency member Negrete,
Yes.
and Chair Terosis.
Yes.
That passes.
Great. So it sounds like we're moving to the main event here.
So now we are adjourning the special meeting. Okay, next we're moving on to the Santa Monica Realignment Plan update.
I believe the city manager is starting us off.
Sorry, a couple of us have some recusals that we need to discuss, and then I have a motion.
Great.
So for the public, I will be recusing myself from participation in recommended action number 21 related to community outreach for a housing first system of care because at this time, the item contemplates relocation of shelter capacity away from San Michelle to outside of the city's downtown. My residence, which I rent, is in the downtown, located within 1,000 feet of San Michelle, and may be affected by the relocation of shelter capacity away from the site. To confirm, I sought formal advice from the Fair Political Practices Commission, or FPPC, on my participation, and they determined that recusal is required.
And Councilmember Negrete? No. I'm sorry. You had your mic on. Okay, Councilmember Zwei.
I'll just add as well that I'll be recusing myself from item 22 on the very long item that we're about to take up because of my employment and its relation to the production of housing.
So, Mayor, I move to divide the question to hear recommended actions number 21 and number 22 individually to facilitate mine and Mayor Pro Tem Swick's recusals.
Yes, no problem. We will make that motion when we get there.
We'll be structuring the conversation in a way to facilitate both of the recusals.
So, okay, so just city attorney, are we actually asking that they walk out of the room when we have any discussion
Yes.
about that? Okay.
So in order to facilitate these recusals, the way that you will hear this item this evening is the city manager will walk you through recommended actions. He will do an oral staff report, recommended actions items 1 through 20.
Got it.
You will conduct, you can ask questions, conduct the discussion and take action on those items. And then for item 21, Councilmember Hall will leave the room. For item 22, Councilmember Hall will return, and Mayor Pro Tem Zwick will leave the room.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Appreciate that. Now, are we ready to proceed? Phenomenal.
I believe so.
Are we doing the division of the question now?
Do we need to vote on that?
I think you can do it by voice vote, but it's probably cleaner just to vote on that, just to make clear that procedurally that's how you're proceeding.
Okay, so I will move
We need a
that
second.
we consider items 1 through 20 on the recommended actions and then bifurcate 21 and 22 separately and have the staff report as such.
I'll second that.
Great. All those in favor, voice vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? No, great, let's proceed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The staff and I are delighted to be able to present a proposed update to the realignment plan, what we are hoping to review tonight. Hey, look at that, it works. What we're hoping to review tonight with the council first is what have we been working on at the staff level the last several months since the approval of the realignment plan last October. We are wanting to provide an update of our 2025 public safety related results. In addition, provide some context for what public safety related results have looked like here in the new year, the first quarter of 26. I'm going to provide a budget update also for the council, and also review, the council recalls there was a prior action directing staff to put together a realignment plan scorecard that we've been working on and is getting ready to launch. All of that then will cycle into a conversation the executive team and I have been having since January of this year. Once a quarter, the executive team and I, we get off site. We take a look at what have we done the last quarter, where have we done great, where do we need to improve, what's most important for us to be focusing on moving ahead, and really wanting to provide the council with insight into this idea of how do we operationalize everything that we've been working on as a project at this moment. A series of recommended adjustments are proposed, and then ultimately want to have a discussion with the council on the pathway forward for Santa Monica. First, accomplishments. The staff deserves so much credit. Over the past 6 months, we have been jamming on the 5 strategic priorities the council adopted as part of the realignment plan. If you recall, back in October of 2025, council strategically deployed $60 million of reserves that had previously been allocated. At that point in time, we were thinking about spacing out the use of those reserves over a 5-year period, crossing our fingers and hoping that the economy was going to recover. Instead, the council back in October identified a series of 5 key strategic priorities related to achieving safe neighborhoods and clean streets, activating economic opportunity and growth, pushing forward on affordable, livable, and secure housing for all, and importantly, creating organizational capacity by making sure we built a healthier organization moving forward. So how have we been doing? Where are we at? A couple of key results at a glance. As we wrapped up the last half of 2025, moved into 26, you'll hear from Chief Jacobs here in a little bit about where we're at from a public safety perspective. Obviously, council's top priorities, how do we create safety, cleanliness in town? We've seen a 12.5% decrease in Part 1 crimes year over year when you look at what happened in 2025. There's a lot of discussion last year about what is the city attorney's office doing to support those public safety efforts as it relates to filing on fileable cases. That filing rate was somewhere around 65 to 70% pre-realignment plan. Since that point in time, we've hit nearly an 80% filing rate. So much so that the courts have complained to Heidi that we are clogging up their court system with the number of cases that we're filing at this point. Our team in community development has been acutely aware of the need to jam on plan check and plan check turnaround times. Our first round building plan check times had increased over 40% year over year. By December of this year, we were hitting on-time plan check turnarounds on first-round plan checks, 92.5% of the time. Under Chief Jacobs' leadership, we have full staffing in the PD for the first time in over 2 decades. Other things and elements related to the realignment plan, library branches are open. We've been doing all of our maintenance that we've deferred for so long, over 600 trees pruned in downtown. A bunch of capital work now engaged downtown, a lot of new landscaping planted, debris removed from City Hall and across the city. And importantly, too, if you walk up, you'll see the City Hall fountain is now fully repaired and operating. A little bit more detail about the things that we have been working on across each of the 5 areas identified in the original realignment plan. From a clean streets, urban forestry, and streetscape perspective, All of the major trees along 2nd and 4th Street have been pruned. We're currently working on the pruning trees on 5th Street, 603 trees downtown pruned to date. We've planted 37 new large specimen trees across the downtown core. 20% of the tree wells downtown have been regraded. That's over 400 tree wells complete to this point in town. 7,000 square feet of sidewalks have been repaired downtown. Over 300 native plants planted at key gateway locations. 8 major intersections where crosswalk repainting has happened. We are absolutely moving forward on streetscape and urban forestry related enhancements. From a civic identity and maintenance perspective to really restore the way our public spaces look and feel, the City Hall fountain is now fully repaired and operational. Massive kudos to our public works team. Our host team has picked up in 2025 436 tons of debris. That's a 72% increase year over year when you look at what we did in 2024. We've also activated an agreement with Caltrans to clean right-of-way along the freeway. Over 5 tons of debris have been collected at freeway transition locations. My son is especially excited. We're getting new trash cans deployed. I'm not sure why he's so fascinated with the new trash cans, but we've been testing new trash cans since February. You'll see new trash can modernization happening all across the downtown core. We've also completed repairs to beach restrooms 16 and 17 as identified in the plan. On the economic and community progress front, massive kudos to our library team. All of our library branches are now open for service at least 3 days a week for the first time since before COVID. Plan checks are increasing efficiency in our turnaround time. 92.5% of plan checks have been completed on time in December. That's a 40% improvement that we achieved over a 4-month period. The entertainment zone was launched on the Promenade, the first in Southern California. In April, we'll be bringing a series of new license agreements, including the Golden Voice Music Festival, which is planned for a really spectacular event this September. We also, with the council's support, reduced all of our outdoor dining fees. We've got 59 restaurants now participating in the program, and we're continuing to attract and retain operators. A ton of work on organizational capacity and housing-related efforts. Vacant property ordinance was adopted. Our community development code enforcement team is moving forward. We've identified 170 vacant properties, 30 to 40 of which are in serious disrepair, which we're currently addressing. Council adopted the rent registry ordinance, so we have the authority now to start registering our roughly 15,000 non-rent controlled units in town. The realignment plan update tonight contemplates activating the ordinance provisions that the council has adopted. Been able to expand our code enforcement staff. We launched our ambulance operator program in February. Our second APU unit was deployed within the last few months. And right now our public works downtown team is deployed for 7-day-a-week maintenance coverage. All of those represent hours of work and dedication and commitment by our team. Kudos to everyone on the staff for the efforts to really try to advance the council's objective to bring Santa Monica back, restore the luster of this spectacular community. We all know, though, that without foundational safety-related considerations addressed, the recovery of our city, the economic recovery, the revitalization of our city will really be challenged. The 2025 year-end results, again, there is no metric in public safety that we track that hasn't shown substantial improvements. Part 1 crime is down significantly, even against a backdrop where calls for service are decreasing. That means increased proactive patrols. Total arrests are up 23%. Traffic citations year over year are up over 102%. It's just been a spectacular environment that our men and women in the Santa Monica Police Department have been engaged in to really bring back safety here in our community. At this point, I'd like to ask our spectacular police chief, Chief Jacob, to come on up to the mic. We have a video that we want to play for everybody. that outlines some of the public safety gains that we've seen, a message from the chief, and then the chief will get into all of these details and the statistics for 2025, the first part of 26, with more granularity. With that, we can play the video.
Okay.
Start the video.
Stat video.
I'm asking for a few minutes of your time because when we talk about public safety, numbers matter, but people matter more. Here's what the data shows. Every crime category in Santa Monica is down, and that's important, but it's not the whole story. Behind every data point is a person, someone whose life was impacted, someone who was a victim. And we know this, the fear of crime matters. Feeling unsafe changes how people live and where they go and how they experience the city. So today, we're showing you the work behind the numbers, what enforcement looks like, what accountability looks like, and what it takes every day to keep Santa Monica safe. I want you to hear directly from the men and women who made this progress possible. And then we're going to see where we're headed next.
My name is Lance Lewis, an investigator with the Santa Monica Police Department's Traffic Enforcement Unit. When most people think about traffic enforcement, they think about tickets. But traffic safety is broader than enforcement. It is about presence, prevention, and accountability. The City of Santa Monica and your police department continue implementing the Realignment Plan and the Chief's priorities of crime reduction, traffic safety, homelessness response, and community and youth engagement. Over the past year, we investigated approximately 1,691 traffic collisions, conducted over 400 DUI investigations, accounting for 190 DUI arrests, and issued 5,723 traffic citations. These efforts are not about volume. They are about visibility, accountability, and reducing preventable harm. One investigation this year underscored the importance of that work. On October 24th, 2025, a fatal hit and run occurred in the 1300 block of Wilshire Boulevard that resulted in the deaths of 2 pedestrians and seriously injured 2 others. Despite deliberate efforts by the suspect to avoid detection, investigators conducted a detailed and coordinated investigation, wrote and served multiple search warrants, analyzed electronic records, and ultimately identified the responsible driver who fled to Chicago, Illinois.
Through coordinated efforts and the assistance of our law enforcement partners in the Midwest, Santa Monica police detectives tracked Kursky to Chicago, Illinois. With the cooperation of Chicago Police Department, he was taken into custody at or near a transit center as he appeared to be attempting to flee further. Kursky has since been extradited from Illinois and is currently in the custody of the Santa Monica Police Department.
That case reflects our responsibility as a department to investigate thoroughly, act deliberately, and remain accountable to the community we serve. Through enforcement, investigation, and presence, the Traffic Enforcement Unit remains committed to safer streets throughout Santa Monica. I want to now introduce Detective Isaac Reyes of the Criminal Investigation Division to talk about crime.
My name is Isaac Reyes, a detective with our Criminal Investigations Division. When we present crime statistics, it's important to remember that behind every number is a real incident that impacted our community. This year, crime across all major categories in Santa Monica is down, such as burglary, robbery, aggravated assaults, and homicides. While that progress reflects focused enforcement, proactive deployment, and strong investigative work, even a single act of violence requires immediate and decisive action. One case from this past year illustrates that reality. On Sunday, June 22nd, 2025, at approximately 11:30 p.m., Santa Monica police officers responded to a shooting in downtown Santa Monica involving 2 juvenile victims. Santa Monica police detectives immediately launched a comprehensive investigation, reviewing surveillance footage and collecting witness statements. Less than 2.5 days later, while conducting follow-up investigation, I recognized an individual matching the suspect's description near Ocean and Colorado. The armed suspect fled on foot, and during a brief pursuit, he ambushed the officer and fired multiple rounds, striking him. The officer sustained serious but non-life-threatening injuries and was transported to a local hospital. Approximately 4:20 p.m., officers received a tip from a community member and located the suspect near Palisades Park, and the firearm used in the shooting was recovered. The suspect has been charged with 3 counts of attempted murder, along with additional firearm-related charges. He remains in custody, pending prosecution. The Santa Monica Police Department continues to actively combat crime through focused enforcement, strategic deployment, and strong investigative work. These strategies are implemented to ensure that the residents, business owners, and visitors feel safe and confident in Santa Monica. I now want to introduce Officer Chad Madrid with the Homeless Liaison Program to talk about our department's efforts with our homeless population.
My name is Officer Chad Madrid, and I'm a member of the Homeless Liaison Program with the Santa Monica Police Department. At the core of our work is public safety, accountability, and access to shared public spaces. Homelessness within itself is not a crime, and every individual is treated with dignity and respect. At the same time, disorder and unlawful behavior will not be tolerated. By the numbers, over the past year, the Santa Monica Police Department responded to 124,848 total radio calls, including 1,101 encampment-related calls, with 26% of calls related to homelessness overall. Of the 3,446 total arrests, approximately 72% were homeless-related. These numbers matter, but they also tell us something important. We cannot arrest our way out of homelessness. That's why enforcement is only one part of our approach. The Homeless Liaison Program works hand in hand with city departments, regional partners, outreach teams, medical professionals, and mental health providers to deliver long-term solutions for individuals who qualify and are willing to accept help. An example of this multifaceted approach are community livability operations. These are not one-time events, but an ongoing, unified enforcement strategy to address chronic problem areas. During one of these operations, more than 80 city and regional personnel were deployed. Officers made 22 arrests, issued 16 municipal code citations, conducted 12 drug recognition expert evaluations, and coordinated the removal of 14 truckloads of debris, totaling over 13 tons. Under the leadership of Chief Jacob, addressing quality of life issues is not the responsibility of one unit alone. Every officer is expected to take ownership and address these concerns consistently and in a timely manner. As a result, when comparing 2024 to 2025, we've seen a significant increase in self-initiated activity and arrests, reflecting a department-wide commitment to proactive enforcement and accountability. Now I want you to hear from Neighborhood Resource Officer Isabel Pardo, who will talk about another pillar of Chief Jacob's priorities, community and youth engagement.
My name is Isabel Pardo, a Neighborhood Resource Officer with our Community Engagement Team. When people think about policing, they often think about response. But lasting public safety is built long before and long after a call for service through trust, visibility, and follow-through. In 2025, the Santa Monica Police Department focused on consistent, proactive engagement across Santa Monica. Officers attended more than 100 neighborhood and business meetings, giving residents direct access to information, resources, and ongoing communication about safety concerns in their communities. We conducted more than 50 security assessments, often in partnership with city departments, to address neighborhood issues through coordinated, problem-focused solutions. Santa Monica Police Department also plays a key role in creating and supporting neighborhood watch groups, helping residents organize watches, join meetings, and building sustainable communication networks. At the same time, officers meet community members where they are, both formally and informally, by hosting and attending over 50 Coffee with a Cop and outreach events throughout the year. This included Shop with a Cop events, POW, and Virginia Avenue Park activities such as Thanksgiving dinners, back-to-school events, and Red Ribbon Week. SMPD also hosted 3 community academies in 2025, including a Spanish language academy, expanding access, transparency, and understanding of police services. National Night Out is one of the largest annual community events hosted by the Santa Monica Police Department, giving neighborhoods the opportunity to come together with police, fire, and city partners to connect, build relationships, and celebrate a shared commitment to the community's safety. I now want you to hear from our city manager, Oliver Chi.
There's no doubt that Santa Monica is one of the coolest places on the planet, but even the coolest of places can fall on challenging times. And what you've just seen really is representation of the city's response to the current moment that we're in. There's certainly challenging things that we're going to have to work through if we are to revitalize and create a renaissance in Santa Monica, bring it back to that place we know it can be. But in order for the local economy, in order for the local community to reach its potential, the importance of public safety can't be overstated. We have to invest in public space safety to make sure that we have terrific spaces and places that people feel comfortable in if we're going to achieve the Santa Monica we all know is possible. The work in the police department and the work that the police department's been engaged in is central to the realignment plan. And we've been absolutely blessed to have Chief Jacob and the men and women of the Santa Monica Police Department lead this effort to revitalize, to renew as we push forward our realignment plan.
What you've just heard matters, because public safety doesn't improve on commitment alone. It improves when that commitment turned into action. Last August, I stepped in at your interim chief of police. In January, I was sworn in as your chief with a clear responsibility to lead this department with accountability, transparency, and focus. Today, for the first time in 20 years, the Santa Monica Police Department is fully staffed. We've added an additional 10 officers, and we're realigning how we deploy our resources to meet the needs of this city. Right now, not someday, we're using advanced technology, smarter deployment, and increased visibility to stay ahead of crime and respond to when it matters most. And let me be clear. If you come into Santa Monica to harm our residents, our businesses, or our visitors, you will be identified. You will be caught, and you will be held accountable. These numbers matter. What matters most is the trust of the people we serve. Public safety is not the finish line. It's a commitment we make every day. It's the work we do to reduce crime, to prevent serious harm on our streets, to balance compassion with accountability, and to show up consistently for the people we serve. And that responsibility doesn't end with this report. This is our commitment to you.
Thank you. And to answer the question, yes, Oliver was standing on a milk crate. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council, City Manager Chi, and members of the community. Thank you for taking the time to watch our annual report video. What you saw reflects the work of the men and women of this department and our city partners. The video focuses on outcomes, the investigation, the enforcement, the coordination, and the progress reflected in the data. Tonight, I want to focus on something equally important, how the work is being done differently. The report shows a decrease in major crime categories, but we do not measure success solely by whether numbers rise or fall every single year. Crime trends fluctuate. What does not fluctuate is our responsibility to operate consistently, deploy strategically, and intervene early. Reducing crime and reducing the fear of crime both require predictability and how we operate. Our responsibility is to build systems that prevent harm, respond efficiently when it occurs, and maintain public confidence regardless of the short-term variations. That responsibility is organized around 4 pillars I've spoken about since the beginning of my tenure: crime suppression, homelessness response, traffic safety, and community and youth engagement. They are not separate initiatives. They are one coordinated operating model. This direction aligns with the city's realignment plan. Realignment is not about structure alone. It's about coordination, ensuring police, housing, human services, public works, and other regional partners are addressing the same problem in the same location at the same time. Tonight's presentation focuses on the last 4 months, December through early March, which represents the beginning and implementation of this deployment model consistently across the police department. You will see increases in arrests, officer-initiated activity, directed operations, and traffic enforcement. Additionally, you will see increases in behavioral health interventions, service referrals, and reductions in repeated call locations. These numbers reflect how we are operating, not an increase for demands of service. They show where resources are being placed and how services are being delivered. Over the past several months, the department has reached full staffing levels for the first time in many years, in part thanks to additional 10 police officer overhires provided by the support of City Council. That staffing stability allows us to deploy consistently rather than to react to shortages. With stable staffing numbers, officer-initiated activity has increased from about 40% last year to consistently over 50% of calls for service during this 4-month period. That shift means officers are identifying problems early instead of responding after escalation. When an officer identifies a concern, they address it. They're not simply going from call to call. They are proactively addressing unlawful behaviors whenever present. This increase of self-initiated activity leads to measurable enforcement outcomes. Average weekly arrests increased from approximately 54 arrests per week to last year to over 100 per week through early March. This establishes a new operational baseline reflecting proactive enforcement, not a short-term surge. This is not a target to be met, but rather a baseline that helps guide consistent, proactive policing efforts across this organization. Over the past 4 months, proactive drug investigations have increased by approximately 150 to 170% compared to previous years, signaling a clear operational shift towards early intervention and focused enforcement. This is not an increase in reported drug activity, but instead focusing on addressing a major concern expressed by our residents and our businesses. Increased stops and investigation contexts also correlate with warrant compliance and weapons recovery, reinforcing the interconnected nature of our 4 pillars. Weapons violations increased from 136 in 2024 to 208 in 2025, a 53% increase. This change reflects a more proactive operational approach. Officers are conducting lawful stops, targeted enforcement, and focused follow-up, which leads to earlier interventions. As a result, more weapons are being recovered before they're used in violent crimes. The increase in these incidents is not a measure of increased harm, but a measure of increased intervention. As arrests have increased, accountability across the system has also increased. The City Attorney's Office has seen a rise in case filings during this same period. Traffic safety is another component of this model. In 2024, the department averaged 240 traffic stops, 240 traffic citations per month. In 2025, that doubled to approximately 480. During the first 4 months of full implementation of our plan, December through early March, monthly averages increased to approximately 765 citations per month. That's over 1,200 traffic stops a month. This is deliberate. Traffic enforcement is not about volume, it's about visibility and prevention. And traffic safety is not limited to citations. It includes compliance with bike lane protections, speed enforcement in our major corridors, and stop sign enforcements near our schools and in our residential neighborhoods. Our data has identified that the major cause of many traffic collisions in our city are speeding, distracted driving, and driving under the influence. This is why enforcement efforts are focused in those areas, particularly in locations where injury collisions are most likely to occur. This is about prevention. Increased visibility and consistent enforcement in those areas were intended to reduce injuries and save lives, not simply increase traffic citations. Next, I'd like to spend some time talking about homelessness. Contacts with homeless individuals continue to result in not only enforcement, but in behavioral health evaluations, service referrals, and coordinated case follow-up. The data shows the model functioning as intended. Intervention and accountability occurring together, addressing behavior while also addressing the underlying need. Approximately 20% of all calls for service in 2025 were related to homelessness. Of total, approximately 72% of individuals experiencing homelessness. Of our total arrests, about 72% of all individuals are experiencing homelessness. Those figures reflect how the workload is concentrated in shared public spaces and repeat service locations. They do not necessarily represent the population growth, but again, where the representation of the workload is happening. Balanced accountability and intervention are both required to maintain accessible public spaces. Enforcement and service occur simultaneously. With 9 homeless liaison program officers and 2 supervisors, the team now operates 7 days a week. At several historically high-demand locations, including our major parks and beach areas, we're already seeing reductions in repeated calls for service following sustained directed patrols and outreach. The goal is not temporary displacement. The goal is stabilization. Fewer reoccurring incidents at the same location requiring repeated police response. This balanced approach is particularly important in areas involving homelessness and behavioral health. Enforcement alone does not resolve an issue, and service alone cannot maintain accessibility to public spaces. The department's role is to apply both appropriately and uniformly, working with our partners to intervene early while maintaining community standards. To sustain this model, the city and the department are also investing in infrastructure that supports this coordination. The SMART Center is already operational and will be soon formally unveiled. It enhances real-time coordination between patrol, investigations, traffic, and our city partners. The SMART Center improves situational awareness and allows us to identify developing problems before they become repeat calls for service. It also supports early intervention and coordinated decision-making and reinforces the realignment philosophy, prevention, coordination, and predictability. Another exciting operational change involves the new downtown substation. The downtown substation, opening soon, provides a permanent public safety presence in one of the city's most active areas. It increases accessibility and visibility in the downtown corridor, supporting sustained deployments. Both projects reflect infrastructure investments that support consistent operations. With all of our efforts, and when deployment becomes more focused, short-term increases actively are expected. The longer-term objective is stabilization. Fewer repeat calls for service, more consistent service delivery, earlier intervention, and predictable deployment across seasons and neighborhoods. The annual report reflects that foundation. The past 4 months reflect implementation of our 4 pillars, and the next years will reflect continued growth and expansion of that work across the city. Public safety is ultimately measured by confidence. When residents feel comfortable walking in their neighborhoods, businesses feel supported, and visitors feel safe when experiencing Santa Monica, it reflects reliability and how services are delivered. That reliability comes from consistency. Consistency in staffing, deployment, accountability, and coordination. I want to close by recognizing the men and women of the Santa Monica Police Department, both sworn and professional staff, along with my city partners who make this all happen. The impact of the work is visible, it's felt across the community, and it's measurable and sustainable. Thank you for the continued support and partnership as we move forward.
Thank you, Chief Jacob, and I appreciate you loaning me the box to stand on during our filming activity. Terrific work in the PD. It's actually terrific work across all of our operating departments as we've all committed to really deploying the work needed to implement the realignment plan. If the council recalls, the realignment plan called for the city's budget to be balanced by fiscal year 2027-28. Wanted to let you know, if you do recall, back in October, we were staring at a roughly $30 million per year general fund operating deficit and unobligated free cash flow, roughly $94 million, significant liabilities, a place where it didn't feel as comfortable as I do believe we are in today. Today, we feel a lot more comfortable at the staff level where the city is operating financially, in large part due to the work the council's engaged and the work our staff's engaged to mature multiple new revenue streams, programmatic revenue streams, over the last several months. In total, since the realignment plan was adopted, we've identified and locked in roughly $28.8 million in new annual general fund revenues. There's a lot of analysis behind all of this, but the parking rate update went into effect January 1st. In January 2026, we're going to suggest some operational shifts with the downtown parking structures to implement a new rate structure there tonight. That combined total is roughly $8.5 million per year in new revenue. The ambulance operator program that launched in February is projected conservatively to generate $7 million per year. When you look at the first month's worth of operation in February, we billed well over $1 million in net insurance billing. We're projecting to collect $600 to $800 a month right now through the AO program. $7 million is a conservative estimate of that revenue stream. The team in HR and finance have really been scrubbing numbers. We've been looking at when we operate historically the last several years since COVID in an environment of scarcity, there is a lot of hoarding of resources across departments to protect what we have. As we've continued to mature internally the different programs and operations, we've worked to identify over $6 million a year in ongoing cost savings through through expenditure controls and hiring management. That's embedded now into the budget. The council late in 25 approved the new digital sign programs. We have 7 signs that are working their way through Coastal Commission approval based on the current assessment of where those projects are at. Those signs will be operational by Q1 of 27. There's an 8th sign that's being proposed that we're aware of coming to the city soon. All of that totals $4.5 million in new ongoing revenue per year. Locked in user fee, convenience fee adjustments. We actually under budgeted by $1.8 million per year based on current actuals. Oscar and his team also recently hired a new investment management firm, Meter. As we've optimized investment earnings, there's an ongoing revenue stream of $1 million per year. There's a variety of other budgetary moves that the finance team has been implementing as we've looked at the different interfund transfers that we've identified to really streamline and professionalize the budget so there is accurate numbers, not numbers that are inflated either to protect or hoard dollars. And when you filter all of that through before any of the changes that we're recommending tonight, here's what the next couple of years look like. By the end of fiscal year 26-27, this is inclusive of the reserve dollars the council allocated for 25-26, 26-27. We're projecting a $5 million surplus next fiscal year. 27-28 through 29-30, each of those fiscal years we're projecting net surpluses in the general fund. This takes into account when each of the new revenue streams, programmatic revenue streams, come in to the city. It's also reflective of the options that exist with the joint use agreement with Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. And so today, as we're projecting the city's position without any other adjustments, the fiscal years 26-27 net general fund position is projected to be $5.4 million a year. We're a year ahead of schedule thanks to the work of the city council and the team to mature all of the programmatic revenues that we've identified. Really, that financial strength is what is enabling the recommendations we're making tonight. It's giving staff confidence to make these recommendations, knowing that we're on a much more solid financial footing than we were a year ago. Mention this also before we get into where do we head, the realignment plan scorecard. If you recall, a couple months ago, the council directed, how do we make sure that we are fulfilling the obligations and the commitments made by the council? How do we monitor the performance of staff? Can we develop a scorecard that identifies and tracks all of the things that are happening within the realignment plan? We'll identify some of the expansion of this effort that the executive team really has thought through. One of the things we need to do, maybe beyond the realignment plan, identify citywide performance measures that make sense to track across the organization. But as a starting point, what we have done is develop internally a scorecard that we're finalizing now for posting onto the city website. We've identified 47 measures across the 5 strategic priorities contained in the realignment plan, tracks both outcomes and outputs with status indicators to identify where we're at with each of the identified measures. The measures span safe neighborhoods and clean streets, where we identify 8 different outcome objectives and an additional 7 output measures. We've identified those relate to public safety and also capital related improvements throughout the downtown core. On the economic opportunity and growth scorecard, we've identified a number of measures related to plan check rates, retail vacancy rates, office vacancy rates, and tracking very closely TOT and sales tax related performance. When you think through and look at where we're at financially right now, the first quarter of 26, we're starting to see a rebound in our sales tax numbers and also an improvement in the TOT environment. It's a different environment right now that we're seeing the early part of 26 compared with where we were at 2025. Affordable, livable, and secure housing has a number of measures we've identified also. The organizational capacity measures are being tracked also, and building organizational health. All of this is getting finalized into a public-facing dashboard we'll be posting on the website soon, and is reflective of the City Council's direction to make sure that we don't just adopt a plan, but that we execute on the plan and then tell people about the work that we're doing. The next part of the conversation we wanted to have with the council relates to this notion of operationalizing the realignment. It's actually a phrase that Jing, our CD director, came up with during our most recent retreat this past January. What does that mean? The following 2 sentences are in the actual realignment report, realignment update report. We thought it was relevant to pull it out because it's reflective of the broader conversation the executive team had during our most recent retreat. And really it's this, that we've added new expectations, new staff, new programs, new investments into the city. How do we make sure that these newer enhanced service levels that are currently being deployed as a project, how do we make sure they become the standard so that we're not just working on a project to execute via a realignment plan, but that rather we establish this as the way we're doing things. We think it's massively important to think about ensuring that what we're building endures beyond just the urgency and the moment that created it. That's going to be important because when you look at the programmatic revenues we've identified, we do as a staff feel much more confident in the city's current fiscal position. But when you look at all of the factors related to economic growth, 2025 was not a terrific year. The first quarter of 26 is pointing to a much better year this year than we had last year. But we've got to be able to create private sector investment into the city to revitalize the local tax base so that all of the aspirations we have can actually be funded and actualized. As the exec team thought through what are the things we need to do to operationalize what we've been working on, 6 key issues were identified. 1, how do we normalize remote work? There's a variety of different remote work schedules that have proliferated across departments. How do we figure out a standard work schedule that makes sense, balances flexibility with the need for us to be able to execute and provide services? Massively important. We spent a lot of time as an executive discussing the need to reinstitute citywide staff training. Since COVID, when we cut over 300 positions in the city, staff training's been non-existent. We used to have a world-class institute called SMI, the Santa Monica Institute. We haven't been doing those things to embed how do we operate and be really exceptional in the delivery of services. How do we engage our staff better? Similar to training, but a different notion, an important effort we've identified that is a global priority. The realignment scorecard is important to track the programmatic results, but how do we track all of the business results across the city via a data framework that makes sense, that doesn't create busy work, but creates actual data that's helpful for the council and the community in identifying how are we doing. Also, there's a lot of high-level projects that we're tracking, but there's projects every day that we need more visibility on within every department. How do we create a framework where operationally we're focusing on departmental work plans, departmental improvements that happen year over year? Lastly, one of the things that's so cool about Santa Monica are all the tenant protections that we've established here. We're a trailblazer in that regard, but the response for habitability-related concerns right now internally, it's a web of different individuals, different departments, different operating units responding to habitability concerns without a consistent process or protocol for how we actually address those issues. So coming up with a better way to think about how we handle habitability related issues in a more focused, strategic manner is another key area we identified as the executive team on global priorities that are important. Given all of that, we've identified a series of adjustments to help us operationalize what we've been doing via the realignment plan through 4 key categories. There's a series of organizational adjustments we wanted to review with the council. Really, those adjustments, if we can make them, enable the city to continue doing the work that is our responsibility to hopefully drive economic growth. There's a series of economic development strategies we want to review with the council as well. Continuing to advance on public safety related policies. And then after we finish those discussions, having a discussion with the council about housing and homeless related strategies. Those are the 4 areas we have some recommended adjustments tonight. First, on the organizational adjustment, the largest shift that we're suggesting would happen in the Public Works Department. Really, how do we expand the maintenance and capital related efforts that we've engaged downtown citywide? The overall plan identifies 12 additional positions in the Public Works Department to really rethink how we deliver services under Chris Dishlip's leadership. One of the key things we're thinking about doing is a restructuring of reporting structures in alignment of allied resources in Public Works. So downtown beach maintenance would be combined into one larger department division. The landscape operation, facilities operation, landscape operation would all be rethought also. We're looking to expand the corridor, the cleaning that we're doing, enhanced cleaning downtown across all of our corridors with pressure washing, sidewalk cleaning, landscape maintenance extended to other commercial cores in the city. We're thinking of doing that via partnership with Chrysalis. We also have 2 larger shifts where the mobility function right now in the Department of Transportation would be embedded into the Public Works engineering function because of the overlap and the ability to utilize resources from engineering to advance mobility-related initiatives is another big shift. Lastly, the 311 operation that currently is situated in the city manager's office would be shifted into Public Works. You know, roughly 70% of our 311 tickets and calls for service are for Public Works related items. This shift really is intended to reduce the amount of calls that need to be routed out of Public Works. 70% of the calls for service are internal to the department. You're only routing 30% of the calls to other departments citywide. There's also a series of police department enhancements that we're suggesting to help operationalize the proactive policing model that Chief Jacob described earlier. One, the council saw a little bit in the presentation on the Real-Time Crime Center. The other thing that we have done is move the dispatch and OEM operation into the police department. We're suggesting those operations combine into a new bureau within the department, where a new captain would provide senior leadership for those operating areas. The dispatch operation has been identified as needing additional staffing support, so we're looking for 2 additional lead public safety dispatchers. The PSO program has expanded, where we've got 42 PSOs now that are deployed across the city. How do we provide effective on-the-ground supervision and management of that operation? That's considered here. Lastly, how do we expand crossing guard services and also animal care services? The plan calls for adding additional part-time crossing guards and adding animal care attendants for shelter-related operations. There's a series of other organizational investments across other departments that are smaller scale. In the HHS department, we're looking to launch the actual work of collecting the data for our rent registry. 3 analysts are recommended to launch the ability for us to start collecting information on our 15,000 non-rent controlled units in town. In HR, the opportunity to relaunch all of our training related and employee engagement operations is being contemplated with more investment in resources. The Economic Development Division is contemplated to be restructured into 3 specific operating divisions: the Land Development Operation, the Property Management Operation, and the Business Attraction Retention Operation. The major events team that's allied with the Economic Development function would also be invested in. The code operation and permitting counter support within the Community Development Department also are suggested for additional investment. The code enforcement operation has staff, but the day-to-day leadership and how we organize the work is what we're looking to enhance with this proposed adjustment. In addition, to build on the permitting gains that we've identified, additional counter support is recommended as part of this update. The City Attorney's Office has a series of adjustments with 3 additional personnel to handle additional workload that we can bring in-house and to streamline a variety of internal operations that need attention. The library operation, the fire department, RAD, DOT, and finance have smaller adjustments that are all incorporated as part of the plan. One of the other organizational shifts that we have been meeting with our bargaining units about is an adjustment to our remote work protocol. Currently, we have operating guidelines for how remote works to be handled in the city. Across departments that allow remote work, though, the standards of how that work, remote work schedules rolled out really is inconsistent across departments. One of the things that we are trying to correct is internal inconsistency in terms of how we're coordinating the remote work program protocol so that we can more seamlessly organize our workplace. What we're suggesting in this protocol is that remote work be modified, whereas a general rule, remote work would happen on Monday and Friday for those that are eligible. In-person work would happen in the middle of the week. As this program works through, all of the executive team right now has shifted to a fully in-person workplace. Given that roughly 70% of our workforce cannot work remote, we're suggesting an in-person equity benefit so that anyone working a fully in-person schedule would be provided 8 hours a month of non-cashable, non-bankable leave. We recognize that given the way we've handled remote work to this point, that maybe the shift doesn't fit the lifestyle or the priorities for certain folks that have made decisions based on the way that we have been coordinating remote work to this point. And so we've identified an opt-out support program for those that decide this can't work, that we would provide folks with 6 months of time to identify a transition plan. These protocols right now aren't being recommended for immediate implementation. What we're suggesting is that the council is good with this overall plan. We continue engagement with our bargaining units to finalize all of the program details so that as we move towards the end of 2026, that's when all of this would be implemented. There are also a series of personnel and MOU adjustments that we're contemplating. If the council recalls, as part of the original realignment plan, we shifted to a model where all of our bargaining units, non-public safety bargaining units, are provided with a fully paid medical program. The only bargaining unit that isn't provided with that benefit now is the POA. In addition, the firefighters group, a local 1109, gave up a 2% adjustment in order to gain that benefit. We're suggesting that we fix all of that and have one standard for benefits, medical benefits across the board in the city. The other thing that we're seeing as we continue to identify talent and promote from within is that there are benefit misalignments between different bargaining groups. And to address some compaction-related issues within the EPP group, we're suggesting, given that our public safety groups have different longevity and education benefits, is to create a new incentive structure to better align those benefits across the board so that you don't see folks with pay decreases as they're moving through and promoting into the EPP group. As we've been working through the realignment plan, also our confidential unit employees who were one of the first to agree to a new MOU during our most recent MOU negotiations, they didn't receive any comparable benefit adjustments that other groups had. So we're suggesting a small 3% confidentiality premium for that group. Lastly, the citywide class and comp study, plus a few interim adjustments so that the department head salaries are all aligned, where our lowest paid department heads would all be brought up to what the standard is for the department head classification. That relates to library, RAD, comms, the city clerk, and a shift in the community development director top range salary adjustment. Those are recommended as part of the adjustments this evening. All of that organizational shift really is the intentionality of trying to operationalize everything we're doing downtown with the realignment plan into a citywide structure so that the things that are our responsibilities as city are handled by the city so that we can try to catalyze public sector reinvestment into Santa Monica. The challenge locally is still acute. This is some data from HDL, our sales tax provider, that points back to the middle part of 2025. 2025, when you talk to our business community, you talk to our hotels, awful year, just awful. So many different issues and impacts from federal government interventions, the fires, made 2025 a year that was challenging across the board. When you look at restaurant and hotels in particular, the macroeconomic headwinds point to an environment where restaurant hotel sales declined 4.1% year over year. Quick serve restaurants experienced a 14% decline. Fine dining saw a 9% decline. Fast casual declined 8.2%. Across all sectors, we saw a decline of roughly 1.4%. That's a real issue that we're hoping the city's investment to create an environment that's investable will adjust. And to that end, there's a series of 8 separate economic development programs we're recommending that combined serve as a new economic development strategy for the city. One is to take some of the reserve dollars the council previously allocated and set up a $3 million economic development fund. This would address issues that the council's brought up previously related to restaurant incentives, business attraction. The Rose Parade could be funded perhaps through this fund, promenade studies. Really, it's a fund to identify and utilize to spur economic investment into Santa Monica. Council also recently identified for any new restaurant that's looking to expand into any space, we have currently a $1,400 per seat wastewater fee. We're looking to waive that fee as part of this economic development toolkit. We're also looking for authorization to launch the study to create a retail to restaurant activation program where former retail spaces, can we create a program to incentivize restaurant attraction. For sidewalk dining, where there are simple tables and chairs that are set up, what we're suggesting is eliminate the fee completely. The simple sidewalk tables and chairs program would really benefit up to 59 restaurants we've identified that wouldn't have to pay any fees and facilitates a quicker approval protocol. We're also looking to expand the entertainment zone to the full downtown core, plus create event-based entertainment zones for the Pier, for Main Street, and for Montana. In particular, we're not looking for any of the expansions to be authorized as an entertainment zone 24/7. It would only be utilized in conjunction with event activations. One of the other things we've talked about and the council identified in the original realignment plan, how do we modernize our TDM program and maybe create less regulatory burden for our businesses. We've identified a self-attestation model that would replace the mandatory survey program that we currently have for our small businesses that have between 30 and 249 employees. A temporary waiver of our film permit fees, and also the adjustments for our downtown parking program and the downtown parking structures. Those are the other elements of the economic development toolkit. Those protocols, that strategy, coupled with what we have in the major event pipeline, really are, I think, our approach as we enter 26 and look towards 27 of how we spur activity and economic revitalization in town. This year, we will have the FIFA Cup activation in 2026. We secured a $250,000 Metro grant. As part of that activation, we're also coordinating with an event producer to put on a series of downtown activation events in partnership with DTSM as part of the FIFA World Cup activities. We have the Golden Voice Music Festival that's targeting September 26. The license agreement will come before the council here in April. We're still working to finalize our ESPN broadcast partnership. That'll happen in early 27. And obviously, a lot of activity that our team is working on related to Olympic Games and all the hospitality houses that we're working to secure. A couple of other things before we get to a discussion. Public safety policies. How do we build on recent gains in public safety? There are two primary programs we wanted to address with the council. One is to secure authorization for the city to enter into an MOU with Metro that Chief Jacob has been negotiating that would allow for SMPD to conduct enforcement on all the Metro platforms in town. The other protocol that we've developed, our teams have worked together to develop a vehicle habitation and van lording related ordinance. We have those ready for consideration. The challenge we have in implementing right now is that we do believe to bring those both forward, we have to have a safe parking program paired with those ordinances. We had identified a safe parking location and a safe parking operation to partner with. We did have objections raised from a neighboring jurisdiction. And so tonight, instead of approving everything, what we want to do is let the council know we've heard the direction as part of the realignment plan. We do have these programs and regulations developed. We are working now on a new safe parking option, and we think we'll be able to, within the next several weeks, package all of this together and bring it back to the council for consideration. All of those adjustments that we just described are an investment into the work of the city to try to spur economic revitalization, to drive what the council's described as a renaissance here in Santa Monica. What are the budgetary impacts of the recommendations that we've identified? A lot of work by our team in finance and in HR to get everything costed out. So kudos to the team for all of that work. For fiscal year 25-26, we've identified that all of the changes that we're proposing would result in an approximate $1.4 million increase in expenditures. And then in future years, fiscal year 26-27 through fiscal year 29-30, there'd be roughly $3 to $4 million per year in new costs. When you filter that through our overall budgetary projections, what you see is that we still have a structurally balanced budget, even after all of the recommended investments that we've identified in this report. One of the other important considerations we wanted to share with the council, there are other factors that we aren't including in our budgetary projections to stay conservative. One is all of the major events that we're currently working on, all of the license agreements that our team's negotiating will generate revenues. We're not considering any of those revenues as really earned dollars, and the total net economic impact and revenue impact for the city will be significant. The new events we're talking about will generate real dollars for Santa Monica. We also still do have $94 million in unobligated free cash in the general fund. And when you pair that with the work the city attorney's office has done to materially strengthen our overall risk profile, we do feel like the city is in a terrific position at this point to make these investments and double down on everything that we've been doing the last couple of months. Ultimately, the path forward, we think, really is to operationalize everything we have been doing as part of the realignment plan. Crime is down. Public safety sworn staffing is fully filled for the first time in over 20 years. The city attorney's office is jamming. Community development is jamming. The finances of the city are structurally balanced. We do think we have a solid foundation to build off of. And at this point, I think what we are recommending, we pause, have the council consider items 1 through 20 on the recommended actions list. That those actions relate to all of the issues we just identified in this report. After we consider that, we can think through recommended action 21 and then recommended action 22. So with that, we'll pause, Madam Mayor, and turn it back to you.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive update. I would suggest that we ask questions first and then give direction if that's amenable to my colleagues as we normally do. Okay, so we have Council Member Hall, then Zernitskaya.
Just question, should, well, I guess if it's just two of us, I was just wondering if we should do by department head. If you want. Well, I mean, like, instead of having them come up and sit down and then come up and sit down based off of, it's fine, never mind. It's fine, it's fine, yeah, it's fine. Chief Jacob, you're up. So I have to hand it to you and your leadership team. I mean, traffic stop increases, traffic citations, proactive drug enforcement, weekly arrest activity numbers. I mean, these numbers, these increases are substantial in the 100 percentiles. What changed?
Coordination, putting it all together, having a plan, having our officers focus on everything that we do around our 4 goals and our 4 principles. Everything we do is guided towards that. It's guided by your council priorities. It's guided by the realignment plan. It's being present. It's been consistent. I have a great team who ensure that my dream and my ideals are recognized, and we head to it. And our officers are bought in. Our whole department is bought in, and we're moving in that direction. And as I said before, it's about consistency. This is who we are. It's not a surge. It's about setting a culture of this is what our department does. This is the expectation, and this is the bar.
And remind me, when did you take over as interim police chief?
It was late August of 2024.
So you and your command team implemented these changes that are producing these results?
That is correct.
Thank you. So interesting how those numbers shot up with new leadership. Thank you, Chief. Director Santiago. So the projections that the city manager just showed us look great and tell a very different story from this time last year when we were doing our budget priorities, where we proposed 3 of the priorities that became the cornerstone of the realignment plan. And I think our city manager hinted at it a little bit, but just truly, like, how conservative are those projections, and what do we think the upside might be off of those?
They're prudent. We capture all our known expenditures, so that's known. The revenues, we know they're going to come. We're seeing some of the results, and so we're very prudent with our numbers.
Okay, thanks. Yep. Sorry, I'm just going to rotate through the different department heads here. Is Director Brown here? Let's see her. Oh, there she is.
Good evening.
Good evening. I have a question about staff training. why did, and I know you weren't here for this, but just from institutional memory, why did we get away from training our supervisors?
So when COVID hit and we started downsizing, training is one of the first things that went, not just in Santa Monica, but this is sort of industry wide, which is super unfortunate, but it's one of the easy areas to hit. And Santa Monica was not different in that regard.
Yeah, and you said, well, I guess why is investing in learning and development for our city staff like so critical to delivery for services to the community?
Yeah, so I mean, we see it time after time when we have a lack of training, it has so many different sort of results, right? From an increase in complaints, an increase in lawsuits, an increase just in a lot of sort of negative, it's certainly in the managerial areas. And then Santa Monica was also training people in order to move up. So not only training their managers, but training their line staff in order to move up, which has an enormous impact on morale. I noticed that, people are still using their SMI Institute training to qualify for exams, which I think is amazing. I've actually never seen that before. And I think it's amazing, but sadly, these things are perishable. So it's really important that we're able to, train up other people, have people get, refresher training so that they can continue to use that. And so in the limited conversations that I've had with my colleagues and also with, the line staff that I do have the opportunity to talk to, they are wildly ecstatic about the idea that the SMI would come back. So, and I'm really excited because, like I said, I've never been involved in something quite like that. And I'm really excited to see how we're going to bring it back and, raise that morale.
That's awesome. Thank you. Is Director Reynolds here?
Aileen has she's out this week with a medical issue she's dealing with.
Maybe I'll just ask you then, if you don't mind, Mr. City Manager. In the report, it referenced a habitability response framework. Can you explain in plain English what that means?
Yeah, for sure. We have some of the best tenant protections anywhere that exist in the country. One of the challenges that we've seen, though, is based on all those regulations, when an issue occurs, the city is the point of contact for a tenant to try to seek relief. Currently, when those calls for service come in, it's an actual mess internally in terms of who responds. So those calls go to the city attorney's office, they go to community development, they go to code enforcement, they go to building and safety, they go to HHS, and there's no coordinated process. Every single issue is sort of a uniquely artisanal response that you develop based on the feedback we're getting for that issue. It is a massive suck of resources and an overlap and duplication of effort across departments. Because it's such a core function of the city, one of the reasons it made it to the list of global priorities for the executive team is there has to be a better way of, when you get the complaints, we hear them every other Tuesday from residents on, hey, nobody responded to me on this issue. There's this habitability issue. There's a construction issue happening. I got displaced. How do we have a more coordinated response at the city, especially when we also have a partner allied agency in the Rent Control Board? We haven't figured that out yet in a way that's strategic enough in our mind. There's a better way to respond. And so the habitability framework really is, how do we coordinate a process internally so when those calls come in, it's not multiple departments running around trying to figure out how to respond, but there's a coordinated way that we address those issues.
Got it. And would you say that coordination and getting that nailed right is a building block that we would need to do in order to move towards like a systematic code enforcement program?
It will absolutely help because so many of these issues then get stuck. Is it a code responsibility or is it building responsibility? Is it consumer protection? Is it HHS with programs and services? Right now, all of those are components of the response, but there's no one person responsible. And so how do we think about that in a way that takes into account all of the regulatory protections we've created, but also streamlines the process so that the right, process is engaged, the most effective process is engaged. That's what we're currently working on.
Great, thank you. Very excited about the rental registry going live for our market rate units. Do you have a projected like when that might happen?
That will absolutely happen this calendar year. If this recommendation's approved, we've already talked internally. HR's got a recruitment process they'll have to engage. We've been corresponding with our partners in rent control who have experience setting this up. And so we think with 3 analysts, we can get this launched effectively. And by the end of the calendar year, you'll start seeing real meaningful progress, and we'll be tracking how many of the units do we have information from, and we'll continue to build that out moving ahead.
Great, thank you. Next up, Director Dishlip. Can you tell us a little bit more about how this partnership with Chrysalis will work?
Absolutely. So, one of the things we're looking at is, as City Manager mentioned, sort of that enhanced cleaning services that right now are focused downtown, expanding along other major boulevards and business improvement districts. So obviously we're starting this from scratch. It's not something we've done before. So we're looking at bringing in an outside vendor and working with them in a partnership manner to figure out sort of what the right level is, what the frequency is, but it's sort of consistent, regular pressure washing, street cleaning, and sort of just general tidiness and cleanliness.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like this is effectively almost like a jobs program too, that the city would be.
100%.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
it has that sort of dual benefit.
Yeah. Are there like connective tissues that we can make to like Samo Bridge and other programs that we have?
I would certainly imagine so, right? Again, we're just getting into it with Chrysalis, but they are a known partner that we have obviously done work with before, right? Great organization, and so we're working through it together.
Okay, cool. Thank you. City Attorney. One of the things we want to do is bring more litigation in-house. Can you tell us why that is?
Sure, I think there's 2 reasons, primarily. One of which is there has been a large increase in complex litigation in the Southern California region in general. I think it's one of those things where you end up paying outside counsel more than you would pay in-house counsel. I think the other aspect of that too is that there is a lot of interaction with city staff throughout the litigation process. Our office ends up defending city staff in depositions and working with them on getting together all of the documentation and really, obviously defending the city in those actions. So we think it's much more efficient and helps build relationships when we bring those operations in-house.
Cool, thank you. And then last on my round robin of city leadership, for the city manager, departmental work plans. I assume that those being proposed in the future will incorporate past 16 items and future 16 items that the council presents.
Absolutely.
Okay. Over the past few months, you've promoted several new directors to your executive team from within. I'm just curious, like, what does that say about kind of your confidence in our city's workforce?
I have never been more impressed with an organization than the one that we have here in Santa Monica. When you look around at Santa Monica is an organization I've wanted to be a part of my entire career because it's a place that has always done massively hard things exceptionally well. And those things don't happen without exceptionally talented people. When you look around our organization, I think you see it everywhere. There are pockets of brilliance scattered across spectacularly talented staff. I think the last 5 to 7 years, though, since COVID, we've lost a focus on the internal operation as we've tried to navigate sort of this external, world that's been chaotic. But a lack of focus on the internal operation is really, I think, what's led to city not doing the things that are our responsibility. And when you look around at the people in the city, the talent is still there. What we need to do, I believe, so foundationally is how do we really think about building a unique, distinct culture that's focused on people. It means there are going to be decisions we make that maybe not everyone likes, but we'll be focused on building out the whole. And I'm so confident in the people on our executive team that that's exactly what we're doing together.
Awesome. And last question on these recommended actions. Tons of really great stuff in this report. One disappointing one was the one about the safe place to park. So it mentioned that a neighboring jurisdiction blocked our use of a site that we had identified. I assume that neighboring jurisdiction was the city of Los Angeles.
Correct.
And was that CD 11?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Zernskaya.
Okay, and I too will try to go by department. So first up, Chief Jacob. So first, thank you. Great video. Can I borrow the Apple box that Oliver was standing on? So I understand that we've reworked deployment schedules for the police department and I assume for public safety officers as well to prioritize downtown Santa Monica where most of the calls for service kind of originate. So does that include the pier, and are we or will we be working with peer stakeholders as we move into hosting kind of larger events on and around the pier so that we can proactively rather than reactively address potential safety concerns?
Absolutely. As you may know, before we had a DART team, a directed action response team that was mainly focused on the pier and on the beach area and the oceanfront walk area. We rolled that team into our downtown services unit. So now that entire area is under the command of one lieutenant and 3 sergeants and 19 police officers. So on a daily basis, they've lost no officers. It is just rolled into the downtown plan and consistent officers. In the priors, if one of those officers got sick on the DART team, there's only one officer. If they both got sick, you had no officers. One of the focuses that we will always have is a team that is down on our pier and on our beaches and our oceanfront walk area. Also in the summertime and starting now during spring break, there's always an presence of police officers. When we start up in the summertime, we'll have 2 officers on the North Beach, 2 officers on the South Beach. That goes from 10 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. On our pier, on a daily deployment schedule will be 1 sergeant and 6 officers, and that starts about 10, 11 o'clock in the morning time and goes to the pier closes. And so there's always a focus, and if there's a special event, we always hire for that special event. We consistently have conversations. We present monthly at the Pier Leasing meeting for our folks on the pier, making sure that those folks are up to date on our crime stats or any other incidents that may happen on the pier. There's a direct line into the supervisors and into the lieutenants. I meet with them on a quarterly basis to have conversations with them. So they're engaged and we're engaged with those guys down there. And, conversely, we get a lot of our calls for service there. We get a lot of activity down there. We work with our hoteliers along oceanfront walk area to make sure that they're secure.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And then another question. So as part of the proposed expansion of entertainment zones for Montana Avenue and Main Street, the staff report noted that the prohibition against sitting and lying in the public right of way would be extended to those areas as well. So how will we be making sure that we're enforcing it in a way that connects folks with appropriate services and also that it doesn't inadvertently just push folks into the surrounding neighborhoods?
Absolutely. As I stated before in my presentation, it's enforcement with service, and that's everything that we do. And that model has worked so well that we've doubled the beds at the Samo Bridge. We've entered into a new contract with the Red Cross with the Salvation Army to do the work that we do. Our city is, well ahead of others. We have 2 Department of Mental Health workers who were embedded in our police department, one with our homeless team and then one that actually goes out and patrol. Constantly, they are working caseloads, and so we work with our service care providers that the city already has. We work with HHS, going out and ensuring, and with our homeless multidisciplinary street team, and making sure that all of our folks are receiving services best they can.
Thank you. And I understand our homeless liaison program is kind of a unique thing for police departments to have. I'm not sure if there's any other police department that has one. But for folks who aren't aware of it or don't know what it is, would you mind giving like a 30-second overview of what they do and who they are?
Absolutely. Our homeless liaison program team, we call it the HELP team, has been a staple of the Santa Monica Police Department for the past 30 years. Other police departments come and copy what we do and how we do it. And so we were the first ones, one of the first agencies to determine that homelessness is not a crime. And we have said that over and over for decades. And how we respond to that is through these officers. Our officers are specifically trained to deal with our most service-resistant individuals. So their goal is to get folks into programs. Our most utilizers, our high utilizer group of our police department, our fire department, and our hospitals. Those folks who consistently call calls for service. That's what this particular team does, and that's what they're so good at. On a yearly basis, we attend, and I have attended several times myself, the National Homeless Conference in Washington, D.C., and they're always surprised to see a police department there as partners in that. And so we've always leaned in. We will continue to lean in, and it's a staple of our department. And I have to say that that team they are very specialized and good at what they do. But all of our police officers deal with homelessness. We are all HELP officers. We all deal with homeless people on a daily basis, and we touch them with compassion, but also with accountability.
And my understanding is that the HELP team also partners with other city departments like Housing and Human Services.
The CA's office, yeah. That's on a weekly basis.
Fabulous, great. So that's all my questions for you, Chief. Thank you. Next up, I know you're all the way in the back, Chief Halleck, but got to get your steps in. I'm sorry. I barely hit my step goal today. I set mine at 6,000. So first, my condolences for Roger.
Thank you.
That's later, but I recognize that a portion of our new recurring revenues are coming from the ambulance operator program, and I recognize we've discussed the benefits of bringing this service in-house at prior council meetings, so I don't want to go over that and take up so much time. But could you just please provide a brief update of how the implementation is going so far and when we expect to be fully up and running?
Oh, well, we are fully up and running as of today. February 1st, we went live with 4 what we call 24-hour cars and 2 day cars. And so that number that the city manager referenced earlier was in 1 month, we transported 603 individuals. It's about $1.6 million in what we call billable transports. We won't realize all that, but somewhere in the $600,000 to $800,000 range just for 1 month. And that really isn't our busiest month. So we're on track to conservatively hit the dollar amount, but we hope for more. And it's been a home run. And the ambulance operators that we hired have been fantastic, integrated into the department fantastically, and have been a true asset to the organization, not just from an operational standpoint, but it gives us that kind of pool to hire from. It gives us the ability to have that control. And as busy as we are in Santa Monica, having our own transport available, we know where they are, we know how often they're running, and it's just been a home run so far.
Fabulous. And do we have all of the vehicles that we'll need, or are we looking to expand further in the future?
Well, we have all the vehicles that we need, but we are looking at, based on the call volume, to add another day car just because the call volume is there to justify it.
Got it. And I assume that'll be potentially coming before us in a future meeting.
Most likely, yes.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. That was my one question for you. So next up, Director Dishlip. Did I pronounce your name right? Yes. Okay. So the staff report noted that for streetscape and public realm enhancements, crosswalk repainting was anticipated to start in mid-March, and it's March 24th, and that accessible pedestrian signal buttons have been ordered and that installation is being scheduled. So would you just be able to provide a brief update on the status of the crosswalk repainting and clarify which major intersections it'll be for? And then I have a separate question about the pedestrian signal buttons.
Absolutely. So let me pull up the. So our current timeline is we believe that we'll be out there with a start date in the middle of April now. So we had to go through our procurement process, right? We had to reestablish some contracts, so it took us a little longer, but we do believe we're now there. And so the majority of the crosswalks are in the downtown area. So 2nd and Broadway, 2nd and Santa Monica, 4th is Broadway, Santa Monica, Arizona, Olympic and Avenida Mazatlan, Ocean and Broadway. So Olympic, Pico, Santa Monica, all through the downtown in this first batch. And that's just from the realignment from phase 1, obviously. And we are setting up new on-call contracts, so we'll be able to jump on these things a lot quicker, and we'll be a lot more nimble. So you'll see those contracts coming before you in the coming months.
And I assume it's kind of a mix of like the scramble crosswalks and more traditional. Are they going to be high visibility crosswalks?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Not just regular.
And then in terms of the buttons, so we have the contract. We're anticipating installation starting April 6th and going through.
Fabulous. And we've discussed in prior council meetings the importance to this council of prioritizing pedestrian safety and trying to eliminate beg buttons where we can. So would you just be able to confirm that these are going to be set for automatic pedestrian recall wherever possible?
Absolutely.
And so that means from what time to what time? Is it just going to be as part of like a regular schedule?
So what we're looking at the moment, I believe, is 7 a.m. until 11 p.m. Weekdays, until 10 p.m. on weekends. Wait, maybe that's flipped.
It might be the other way around. Okay, but
Absolutely.
till later in the
Correct.
evenings is what I'm hearing. And
Yes.
will we potentially have the ability to adjust those times if we need to moving forward?
100%.
Okay, so if we find that we have just this huge resurgence of nightlife in the downtown area and we need them to be on automatic recall until 2 a.m, we can
Correct.
do that.
And again, part of this, the logic behind bringing mobility into public works, right? So that we do have we can own the planning, the design, construction, maintenance, right? All of those tweaks together so that it can all be incorporated and we can implement things quicker.
Okay, fabulous. That was all my questions for you. So thank you very much. Very excited. Next up, economic development. So I'm not sure if I should direct those to you, City Manager, or?
Yeah, and I see Peter and
Okay.
the team in the audience.
Mr. James and team, Ms. Taylor. Okay. So I got a little bit confused reading the staff report versus hearing the staff report in person because it contemplates eliminating the Santa Monica portion of the wastewater capacity fee for restaurants, for new restaurants and for expansion of existing restaurants. And it said that under the change, the new restaurants would still need to pay the City of Los Angeles Hyperion wastewater fee of $400 per seat. So I was confused because I saw the $1,400 number and then the $400 number. So is our city portion $1,400 and the City of LA?
I think it was maybe a misunderstanding. The City of Santa Monica wastewater capacity fee portion is $1,000.
Okay.
And the Hyperion fee, the City of LA fee, is the $400. The way that the resolution is written as the attachment in the staff report, it contemplates subsidizing only the City of Santa Monica fee.
And is there, why would we not eliminate the $400 City of LA fee? Would we have to basically pay out of pocket for that, or what's kind of
We would. It would be another subsidy from the general fund I think it's a policy question to council if they want to go that far. We did have a question that came in asking what it would look like if we waived the additional $400. We're working that up right now. The cumulative impact of the policy choice for the Santa Monica portion is contemplated to be about $500,000 per year. So comparatively with the 400, it's probably another $200,000 to $250,000.
But if we waive that and you know, we end up spending the $500,000 and we still have kind of the tax money flowing in, restaurants being able to open more quickly and easily and a lower startup costs, kind of stimulating more economic opportunities is what I'm understanding.
Yes.
So correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct. And later this spring, we'll be bringing forward the retail to restaurant conversion program, which in addition to subsidizing wastewater fees will also contemplate providing financial assistance for things like purchasing kitchen equipment. So taken as a whole, that package of incentives will be quite strong. And according to a scan that we did across the region, like we will really be in a class of our own in incentivizing that type of use.
Awesome. And so if we waive this 1,000, like our city portion, in the future, if we decide to, we could always go back and decide to subsidize the additional $400 or a portion thereof if we find that our actions tonight are not sufficient to help stimulate the kind of economic development we want to see.
The council absolutely has that authority.
Okay. And then one other question for you around the downtown Santa Monica parking rate adjustments. So I appreciate kind of all of the thoughtful engagement that has gone into this and trying to develop something that'll work for especially the fitness and wellness businesses in the downtown Santa Monica area, as well as the schools that are down there. But could you just speak to what the response and what feedback we've received from Downtown Santa Monica Inc. and from the fitness and wellness businesses that this would be designed to help?
Yes. So when the parking rate adjustments were contemplated to be implemented in January, we did hear a strong response from the fitness community. Those folks that have frequent high volume daily visitors, that the new rate structure might be detrimental to folks that are already paying several $100s a month for gym memberships. So we worked hand in hand with the parking office and with some policy wonks here at the city and with the fitness community to develop the program that's included in the realignment plan. So it is about heavily discounted high volume validations, the city fronting the cost of the validation machines themselves, so that initial splurge on the ticket mechanism is covered by the city. And with respect to DTSM, they are supportive of this policy choice.
Right, great. Thank you very much. And thank you for your work on this. And then moving on to transportation, Director Gupta, please. Sorry, I'm making all of y'all kind of move around so much. After that, I'll have housing and human services, and then HR, and then finance. So that'll be my last one, just so y'all are aware. I can try to. Okay, so on the transit demand management ordinance adjustments, how does the AQMD air quality impact program work, and how would regulated employers with between 30 to 250 employees be incentivized to continue administering the average vehicle ridership survey if it becomes optional?
Sure. So thank you, Councilmember, for the question. I'll take the second one first. So the continued incentives, the current existing transportation demand management ordinance does provide an incentive for employers who are regulated who meet their what's called AVR targets, which is the average vehicle ridership. If based on their survey, based on their submissions annually, they meet their targets, which are assigned in the ordinance, they're actually entitled to a substantial discount on their annual TDM fees that they pay to the city. And so going forward with the amendments that are recommended, if a business, the only way that a business, of course, could document and demonstrate meeting their AVR target and being eligible for that reduction in fees would be to submit a survey. So businesses that do opt to submit the annual survey to demonstrate they're meeting their target can then receive the corresponding reduction in fees. So that would be the remaining incentive. And in fact, many of our employers in the city who regularly submit the survey and meet their AVR targets actually avail themselves of that discount. And so that would be the kind of the remaining incentive. So that's that piece. With regard to the AQIP program, which is administered by the AQMD, that currently applies to larger employers that are typically directly regulated by AQMD rather than by the city. So employers who have 250 employees or above. And essentially, it almost operates analogous to a cap and trade program where they would be, the employer would be purchasing credits as an alternative to, demonstrating compliance with the TDM regulations through the traditional means. And then those credits, that the funds received, would be reinvested into transportation demand management programs. That is not something that the city currently has. And so what is before you as part of the TDM amendments would be to direct staff to develop a similar AQIP style program locally for those employers in that 30 to 249 size.
So to make sure I'm understanding, this isn't us passing like a huge overhaul. It's to direct staff to study and come back to us with options for adjusting these adjusting our transportation demand management kind of surveys.
So the change with regard to the survey requirement is before you today, and that is a change that would eliminate the requirement that the submission be that the survey be submitted annually for employers between 30 and 249 employees. That piece is, that amendment to the ordinance is before you as part of one of the recommended actions.
But the contemplation of developing a
AQIP style program, that is future direction that staff would have to work on.
All right, thank you for the clarification. Awesome. So next up, Housing and Human Services. This is going to be a very easy question. What is the definition of Santa Monica priority population?
Let me answer that. It depends on if it's a housed SMPP definition or the SMPP definition for those experiencing homelessness. For housed SMPP, it's anyone with a permanent address in Santa Monica. For those experiencing homelessness, we have 4 categories. Full-time employees, or those who've lost full-time employment in Santa Monica, those who've lost permanent housing in the city, anyone the fire department or police department has frequent contact with, or if you've experienced homelessness in Santa Monica for over 3 years.
Okay, thank you. And then next up, HR Director Brown. Hopefully these will be quick, fingers crossed. Do we have an idea of how many of the new positions that would be created under this plan are restored positions that had previously been cut?
Well, it's hard to say, because when we initially started cutting positions back in 2020, over the years, there have been like various emergencies where this council has restored, those the gamut of not only, positions that are restored, like, for example, my SMI positions are a clear restoration of services and positions that we used to have. But then there are all, these newer positions and lots of positions associated with, for example, Chief Halleck's program, which are things that are not, related to, pre-COVID and restoration. So, we haven't kept great records where that's concerned. So it's hard to say exactly which are which.
Got it, but some are likely restoration and some are expansion of services. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, and then are we able to somehow quantify the benefits of new positions through the increased level of service, like, more availability for public-facing assistance or increased revenues or other benefits through better opportunities for like public-private partnerships, improved turnaround times for inquiries, increased revenues from proactive consumer litigation? I understand that's a very big question, but if you can.
All of it. You answered it though. It's awesome. It's all of the above, right? So, I can speak best for the positions that are in HR, and understanding that, HR was one of the sort of foundational departments that got positions early in order to make this realignment plan come to life. And as a result, as we increase the city's family of workers, we're also looking to increase the level of service and the level of professional service that we give in HR as well, so that people can do less HR type work in their departments and focus on the business of their departments. And so, for me, I'm looking very much forward to that. Oliver has been incredibly supportive in understanding the need for that foundational support on an HR level. And so we plan to, after we get all hired up, because that's been the focus right now with just filling the vacancies citywide. But once we get all hired up, we really intend to demonstrate the changes in HR in terms of taking sort of HR work off of the plates of some of my colleagues in their departments, and really delivering a full service HR, customer service experience for them.
Fabulous. I'm very much looking forward to it as well. So that was my questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm trying to limit it. And then finally, Director Santiago. Could you just quickly go over how did we estimate future new revenues from the sources? And I recognize this question was partially answered earlier, but how do we estimate future new revenues from sources such as the ambulance operator program, and how confident are we in these figures?
Yeah, so we work with Whitman Enterprises, who's our third-party billing agency. We used in our calculations a model that really focuses on the LA County EMS transport rates, the city's transport volume, the payer mix, and then the expected collections and payments to the city. So based on that mix, we calculated what the revenue would be. And then we also accounted for how much of that revenue is real revenue and how much is just billed revenue. And I think the projections are very close. Like Oliver had mentioned, they're conservative at $7 million. It could be more.
Got it. And then for kind of a combination of some of the prior questions I've asked, how are we going to be able to measure the offset of new expenditures from new and reclassified positions, capital improvements, et cetera, with the new revenues that we anticipate coming in?
So I think a lot of the metrics that we're going to have in the dashboard, we're going to create that. For things that are direct charge fees or direct revenue generating, like the ambulance program, the large scale events, the parking rate adjustments, that stuff we can compare revenues to operating and capital expenditures to see if the ROI is there, right? Is it more than what we're paying? That would be one way to look at it. For non-direct, for the indirect support revenue growth, like public safety, cleanliness, business area improvements, we would then measure things like the impact to the economy. So things like sales tax, TOT, is it improving, is it not? These are all like measures that we can use while not directly tied to it. I think we can quantify the economic return of these quality of life and recovery investments that way.
And I assume that's a lot of our investments and kind of improving streetscape and fixing things up will also hopefully help our kind of liability expenses.
Exactly. Those are things that are not, we don't have a direct revenue source, but we would see the improvements in the economy associated with that.
Right. Sounds good. Thank you very much. And that's all my questions.
Great. Councilmember Negrete.
Promise I'll do rapid fire. Okay, really quick with our chief, Derek Jacobs. I just wanted to ask a couple questions. Number one, on the sit and lie, as a business owner myself, my concern is that these corridors don't extend into other business areas, especially those of us that are adjacent to emergency rooms. I have two, and I would say at least once a week, I find the paperwork of folks who were discharged left in front of where they've slept and defecated in front of my business. So for me, my concern is that we're just limiting it to this smaller area, and to the extent that people get pushed out. I'm also wondering two things. One, how do we extend it in front of businesses across the city? And two, how will you or do you and maybe the fire department coordinate with emergency rooms upon these releases of people? Because I see it a lot in the mid-city area.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So this council took up the doorway ordinance last year and moved and extended the doorway ordinance through the Wilshire corridor, through Santa Monica. The sit and lie is an expansion of something that was only in the downtown area, but now as we're kind of clearing out, we're seeing folks on other areas. So kind of two different type of issues. One thing that the city attorney will always tell me, or our deputy city attorney, who's back there, Jenna Grigsby, is that we always have to make sure that there's a need for it, that we can't make laws and pass laws and enforce laws when there's not a need and we don't have a recognized issue to do it, because it comes off as punitive. And our laws are set. That is what has kept the ACLU out of Santa Monica, and how we enforce our very kind of lenient laws, but how we enforce them matters just as much as what's on the paperwork. And so as we continue to grow, we will evaluate the sit and lie ordinance throughout the cities and throughout the places that it's set for to go. And then once we can establish that there is a need for it, and then we can move it further, then we will definitely bring back to this council an expansion of that. But first, we have to prove that it's in those particular areas and where we need to do. One of the things that the police, the fire department, and the hospital, that's part of, you've heard me talk about our HUGs, our high utilizer group. That is exactly what that group does. And that's what our help team addresses. That's what we meet with the city attorney's office on, and our human services department, specifically to address that particular group that causes, and our fire department that causes increased calls for service for our police department, our fire department, and our hospital services. So we do a good job at really kind of focusing on those, but the hospital has their own kind of rules about what they do, and when folks will sometimes just leave out of the hospital, and so it's a troublesome thing that we have to deal with on our streets. But again, I think when we talk about some of the actions that the city has thrown at this, our Department of Mental Health workers, our help team, our service care providers, the fire department's APU program, which has, I'm sorry, not APU program, but our TTT program, or therapeutic transport van, which also has Department of Mental Health workers that are now being able to be deployed. We throw a lot of resources at that.
All right, and then my other question for you is, with all these events coming forward, do you feel confident at your at the staffing level as it is now, that you're going to be okay when we have potentially 35,000 people in the sandbox?
Yeah, we're planning for that now, and we're planning for the Olympics now. And with one of my captains who's back there, that's his one of his big jobs that we do, and they meet on a bi-weekly basis looking at things. And so one of those things is reaching out to our other partners in other areas. And so I've already reached out to Orange County agencies. I've reached out to Ventura County agencies, specifically already looking for help with the Olympics. We've already kind of proposed a schedule for our department, and this is 2 years away, on how we can get an extra 40 to 50 officers here on a daily basis to deal with these particular items, and then also with some help. So hopefully in the next year or so, we'll be bringing some MOUs to council and working with other police departments to help and assist us during the Olympics and some of our large-scale operations.
Will that collaboration be here for the new Golden Voice?
Absolutely. That's where we will start. That's the first place where we will start.
And then speaking of MOUs with the Metro really quick, are you seeing any, besides that agreement and movement, just with the city manager's new direction in giving the police the confidence and support and authority to kind of work more robustly around the Metro, do you feel that that's already showing some improvements with folks being, during the daytime population and at night when it ends, being dumped off onto the streets?
Sure. I think one of the things that we're looking forward to is, as you may know, Metro has authorized their own police department. And so Chief Scott is in the process of building a police department. Right now, they're dealing with Metro Security. They contract with the Sheriff's Department. We get spotty coverage. let's be clear, we get spotty coverage. And so our plan is to, and because they fill it with overtime and sometimes they can, and obviously everyone knows that the sheriff's department is short-staffed. So it is what it is. And so our goal is not to supplant the sheriff's department, but to assist and assist them in what they're doing, and also by assisting our residents and being on the platform. So we are working right now, the Chief Scott is working on language on his side. We are getting him all of the required guidelines that we need. We need to prove to him that our officers have been to procedural justice. There's a bunch of other training things that we have to do that it will allow Metro to agree to this for us to start working on the platforms and inside their trains.
Okay, that's good to look forward to the future. And my last question for you is just public safety officers. A long time ago when I worked, I don't know, the Promenade when I was like 20 running a Lucky Brand store, they were able to zip tie individuals. I know that because when we had a robbery, it was PSOs. And then that ability to detain folks went away. I'm wondering, all encompassing, not just about that specific ability, are public safety officers going to be given a little bit more authority to sort of act as non-sworn officers, but maybe have a little bit more authority to show a presence that's more meaningful, not just like a security guard?
Sure. Those were CSOs now. Those are CSOs back in the day. Now they're called PSOs. They've merged a couple groups to get theirs. And so our officers, through city municipal code, only police officers have the power to detain. Those other folks, we do send our PSOs, our animal control officers, and other individuals, our harbor guards, to powers of arrest. So the way our Muni Code works is that they have the power to detain, but only through a police officer. And I think it's meant to reduce injury and some type of issue or problem that they may get hurt out into the field. While we do send them to school for powers to detain and for private persons arrest, they have that ability to do that, obviously, as citizens. But right now, we're not looking at giving our folks any type of handcuffs or the ability to do anything like that. But our folks do carry pepper spray. They have asked for defensive weapons such as batons that we are looking at getting our folks as well, because we know that our PSOs probably touch more homeless folks and actually get into a lot more altercations than sometimes of our officers who are at the same kind of level.
Okay, and they'll be more visible, I imagine.
That's correct.
Thank you. Quick question for Jenna in the back there. Samo Bridge program has been extremely successful. I've been personally involved, both helping some individuals connect, and I've just been so impressed with Exodus. I feel we have a lot of carrots in the systems all throughout California and not enough sticks to give folks a choice that is one that they'll take, because the alternate choice is going through the system, incarceration system that we don't want them in. My question is, when does that program funding stop and when does that program end? And do we have plans to try to continue it somehow?
So we were lucky enough to get into a 3-year grant cycle. So we are just about at our first 1-year mark, which will be May, depending on when the funder decides we actually opened doors. So what I'm excited about is I think we have over-resourced. So we're actually looking to see, will they let us keep the money if we don't spend it, so we can maybe extend into a 4th year? Also, I think budget-wise, it's going to be a little bit easier to either come to council or to look at some other lower-end grants, because the $8 million, I don't know if we'll ever get that again. But we are looking at making sure that we can at least keep the lights on, and how much is that going to take? And I think we'll have a better understanding once we hit that 1-year mark to see how, over-resourced and where we were over-resourced, so that we know if we come back to council and we can say specifically, this is what we spent in a year. So my hope is that we will be able to keep funding at least for a 4th year through the BSCC. And again, after we hit our 1-year cycle mark, we'll know exactly what it takes to keep the lights on.
I'll just recap quickly for anyone who's watching. Samo Bridge, unfortunately named similar to another program, puts individuals and gives our police officers the ability to connect someone immediately to a place to get sober enough to make a conscious decision to get help. So there's more of a chance that they'll go to the next step. And I was fortunate enough to witness 2 opportunities where someone who was a permanent fixture in front of Gelson's for 3 months is now in Fremont in a living situation. So I think it's a successful program, and I hope we can continue it. Thank you. One last question I wanted to ask you was just this increase, and just a quick answer, just what would you say overall for those who say, like, now, why are we prosecuting now? If you could be specific, is it city manager leadership? Is it like, what has shifted that has created this increase from roughly 60% to almost 90% in fileable cases?
I think it's direction, right? It's leadership. It is when you have a change in leadership, you get new marching orders and you can either buy in or buy out, right? And we are a very collaborative city, and we work very closely with our police department, and we knew that this was coming, and we wanted to make sure that we were giving the police departments and the city residents the best service that we could provide. So when you're working hand in hand, not only on the back end filing cases, but we work really hard to make sure the police have the information to do the right thing. So before they even had their change, we were doing roll call trainings. We were providing them updated information as to how our muni codes actually work. What is required to write those citations? What is required to write a good police report? Because if we don't get good police reports, we still can't file. No matter the change in leadership, if we don't have what we need, we still ethically can't do our jobs. So we worked really hard with PD to make sure they understood quality of life crimes. Yes, they're kind of, the lower end of the spectrum, but you still have to do your job. Reasonable, you have to prove things beyond a reasonable doubt. You have to have probable cause. You have to understand that a possession of a shopping cart actually requires the shopping cart to be labeled, right? Very specific things that are in our code section that, again, if we're not there to help PD do their job right, we can't do our job. So I think it's a combination of, again, the city's really good at collaborating. We work really hard to make sure that we are in the forefront of collaboration, because that's how everybody does better at what we're here to do, which is provide a service for the residents.
I appreciate it. It sounds like there was a long lead up time to get to those numbers, and I just wanted to point out that I think the talk about filing more cases and being more proactive has been a conversation for even in the last council, but it sounds like there was a lot of other factors that went into getting to, things don't happen overnight.
Right.
So I appreciate that.
It takes a village to make these things happen. So.
Thank you. Thank you. And EDD, I have a wastewater comment question. So this was an item I brought forward and was told unequivocally and shot down on 2 occasions in 22 and 21 when it was really needed for post-COVID for restaurants that it's illegal, you cannot waive fees. We had roundtables. I brought in restaurants, and then somehow we have found the way and brought it back, and I'm really excited about that. But I will say that for those who did pay the fee, who did have to pony up the $1,400 a seat, what happens with them?
The way that the resolution is written, that's part of the attachment for the realignment report, is that anybody that has already paid the fee and been issued a building permit, unfortunately, is not subject to the subsidy that we're proposing.
So they're SOL?
And folks that are currently in the process but have not been issued a building permit, we will happily not take their payment.
Okay, I understand that's a complicated place to be. I hope that in the future, near future, we can work towards supplementing those folks if they need some sort of tenant improvement that they're prioritized since they paid that wastewater fee. Yeah. And we're told that, we couldn't waive it. But
I mean, I guess the one saving grace is that the way that we've written the proposal is that it is for new restaurants, but also restaurant expansions. So any future additive net new seats will be covered by the general fund.
I got it. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm not, and it's not you. I know you have to answer.
Well, I was there in 22.
Yes,
so it kind of was me.
Yes. You said no, and now you say yes. You changed your mind. All right. The last year for our city manager, physical office space. It's sort of a combined question. I'm a big proponent of collaboration. I think we're a city government. Being in person is key. I really don't even understand why we're closed every other Friday because it's confusing. I think we could have an A and B staff. And I think if we're going to talk about economic vitality and repopulating our cities, then we should be here and repopulating our cafes for breakfast and lunch and whatnot. With that being said, 2 questions. how are you going to balance and how is this new work plan going to be measured in terms of productivity with this new work from home model? And furthermore, do we find now that we have excess office space that we need to figure out how we can, I don't know how we potentially get a revenue opportunities from it, but it would seem like there's a lot of empty cubicle space and tons of empty office space in our new City Hall East and potentially in this building as well. And I'm wondering if you think this change in workforce is going to eliminate that empty office space, or if there's some balance of maybe generating some revenue from this empty office space combined with, I'd love to know how we think this is going to change, how we're going to be able to show that this is changing the workforce and the output from having people come in.
Certainly. The couple of things on the office space. Currently, we do have a lot of office space at City Hall East and Main City Hall. We're going through a process right now to identify every department, how much office space we need, how do we map out and group work teams so they're all sitting close together. That's one of the things that's happened. We have teams that are fairly fractured in terms of physically where they sit. The good news is we've identified there's enough room on the existing City Hall campus for all of the work units and work teams to come together. We're working through that process. Susan is helping to lead that assessment. And when everything is said and done, I do think we're going to have a variety of sort of reoriented. We're all going to move to different parts of the building in order to keep teams together. So I don't know that we'll have any extra office space to lease out, but we'll definitely have everyone will have a space as we work through this transition. In terms of outputs, I think that's one of the things we're trying to align right now. One of the challenges that we are seeing is the executive team has assessed how we're operating, given the nature of who is eligible for telework, which is primarily our supervisors, managers, the leadership needed for frontline staff that aren't allowed or able to work remote, the issues related to coordination internally. Right now, different departments, even divisions within departments, the same department, have different or varying remote work schedules. And then when you dive a layer deeper, different departments even have various requirements for how many hours you need to work when you're in person, where there's a limited schedule. So aligning all of that increases our ability to be able to have a consistent language of how we're going to work. Everyone knows then how the remote schedule will get organized and how we can organize sort of a cadence of work around that. I think we're absolutely going to see gains in efficiency, gains in output moving forward.
Okay, yeah, that was my main question, just how we're going to keep track of how it's improving service delivery. I understand we have to be flexible in this modern day to attract quality folks, and certain jobs definitely aren't forward facing, but I do want to acknowledge that we are a city government and we serve people, and I think there are plenty of folks that work at the city that just don't have the luxury of having that as an option, which I understand is given the 8 hours non-cashable additional for those folks. And just for the community, because I had a handful of questions last night and this morning, just to be clear, the directors can you just break down really quickly, like directors are coming in, it's the other management that might have the Monday and Friday opportunity, and then those that don't have that opportunity are getting this additional 8 hours.
Yeah, certainly. All executive team members are working fully in person at this point. That's the base schedule. The way that actually, that's even another one of the issues. Every department has a different remote work protocol. So a manager in the library operation, for example, or a supervisor, the library is fully in person. No one works remote there. Compared with other departments where you do have the schedule, there have been service level impacts, staffing related considerations for public counters. So all of that is what we're hoping to get realigned as part of this protocol. The way the program is working, anyone who works in a fully in-person schedule, whether by choice or by the inability to work remotely, will be provided with the 8 hours per month of non-cashable, non-bankable leave. And then the last element of the plan, it's a recognition that this is a transition where 2 days of remote work, Monday and Friday, is different than the program we've had previously. If this doesn't work for somebody, given priorities, life shifts, we do have the support opt-out program that we've developed concurrently.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Okay, 3 questions.
Great.
I'm going to address them to the city manager, but if you think that someone else should address it, then I'm happy to speak to the relevant department head. I'm just going to go this way just for time purposes. Regard to the parking rates, there is a proposal now to move from a 30-minute, grace period to a 90-minute. I guess it would be $1 for the first 90 minutes. And I'm just curious, what is the fiscal impact of that compared to what we were proposing prior?
The dollar for every 90 minutes actually is actually generates more revenue than the prior 30-minute model. What sucks up some of the revenue capacity based on our projections is the validation program. Given the volume of validations for that, and I think it really reinforces why it makes sense to think about the need to create a validation program for high volume users. Just a handful of gyms, that cost factor was going to be somewhere around $300,000 to $600,000 in additional cost that they would have to bear. So the validation program helps offset some of that. There's a revenue decrease. We initially projected roughly $9 million in revenue on the parking front. We've revised that down to 8.5 to take into account, one, the dollar per 90 minutes will actually increase revenues. The validation will cost a little bit of money. It all sort of levels out to an estimated $8.5 million in total ongoing revenue.
Great, thank you. Second question, remote work. I think I generally support the principle that we get back to being in office. We have line staff that are here every day. We need managers that can be here too to create the culture that we need. I'm curious, just there was some mention, I believe, comment I received from some members of staff, and then I think something in the presentation related to those with 410 schedules and how that could or could not be accommodated.
Yeah, no, there's definitely, as part of the program, there's still additional details to get worked out. One of the issues that have come up is we've sort of assessed all the potential impacts. How is the 410 schedule a viable option for certain folks in certain operations? And so that's one of the protocol shifts where department head, based on operational need, will be able to offer that up as an available schedule as we move towards this shift. Again, all of those details we're going to be working out over the course of the next couple of months as we move towards the end of the year.
Okay, and while I also agree that I think having a set schedule, which most people are in office, makes sense to achieve the goals that we're trying to have, I'm curious just as to whether there will also be some flexibility related to specific people's operational needs and schedules.
Absolutely. One of the things we've talked a lot about as an executive team is these are guidelines, right? Be responsible, be people-oriented. If someone has, sort of a late meeting the prior night as a supervisor manager, take that into account in thinking about what we do. We've shifted a lot of internal regulations. Right now, we used to have a regulation we're only allowed to spend, a fixed amount of money to celebrate, an employee or a team's accomplishment. We actually had written it out. It's a specific dollar per employee. What we're trying to create is there will need to be a level of leadership provided by managers and supervisors. Exercise that judgment. That's why you're in the role, and be human about the issue. So we're definitely going to create flexibility within this as a set framework.
Okay, and then last question related to the entertainment zones. When we say that the entertainment zone is expanding to the entire downtown, is that in a permanent sense or in an activation sense?
It's in an activation sense.
Okay, it's just like the other areas on Main Street in Montana, it would be per activation.
Correct.
The only permanent zone would remain on the promenade.
Yep.
Okay, and then there was some mention of open container laws changing as well. Does that imply that there's currently no law against open containers? I'm kind of confused why we would need to change that.
Yeah.
Sure. So I can help with that one. State law makes clear that you may, by local regulation, prohibit open containers on kind of all of your public spaces. Right now, it's limited to parks and beaches. So we're trying to make clear that it is prohibited in public spaces, and really and then also to make very clear that during the activation of an entertainment zone that you can't have open containers. So those are the changes, and I think what it does is it allows for where we want it to be, and then it allows for enforcement outside of the areas where it's permitted. So those are the changes that are before you this evening.
So everyone can take note of what the law is currently if you are so interested. Okay, thank you so much. That's all.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I did wait until last, but I do have a few questions. Oliver, how long until the Santa Monica scorecard is going to go live?
We have the spreadsheet ready. We actually have all of the internal, there's a cool new display platform that our team's been working on. Gosh, within the next couple of weeks, I think, Sergio, in the next 2-3 weeks, we'll have it up and running.
Because I know there were some comments about that. And in terms of the coming back in person, I think all of us received several comments and I acknowledge them. But I just want to clarify, maybe for Dana, maybe for you, we are dealing with represented employees and we do have to follow a meet and confer process. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So this is not a done deal. It has to be negotiated with the union representation.
Which we have been engaged in. What we've let our bargaining unit partners know is we need to go to council. We've briefed them on the plan. We've let everyone know we're going to come to council. If there is the authorization to move forward, we'll come back, work out the details with all of our bargaining unit partners moving ahead.
Great, because I think that engagement is important. On the Metro MOU, can you just explain, Chief or Oliver, since we're trying to be efficient here, what specific enforcement authority SMPD is going to have on the platform?
Would you like, Chief, go ahead.
Is it everything? Is it some things? Can you just explain for us?
Yeah, so we're looking at enforcing their ridership program, enforcing fare evasion, enforcing outside the county has a standard of conduct of rules that they're asking, and so it's about getting training for that. It's all about rider safety along our platforms and along the train, and so those are those specific things that we will be enforcing.
And I believe we would be the first jurisdiction to have such an MOU with Metro.
That's correct. That's why it's kind of taken so long. Because, well, other cities like Long Beach has their portion of the train, and so they enforce those on their train. Again, we're the only city that does not, that we're looking at, we will be the only city that does not have the contract with the county. So we will not be receiving any funds for it, but still enforcing it.
Okay, thank you. So City Manager Chi or our Economic Development team, DTSM indicated tonight that they support the expanded ordinance boundaries, but they need operational deployment to remain at their discretion given the cost and complexity of running the program. Can you just confirm that the ordinance creates authority, but it doesn't actually mandate activation, and that would go to all of the zones that we have identified here? Is that correct?
That's correct. The activation will occur when the event producer, in this case DTSM if it's downtown, or Main Street Bid or Montana, wish to activate it.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure because people were saying it's expanding everywhere and it has to have a plan.
Yeah, and the next step post tonight is to work with those organizations to create the management plan that details exactly how that's activated and what are the conditions around which it happens.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then, stay there. On the wastewater fee, I think, I'm comfortable with moving forward with some direction here tonight, but I know you were, I had asked about this in advance of this meeting. You were working up some options for us. I assume that we would need to have a follow-up discussion on if we wanted to subsidize more of the fee.
Yeah, I would like to bring you a more reasoned approach that is backed by data. So today we started looking into business licenses to understand what the volume of restaurant openings are or expansions. Working with CDD, we have an upcoming series of meetings with local architects and restaurateurs to understand what the most valued subsidies would be. Like in the grand scale of opening a restaurant, you've got to rent the space, you have to buy the equipment, you have to do the labor. is the $400, the Hyperion fee, is that a meaningful subsidy, or are there other ways that we could provide more relief that are more significant and impactful?
Great. So I would just love if you all could return with a recommendation based off of what you see. But I mean, I think heard loud and clear that there's still some concern about.
I think we can do that when we come back with the retail to restaurant activation program. We can kind of combine those into one.
Great. And can we call it something else?
We'll look for a good acronym and then build the words around it.
Great. Yeah, just because I think it is important that council at least look at the guidelines in terms of where we're spending this money and how it's being prioritized from an equity perspective and from an impact perspective. And we're not giving direction, so that's why I just asked that. And then just on 311, Mr. Dishlip, since it's moving to your operation, I don't know that you need to get up, but you or City Manager Chi, can you just make sure that we're going to track response times? Because I'm concerned that we're moving this out of the city manager's office. We get a lot of people who are asking us questions that pertain to 311 issues. We know what's happening with them. I don't want us to lose visibility or have a slower response time given this realignment of where 311 is going.
Absolutely not. And again, that's part of why it's coming to Public Works, right? Is if 3 out of every 4 tickets or issues that comes up is in Public Works, right? Like, let's have full ownership over it. Like, let's work through those issues that are causing these problems.
And I would just say you all have been excellent at responding, so I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you. I had other ones, but I think we need to move it along here because it's getting late and we've spent a lot of time on questions. So now we will move into direction and comments, and then we will move on to items 21 and 22. So, Councilmember Negrete.
Okay, so I just wanted to offer some direction if possible, and I'm not going to get too in the weeds. I've talked about it with staff when we came up with the entertainment zone. When it first came out, I discussed having the opportunity of having like a QR code where folks would scan at the restaurant when they're purchasing their beverage. It would capture some information that we would know where these folks are coming from, capture their email, and it would give both the restaurant participating in the entertainment zone and DTSM and the city abroad the opportunity to invite these people back to more events that either that independent restaurants having or the city's having. It would also give us an opportunity to gauge the success. If people are eating, dining, visiting, we could capture demographics. And more importantly, the idea was that this program could then we could have safe ridership entities like Uber, Waymo, whatever. They could pay for advertising on there, and it would notify folks like 15 minutes before the entertainment zone closes that it's ending. If you'd like a safe ride, please click here. So something to consider, because what we do not know, we've seen events happening. We don't know if it's resulting in sales for restaurants or stores, and this might be an opportunity to not only capture the data of the folks that are coming, re-invite them, and continue to grow the list of people coming to future events, but really kind of manage and understand whether or not these folks, it's turning into new revenue for the city or they're just showing up for a dance party. The other thing that I wanted to point out about Golden Voice, what I've heard from, I met with a few of the hotels and travel and tourism, they're very concerned that we haven't been specific with the date and people have weddings. I know I got married in September and we were at Casa or Shutters taking photos, and I would be mortified if my pictures were ruined because there's a huge blockade thing in the background or there's roadblocks and you've got hundreds of people coming in for whatever, whether it's a bat mitzvah or a wedding or a birthday or whatever corporate event. So I'm hoping that we orchestrate with the hotels on those dates as soon as possible, because if you have to change dates for events, they eat the cost on that. So I don't know if the team's thought about that, but I just wanted to make sure that that's top of mind, that we're working to solidify exactly when it's happening, because they're going to have to reach out and tell people and they might have to change their dates. The other thing I just wanted to offer up was just for the entertainment zone as well, like who is in charge? Is it, I know we're working in partnership with Downtown Santa Monica, but it's sort of, I know we're putting policy to allow things, but when it comes to like the activation and the coordination of that is, sorry to ask that question, but.
It's ultimately, it's the entity that's sponsoring it. So in the downtown area right now, it's DTSM. They put together the management plan. They put together the staffing plan. We vet it, we approve it, they operate it. It'd be a similar setup on the pier on Main Street and Montana. The operator, on Main Street, Montana, likely the bid, would have to put together the management plan that we would vet and then approve. They would be responsible for executing.
So I would just say as we move forward with all these activations that we continue like this one SAMO mentality, and we have a map and we have a calendar where not only can the differing bid groups, downtown Santa Monica, even the mall, also see what is happening in and around the city, but that we're having a more collaborative effort around planning so that we're not overlapping events all on the same day. And we're allowing for a map for people to literally move throughout the city from, say on 4th of July, from the parade in the morning all the way through potentially whatever events and a drone show or something at night. So we capture those folks staying in the city. So I hope we can produce something we've talked a lot about it, where we're really coordinating with all the different entities so that if Montana Avenue is having something, if the mall's having something, we're playing off each other and we're communicating, and there's this sort of coordinated effort. I just want to say that, for me, it's a triangle. I ran on public safety, homelessness, and economic recovery. And I really want to say that I appreciated seeing public safety at the top of this report, because we cannot have economic recovery without public safety, and homelessness is clearly 72% of the calls associated, or rather the arrests. Maybe the calls are roughly 20 some odd percent. But I think we've heard, we've seen, and we're making the changes. It takes a while to get there, but I think there's some swift action since you've been brought on as a city manager, and we have our new police chief. And I just want to say thank you, because this is a very clean, laid out plan that addresses those top two things. And I just want to continue to move forward in that direction, because to me, if we don't have a handle on the folks that are roaming around our street, that are putting pressure on our infrastructure, and are putting pressure on our economy by way of whether they're in doorways or just maybe not doing anything illegal, but creating an unsafe environment, an unclean environment, we're not going to recover economically. People won't want to come back. So I appreciate that everybody's working on all things at the same time, the glow up, making it a clean space, and also making it a safe space, so that we can really invite businesses back and keep businesses here. I appreciate the teams working on, taking away fees that maybe were burdensome before. I think we're doing all the things at once. I just want to keep our foot on the gas, especially as it pertains to public safety, because I think we're going in the right direction. I just we've talked so much about this behind the scenes, and I don't want to do a lot of political theater up here, so I just wanted to say thank you, and also give some of that entertainment direction out loud here, because I do think we've got to really understand if these things we are doing are actually resulting in spent dollars in our city, and the only way to do that is to capture that data. So hopefully we can consider that along with coordinated efforts around events. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. I think any elected official would say that election night is a really incredible feeling and night. But I will say that the amount of pride and gratitude that I think all 7 of us have in the city staff tonight certainly beats that. Seeing the changes that have been made since our city manager has come on board, our city attorney has come on board, or has been elevated, all of the department heads that have come together, and some who are new, some who have been elevated, some who have been here for a long time. It's really incredible seeing all this work come together, and I'm deeply grateful. I hope another thing that the community sees is that this update to the realignment plan incorporates many changes that we have heard from the community, whether it's the parking rates in particular. We are open to feedback and are open to iterate. So if something is not working for you in this city, we hope that you come to us, you come to city staff, so that we can figure out if there's a way forward. As far as direction goes, I don't think I saw a lot about like arts in our economic recovery plan. So I would just ask that as we're thinking about economic development, obviously there's major projects that we're contemplating, major events that are coming. How can we incorporate arts, which is very important to our community in those efforts. Finally, I'll just say, you know, I think a lot about leadership and how teams are led, and I often quote the definition of leadership that I learned in the Army, and that is the process of influencing people through purpose, direction, and motivation to accomplish a mission and improve an organization. And Mr. City Manager, City Attorney, y'all are doing just that. And to all the executive team, y'all are doing just that. So on behalf of all 7 of us, on behalf of the community, like, thank you for all your work. It's really incredible to see this come together. Thank you.
Councilor Raskin.
Yeah, I want to echo what my colleagues have said. This presentation tonight is really the culmination of a lot of hard work, long nights, working on making really tangible impacts that we've all talked about as being core to what we want to accomplish in the community. The department heads who've come out here tonight and all of city staff have really shown just how much talent we have here in our city. I'm just so incredibly proud, like my colleagues have said, of the work that we've done here locally. You know, of a city of our size, that the depth and sophistication of the issues that we deal with on a daily basis never cease to amaze me. And I'm really looking forward to the future here. I think it's bright. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the staff recommendations for items 1 through 20 in this item.
Second.
And I have just 2 comments that I don't think necessarily have to be encompassed in the motion, but I think reflect, at least if not, I think the consensus of viewpoints here, you know, certainly points that ring true to me. One thing that I think I heard from the questions that came out earlier is that I think on the vehicle habitation side and the sit-lie ordinance, I think we're all looking for a human-centered approach here. One that does not criminalize those who are unhoused. You know, I think what we've seen from the latest homelessness surveys is that we have a lot of people living in cars in Santa Monica. And I think it's yeah, you know, it's something that we're working towards solving and connecting people with resources. But, you know, Chief, as you spoke to earlier, you know, making sure that our enforcement process really connects folks with resources and proven housing first solutions that have been proven to be successful. The other point I'd make, which I don't know if there was a consensus that came out of the questions, but you know, certainly with respect to remote work programs, you know, my preference would be for us to also take a human-focused approach here. And to the extent that there are compelling needs for folks to have more flexible work arrangements, I think it makes sense for me for department heads to have a little bit of leeway to find arrangements that work both for retaining and attracting top talent. But having set and clear expectations, I think, is critical to promoting fairness and equity across the board. And I'm certainly in favor of working towards that. But, you know, life is complicated sometimes. And sometimes we have to have a little bit more of a flexible approach. So with that, we got a motion on the floor, and I use my time. Yeah.
Can I just make a friendly amendment? Yep. I would just ask that our Cultural Affairs Division be kind of embedded in the entertainment zone and economic development planning. That was something that we heard, and I think we do see arts and culture like as a beacon in Santa Monica. That's important to us, and it attracts folks from around the world. So making sure that cultural metrics are in the Santa Monica scorecard and that we're just embedding the arts and culture work into the economic development work is what I would just, as a friendly amendment.
That's a good point, yeah.
Okay, City Attorney, you came in the queue, so was there something you need to tell us?
Before you vote on the motion, we have a correction to read into the record. So whenever that suits the council, we can do that.
Okay, we have 2 other comments, Councilmember Zernitskaya and Councilmember Snell.
Okay, thank you. So first, thank you to our city manager and all of our incredible city staff for collaboratively working together to be responsive of our community's needs. Recognizing that there's still a lot to be done, I'm very proud of the work that our city staff has accomplished through the framework of the realignment plan, and I'm impressed with the progress that's been made thus far. We've been delivering on what our community has told us is important to them, and the actions that we'll be taking today will help our city succeed and thrive. To kind of add on to what some of my colleagues have already stated, so I noticed that there is some direction around art in Santa Monica as part of the recommended actions. And I would just appreciate that I would just recommend that we continue to weave in public art into elements of the realignment plan. And I'd ask that we continue to look for and take advantage of opportunities to incorporate art of all kinds in the public realm, whether it's funding opportunities for art on electrical boxes, partnering with major events producers to develop opportunities for local artists to showcase their work as part of the public engagement efforts, or other creative ways to weave in different types of arts, including performing arts, into our lives. At a prior meeting, we did also update certain city ordinances around allowing more businesses that may offer alcoholic beverages. And as we're expanding the entertainment zones, I want to be, I want to make sure that we are being mindful of potential risks. So if my colleagues are amenable, I would ask that staff explore the possibility of developing an ordinance around nightlife bystander intervention training, similar to that of West Hollywood, which requires bystander intervention training for employees of businesses that serve alcohol for on-site consumption, including bars, lounges, and clubs, and probably others as well. And the city of West Hollywood actually partners with the UCLA Rape Treatment Center, which is located here in Santa Monica for these trainings. So I think that would be a really great opportunity. I am so excited for everything that we're doing to help us deliver on our goals. And let's see what's next. Thank you.
Councilmember Snell.
I'll be brief. I want to also commend the city staff and Oliver Chief for the report that we received today. It's really a great first step with what we're doing right now. If I could also just echo what Councilman Raskin has said, that to have some kind of flexibility when we start talking with our bargaining unions about how we're going to set forth with the bringing folks back. And I do know that this is something that is concerning for some staff members. And so I know you're going to be talking with the bargaining units regarding it, and understanding that individuals have been work remotely for some period of time, and so I want management to be very considerate of it. In addition to it, I hopefully, as we move further with the plan, that we will see more direction with respect to those businesses that are empty, and how we're going to interact with our businesses that do not have activations at this point, and I'd like to see more direction with respect to that. And then finally, I've heard many good reports about our deployment downtown, and I want to give the chief a rousing report with what's happening with respect to it. It's directly affected our nonprofit. I'm just going to be very candid with it. We had incidents with our nonprofit, and immediately the police department was there in no time, and I'm very happy, and I want to thank our chief for doing that. And so going further, I realize that we still have a lot of work to do. I understand that the projections with our finances are looking good, but we obviously will talk more when we get to our budgeting in May as to where we head with our financing. This is really an incredible first 6 months or 8 months of your operations, Oliver Chi, and I hope that this kind of information is one that we continue to see, but also be very candid with when we're not meeting those goals, to be transparent and open with the community about doing it. So I want to thank everyone from every department, and I'm going to support the motion as it is. Thank you.
Great. Let's have a vote. Oh, Councilmember Zwick now went in.
Just want to say thank you to everyone. Echo the comments of my colleagues. I didn't think necessarily I'd be on the dais seeing the kind of numbers that we were able to see today, both in terms of our city's finances and in terms of the way in which we are ensuring safety and a sense of ease among residents. And I really hope that those that have a certain impression of the downtown and the promenade, if they haven't been there in a while, check it out. It really feels night and day when I'm there, and I encourage our community to take a walk down there if they haven't recently, because I've been really amazed. So thank you to Oliver, thank you, Chief, and thank you to all the department heads. I'm really happy we've made so many internal hires and promotions, and I think everybody is really living up to the reputation we have here for having the best staff in the state. So thank you.
Great. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
I just wanted to confirm with the maker and seconder of the motion that it's inclusive of the direction that we've provided as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. It's a really important point. I'm glad you said it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So if I may just read this quickly into the record. The correction is to attachment C, which is the ordinance establishing the additional entertainment zones. The correction is to Santa Monica, what will be Santa Monica Municipal Code section 6.44.030E1 on page 8. There are two corrections to that section. The first is to replace Colorado Boulevard with Pico Boulevard. That will establish the northern boundary as Pico Boulevard rather than Colorado Boulevard. That was an inadvertent mistake. And the other is a drafting issue, and it would strike the words "for the following streets."
Great. And I just want to say one more thing. We had also directed that the Economic Development Department just come back with the guidelines for the $3 million and also the wastewater fee options. So I guess we can take a vote now.
Councilmember Zernskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
And Mayor Terosis.
Yes, with pleasure. Congratulations, everyone. Now we will move on to item 21. And that is Mayor Pro Tem Zwick will be, oh, I'm sorry.
Hall goes first.
Thank you. So this is really brief, right?
Very brief.
Great.
The next two
Love to
items
hear
will
it.
be quick. The items number 21 and 22 are more direction to engage outreach, a direction to engage analysis. So with Councilmember Hall out of the room, the first item, one slide to run through. The Housing First System of Care is something we've been discussing with the council for a while, related to a potential shift in how we coordinate our homeless response approach. Ultimately, at a high level, what we've been thinking through is, does our current model, which relates to really our homeless response, a sheltering model with Sam Moschel and the Access Center in the downtown core, that's really the only piece of infrastructure that the city operates. We've been thinking about the possibility of shifting our homeless response design to one that is a housing first model, where the city could potentially control and access sheltering, interim housing, permanent housing, so you can move folks through a continuum as they're ready to be able to drive better accountability and end results, such that we're also prioritizing a Santa Monica priority population. We haven't made any final decisions, but there is an overarching framework and a plan that we've discussed with the City Council to transition potentially to this housing first system of care. Our team in HHS has developed an outreach plan that, if this is authorized tonight, we would start engaging all of our different community groups, internal boards and commissions, neighborhood associations, service providers, internal staff over the next couple of months come back to council in June with an assessment of what we found and a series of recommendations on next steps. So tonight, that's the direction we're seeking, is authorization to start all the outreach process, to start identifying how the transition from a current model that is funding shelter-related capacity to a housing first model might operate, and bring those results back to council here in a couple months. With that, Madam Mayor, we'll turn it over to you.
Great. I don't see any requests, so I'm happy to make a motion or, okay, great. Did you want to go?
I'd like to move this item.
Great. Fantastic. Let's vote.
I'm sorry, who's second?
Oh, Councilor Raskin.
Yeah, I'm generally supportive of engaging in a community process to solicit feedback. I'll say for the record that I have some hesitation about moving away from an access center style model. But to the extent that the motion is just to solicit public feedback, I'll support that.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And I would further add that I think we wanted to see options for a distributed access center model as well.
Correct.
And does this pertain to the Nonprofit Housing Development Corporation item yet? That's the next one?
item.
Okay, great. We'll wait for that. Okay, so it was motion by Negrete, seconded by Zernitskaya.
Councilmember Zernskaya? Yes. Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall is absent. Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
And Mayor Terosis?
Yes. Fantastic. Maybe we'll do a changing of the guard, and you can tell Councilmember Hall to come back. Oh, he's already here. Okay, great. Oh no, everyone's leaving. I feel lonely.
Mayor
I'm totally kidding. I'm kidding.
Pro Tem Zwick leaves the room. Last item to run through related to action item 22 really is authorization to engage a staff assessment process related to the possibility of developing a nonprofit type housing development entity to try to accelerate affordable and mixed income housing production in town. At a high level, there's some really interesting models we've assessed across the country, namely Housing Opportunities Commission in Montgomery County, Atlanta Urban Development Corporation, that are doing some interesting mixed income affordable housing development where via a nonprofit entity to supplement all of the low income housing tax credit type affordable housing, really looking at securing private bank financing, tax exempt financing to try to accelerate using custom income bands, mixed income type housing projects that could link to a larger system of care that a city or a jurisdiction is working to develop. Developing that opportunity, I think we've got terrific staff on our housing team that's ready to engage this assessment. We've also got terrific partners in the community like CCSM that we can lean on as part of the process. What we're asking the council for really is the authorization to start that assessment to study, is there an applicable model that might make sense for us in Santa Monica? And certainly as we engage that process, we'll keep everyone informed and leverage all of the existing resources and knowledge that we have with partner agencies here in Santa Monica moving ahead. So with that, Madam Mayor, we'll turn it back to you. The recommendation is to authorize staff to study this nonprofit housing development model moving forward.
Great. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. So this proposed nonprofit housing development entity, it sounds like the goal here is basically to create a model of social housing. Is that correct?
Something similar to that, yes, that where through a nonprofit model that's set up can, if it is aligned with the city, one of the models that we have seen is potentially there are members of the council that serve as the directors of this separate legal entity, which would have the sole purpose of developing mixed income, affordable housing that links to broader city goals. Is that an opportunity that makes sense for us? Again, there's some great examples across the country and internationally. We think studying that makes sense at this moment.
And just can you in plain English explain how social housing works high level?
Yeah, for sure. Ultimately right now, if you're looking at directly on this model, the owner of the actual land and the developer of the housing that would manage the housing project that would set the rent related structure, how much affordability do you want to achieve within that particular project. That would be something that's leveraging public resources, public land, public financing, but developed in a way that has a private sector development model where rent rolls would have to justify the investment to acquire, construct the actual project. Because there's no ultimate revenue incentive or profit motivation for the entity, it allows the entity to potentially develop much more, a larger quantity of housing much more quickly than you can with traditional current tax credit finance-based affordable housing models.
So just to clarify, in our current affordable housing structure using LIHTC, it's restricted to a certain income level that's typically low, very low. But with social housing, we would have tiers of incomes where higher rents would subsidize the lower rents. So you'd have mixed income families, income tiers throughout the building, and that's so essentially like kind of the private market is developing the affordable housing.
Exactly, where you would look at, again, with the goals of, the entity and the board of that entity, would you say in a project, 30% would be market rate, 40% would be workforce, and then the remaining 30% would be low income housing based on income bands that we could describe and create. You could crunch all those numbers and figure out, can you finance that project based on that payer mix, that rental mix. It's an interesting model. It's shown to be successful in different jurisdictions. It's something we think makes sense to study here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Snell.
So I know it's just conceptual. So how do you see our nonprofit housing advocates being able, or companies being able to work with us on this? How do you see, what do you see the relationship with respect to that? I'm just curious.
I think that's part of the reason we're recommending we assess. Like, is there a way to partner with, local established affordable housing developers using, primarily light tech-based funding to advance affordable housing? Is there a way to partner with a CCSM, for example, or another affordable housing entity? That's what the assessment would really study. There's some good examples. Again, Montgomery County, Atlanta Urban Housing Development Corporation are two that are often studied and cited. How do we get into the details of what would that look like technically? How do we partner with the knowledge base that's built up here locally with partner agencies? That's what we would be assessing.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Raskin.
Just two questions. So the staff report used the term workforce housing, and I'm hoping we can kind of clarify the targets at some point, and understanding that LIHTC financing isn't necessarily available for moderate income or other close to moderate income bands within the affordability spectrum. So, don't necessarily have to answer that now, but as we move forward, maybe just focusing on what the targets are of this model.
Absolutely.
And, obviously we've heard from community partners here who are working in the space. I don't think that, that the purpose of this or the goal of this is to displace any of the important work that's been done, but to complement it. And so I'm hoping that when this comes back with a concrete proposal, perhaps we can tweak our usual staff report process and let folks have, at least a few weeks to digest and comment on the models before taking any action.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and I would just say, I wholeheartedly agree. I was going to make that point, but can you just explain to me how we had initially capitalized this entity?
That's part of what the study would assess. The city's got some interesting resources. Is that someplace that we might invest housing trust fund dollars? Is that something we would partner with, a CCSM to figure out a financing method? The startup of such an entity is challenging. Is there city land or publicly owned land that could be contributed to help start the process and the entity up? All of those things will be what we study here moving forward.
Okay, and then I would just ask that we ensure that we're consulting with kind of regional housing development experts and La Casa, who, in order to capitalize the entity, had to actually levy a sales tax. That's why, and they did look at the Montgomery County model. So I just want to make sure that we're doing something that is, economically feasible, which I know you have a lot of experience in having done this. I think it's great. Just want to make sure that we're consulting with people outside of the city.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion.
Great.
To give direction, motion with the nonprofit housing development entity. Staff report. Right.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, ready to vote?
Councilmember Negrete? Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick is not here. Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zerniskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Terosis.
Yes. Great. Thank you so much. Well, what a great ending to the realignment plan update. I don't know if Councilmember Zwick can attend or can come back, but we do have, I think we will hear the appointment first and then the special meeting item.
I'm sorry?
The appointment first and then the special meeting. Sorry, by the way, I've been told that unless we're literally talking on the microphone, it's hard to hear us. So we will hear, okay, people are taking a bio break, which is great and necessary. But let's do the appointment first.
Okay, so we're going to be doing the appointment for the Landmarks Commission, and all of you should have the barcodes. I've never done this, so be patient. And we're doing the rank, so we're going to do the rank voting for this.
I believe we need to do our nominations
first.
Oh, okay, hold on a second. Okay, let me open it up. Okay, so we have 4 applicants: Joseph DeRosa, Joseph May, Carol Limley, and Robert Price. Do we have a nomination? There's one seat.
Yep, Councilmember Hall. Wow, we have a lot of people in the queue. Councilmember Hall.
I'd like to nominate Carol Lemlin and Robert Price.
Council members Zwick.
I'd like to nominate Joe Cohen.
Great, and I will nominate Joseph DeRosa.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and vote. Did you guys vote? Not yet. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me see. Let me go there. There's 5 of you, so 2 still need to vote. Okay, there you go. Okay. Okay, so Carol Lemley, she has 1, 2, 3, 4. She won.
Okay, congratulations, Carol Lemline. You've been appointed to the Landmarks Commission. And we appreciate everyone because it takes a lot to step forward. All right. I think with that, we have moved the other appointments, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I just want to make sure, Councilmember Zerniskaya, did you want to say anything about 16I?
Yes, I would love to. So as we've seen, we've had Lawrence Cohen come from come to promote the Denim Run in April. Previously, we had gotten a request to support funding for it. So thank you, Mayor, for joining me in helping allocate some funds to help make that event a reality. And as April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, it's very important that, you know, we make sure we're making folks aware of this issue in light of kind of the news of last week with, I don't have to specify, but it's around us more than I think we know. And I would also just like to ask if any of our colleagues would like to help contribute from their discretionary funds as well. We're each contributing $1,000 from our discretionary funds. The total amount requested was, I believe, closer to $6,000, but you know, if anybody would like to contribute, I invite you to do so. And with that, I'll move the item unless anybody. If anybody else wants
Right now
to
we're at
contribute,
2,000,
we're at
yeah.
2,000 right
Well,
now.
this is like an auction. I'll see your 2,000. Are you guys just putting like 1,000?
1,000
I'll
each.
put 1,000.
Great.
Thank you. We're at 3.
All the women
Yeah.
putting in the money. Just saying, women's issue. Okay. Councilmember Zwick.
Well, I had requested to put in 1,000, it just didn't call on me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Councilmember Zwick also wants to put in 1,000. Councilor Raskin.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this. It's a really important program. Happy to also add 1,000.
Okay, great. We're at 5.
Councilman Snell will put 1,000 in also.
Okay, we're at 6. We're at 6.
I think that was the.
Great.
That was their request. Okay, so who's gonna make the motion? Who's gonna make
I'll
the
move.
motion?
I will as well.
Okay, we're up to 7.
Wait, 7,000?
No.
Wait, sorry, you're putting in 1.
putting in 1.
So we've all contributed 1. We're now contributing 7,000, Sergio, to the Denim Run. I don't know if you're the one who's going to be. Okay. What?
Okay. Can we do the?
I'm sure they'll take 7.
We still need to vote on the original 1,000. We need. Is somebody
Okay,
gonna
I
make a
will
motion?
move the item with the amendments that each other of our other colleagues have contributed 1,000.
Second.
And in the event that they deny taking 7,000, Dan Hall, who came in last, will get his $1,000 back. That's my
Sorry,
motion.
just point of order. I hate to be a stickler about this, but I mean, we did not agendize an item that covered $7,000. Is this okay?
Yes, I think it's drafted in such a way that it could reasonably be understood that other council members may be contributing as well.
Okay, thank you.
But in the future, we can take a look at that with your contribution items to make it more clear that there could be some amendments like this on the dais. We can do that going forward.
Okay, I would feel better about that. Thank you.
Can we take a vote on this?
Yep.
Okay. Councilmember Zarniskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Terosas.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Before we go to the next item, I'm sorry, we skipped an item that I need to have a vote on. On 16H, I know it was, I'm sorry,
Apologies.
16H, I know it was probably going to be moved,
Oh.
but this is for the Measure GS Residents Oversight Committee. And there's, they want to have the seat become absent. They want to have it vacated because of absenteeism.
Great. I will move that we remove Anujan Jeev-Prakash from the Measure GS Resident Oversight Committee due to
Sorry,
absence.
point of order. Do we need to reconsider the item and bring it back out since we removed it already?
Wait,
Well,
I don't think we removed
We
it.
didn't remove it because
Oh, we
only
didn't?
moved the appointments.
Okay, I apologize. I thought we had removed it.
Yeah, we had only moved the appointments.
Thanks.
Okay, so who seconded?
I will.
Okay, and you guys can do this by voice vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that passes. And I would just say, for the next meeting, I would like to actually do all of the appointments because we've put these off for a while and I think people have been waiting. Yeah.
No problem.
Great.
That was the plan. Okay.
Okay.
So then we have the special meeting agenda item, which is the request of the mayor and the Councilmember Hall and Councilmember Raskin. to direct staff to review and clarify neighborhood organization grant program or guidance.
Great. I will just quickly introduce this. I think many of you heard on Sunday, it came to my attention that some of the some of the requirements in the neighborhood association grant application appeared in discrepancy with the original intent and guidance that was given unanimously by council. And so I just want to clarify, nothing in our original direction is changing, but we are seeking to further clarify what we originally had directed. Questions were raised, rightly so, by members of the community about how that direction was reflected in the current application. And this action is simply about resolving that confusion. It would align the application and the guidance with what the council has already directed. And also it adds an additional element of an FAQ. It's come to our attention that there have been a lot of questions about interpretation of the application, and we just want to make it as simple as possible. So again, it would reaffirm the guardrails that public funds cannot be used for political advocacy. It would not change our policy, and not expand or restrict the original intent, and not alter the rules around political activity. But neighborhood organizations should not be discouraged from applying because the guidance was unclear to them or they felt it contradicted original guidance. I also want to clarify that there's been a lot of discussion about mailers and postcards. We tried to clarify it in the letter of the motion here. Just want to say that, again, the original intent and original direction of the council was that mass mailers could not be used for list building, but it is perfectly acceptable to send a mailer to people other than those in the neighborhood group to educate your community. Just like if I'm in Sunset Park and I am a resident of Sunset Park but not a member of Friends of Sunset Park, it would be acceptable that I would get a postcard or mailing at my house to educate me about the events that are coming up in my neighborhood so that I could attend those events for community building purposes. And again, we just want to promote civic engagement as well as compliance. So simply that is it. And if anyone else wants to say anything, that's fine.
Just offer one quick clarification. You referenced political activity. The policy decision we made was about endorsing political candidates. It wasn't a broad ban on political activity in general, but candidate-specific action was where we drew the line.
Correct. And I sincerely want to thank staff. I know that there's been a lot of back and forth. I apologize that this process has been less than clear for folks. And we would direct that the application just be further refined. And I don't know if the city manager wanted to add anything.
I was going to just offer apologies for the confusion, the interpretation of what the council directed. Certainly, I think as we've reviewed everything further, this is on me. I didn't catch some of the wording in the actual application. I think that's what created some of the confusion. So certainly if this is what the council approves tonight to clarify the determination, we'll certainly update all of the application materials and protocols, create the FAQ such that it reflects the council's direction much more clearly.
Thank
I'll move
you.
the item.
I'll second.
All right. Is there something written here?
Yeah, there is. I'm so sorry. It's right. It should be there, but I will just clarify that we want to explicitly state that neighborhood organizations may conduct education and outreach related to ballot measures, because there was some confusion about any of that related to ballot measures, provided that those activities are informational in nature. The use of funds for communication, including mailers to inform members, and I would say to inform the public about events, meetings, programming is permissible, but not for list building and membership building. Organizations are required to submit a proposed annual budget at the beginning of the grant period, but consistent with prior practice, as has been the practice since the program has been in place, they're not required to obtain pre-approval for each individual expenditure. There's some lack of clarity around that. And also wanted to clarify that neighborhood organizations may host meetings between their members and individuals running for office, not candidate forums, but they can host meetings. They are allowed to talk to candidates, provided that such activities are conducted in a neutral and information sharing manner. And again, any request for demographic information is strictly voluntary. Okay?
I just want to make sure we're just repeating the same.
Correct.
There's
That's
no change.
Literally what's in the document, yeah.
I have a question. So those neighborhood groups that have sent and opted out, they have the opportunity to go back in now. Is
Correct.
that correct? Okay, I just want to
Correct.
make sure.
When you say that the requests are voluntary, you mean that the responses are voluntary?
I mean, yes, we're not mandating that every single person fill out the demographic information. It's voluntary to fill that out.
But they have to still seek it.
I mean, yes, they would, City Manager Chi or Mr. Ramirez, do you want to explain how we're planning to do that?
The protocol that we'd develop talking with neighborhood groups would be that the city would develop a demographic collection form that could be accessed online, and that the neighborhood groups participating would have to ask and request that their members and their board click on the link, fill out the information. It would not be required, but the only requirement would be that they ask for the information.
Councilor Negrete. Oh,
Is anyone interested in modifying it? If it's not required, why put that extra pressure on having them ask that question?
Well, I think just to clarify, it's to the board. You said members. It'd be members of the board is what the intent
Correct.
of the item was.
the original intent was the members of the board.
So the original intent was just to have the board members identify?
Well, I assume that, as I remember it, we have access to census data on the demographics of neighborhoods. The question was comparing the composition of boards to the demographics of their respective neighborhoods. And I don't see why board members wouldn't be able to do that.
Ultimately, you guys are repeating what's already in there. You're just bringing it forward because people are asking questions. There's no change to anything.
Well, there were some discrepancies in the actual application, which is why we brought this forward.
And that couldn't just been handled not here tonight as a special item? Because it's confusing that we're taking a vote on something that's already been voted through. I don't understand why we're voting.
Well, I felt like it was important because there was a lot of misinformation about what was required because there was certain wording on the application that had it that was incorrect. And we want to make it clear that the application process, which is currently closed, can be reopened to clarify this.
My only comment would say that respectfully, I think staff works with the neighborhood groups and I don't know, it feels like throwing them under the bus a bit, like about the wording, and just that this clarification probably could have happened just directly with the neighborhood groups, because now we're up here rediscussing it, and do we need to vote on this if this is not, what action are we taking?
The way that the item is worded is that the action would be to affirm that this is the clarification.
And reopen the application.
Yes, right, and to reopen the application, right? So it's basically saying that the mayor can speak to this, but there is a recognition that there was some confusion based on the application, that there was some questions out in the public, that the application period would be extended through this clarification as well, in case anybody wants to opt back in. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I felt like it was important enough to not wait 3 weeks until our next meeting to do that, as the questions have continued to come in on how to interpret some of these things.
Right, and I guess the folks dropping out, I don't know that it's going to change that, it sounds like, but
That's their prerogative, yeah.
I would just say that I know the goal is not to silence the neighborhood groups and for them to continue to attract people to be more involved in city government. So I know some have said that they found advantageous to raise more funds by not opting in. I just hope that regardless of who does what, that these organizations are, whether they're not recognized here, that they're recognized as valuable organizations that still represent our community.
Of course, just like we would recognize issue advocacy organizations who also have, different expertise and opinions. Councilmember Hall.
Test. I do just have one operationalizing question that I don't think I've heard a straight answer from staff. So in the budget allocation, we allocated $49,000 Several groups have indicated, at least under the previous round, that they were not interested in participating. If upon closure of this new reopening, we do not have all 7, we have some mix of the neighborhood organizations, will that $49,000 then be divided amongst the groups that do apply based off of our rules on proportional representation of residents?
I think. We can handle it that way. Actually, that's a good clarification point. What we had originally thought was, we've heard from other individuals that have said that if a group that currently exists doesn't form, could they apply to coordinate and utilize dollars for that particular neighborhood group via a new program or a new group that's getting coordinated. And so we were only planning on, these are the neighborhood groups as they exist today. We weren't going to divide the 49 between all of the groups, but if the council feels like that makes sense, whoever applies, the full 49 is divided amongst those that do apply. We can handle it that way for sure.
If I understand, I was going to ask the question as to whether other groups could apply for that fund, and I would prefer that be left open.
So it would be, the $49,000 would be allocated based off of the current representation of households as was presented to us back in September, I think it was.
Correct.
And if a group chooses to not accept the grant for whatever reason, then that frees up those funds for potential, if folks are forming other neighborhood representative groups,
right,
could access that freed up fund then.
They would be allowed to apply for that. Or if there was an event for the neighborhood that didn't actually apply, and an individual or a group wanted to apply to create community gathering.
A block party or whatever.
Block party, that would be allowable use of those dollars, and we would open it up for that particular use.
Okay, that's helpful. I would say that I think that is an acceptable use of how we'd run that. And can we just make sure we include an FAQ on that?
Absolutely.
When we build FAQs. Thank you.
Great. Okay, there's a motion. Oh, Councilmember Zwick, did you want to talk again? No. Okay, there's a motion and a second, I believe.
You can voice for it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed, just.
Okay, no problem. So that's 6-1. Okay, I believe moving on to adjournments, we have one adjournment.
We are adjourning this evening's meeting in memory of Roger, who was our first four-legged employee of the city and the fire department. In recognition of his extraordinary service and lasting contributions, this meeting is adjourned in honor of the retirement and passing of Roger, the Santa Monica Fire Department's first peer support K-9, whose gentle presence, loyalty, and compassion brought comfort and strength to many. Roger served with distinction, supporting the mental wellness of firefighters, city employees, and community members during both everyday moments and in times of crisis. His ability to provide calm, connection, and reassurance made a lasting difference in the lives of those he encountered. We honor the care, dignity, and thoughtfulness shown to Roger in his final days, as well as the deep bond he shared with his handler and the fire department. His service reflects the very best of commitment and public service. Though his time was too short, the impact of his work will continue to be felt. Roger's legacy will live on through the lives he touched and continued efforts to support wellness and resilience within the department. And he's on the other side of the Rainbow Bridge now with all of our beloved pets who have passed on as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next meeting will be in 3 weeks, and we will see you all then. Thank you all so much. We're adjourned. And I'm still...
It was here.